Hello, everyone, and welcome to Project Horizon, the unofficial co-stream English broadcast of VCT CN. My name is Ancient Angel. Here with me is Naori Mizuki, and we have a wonderful best of three to end off week one of stage 2 of VCT CN. It is Nova versus Dragon Ranger Gaming. Sam, how are you today? How are we feeling going into the final day of week one?
I'm pretty excited. I love the fact that we also have, I believe, 2 matches today. So quite a lot of Valorant action for all of you VCT China fans, and for myself as well, because I count myself as one of those fans. It's a really great day to kind of close off the week. And as you said, some really good matches to do it.
Yeah, right. You have the kind of what we called the battle of the silly comps going on between Dragon Ranger and Nova, right? Both of these teams not afraid to stray away from the meta, will play some kind of crazy things depending on what the map is. We know Dragon Ranger last split, they were really leaning into that Tejo meta towards the end of split 1. Didn't really work out for them, but you know, now Tejo's kind of nerfed into the ground. So there's a whole new option, a whole new array of different agents that seem to be making their way back up into the meta, which we should be able to see both of these teams capitalize on really well. We're coming off the back of what was a actually pretty successful Evo tournament for Nova. DRG had a bit rougher go of things, but overall, what's the temperature check that we've seen from the rest of the teams in this first week, right? Because this is the final day. We've seen most teams kind of make the lay of the land, right? EDG starting out strong with their win against Titan, some other interesting matchups here and there. It felt to me like the FPX Wolves game was a bit of an upset.
Yes. I mean, I agree with that 100%. Wolves coming out of winning stage 2, having a pretty darn good run at Masters as well, and then to just kind of come into this next stage and get shut down so massively. But it is still the group stages, and we do see it from time to time where teams are perhaps not playing at their optimal in a group stage. You know, you're kind of playing for playoffs. So sometimes you'll see them drop a series or 2, still make playoffs, and then kind of get that second win. And sometimes a lot of that comes down to testing out new comps and stuff, because scrims are great in a vacuum, but they're not something that you can really draw a lot of information from. You can get like a general idea, but it's not an official. It's not a game where everything is on the line. So sometimes something works in a scrim and you bring it to an official and you go, whoa, okay, turns out this didn't actually work as well as we'd hoped it would. And then you kind of tweak, you maybe change up your protocols a little bit, change up your strats a little bit, and then suddenly it starts performing a bit better. So we're still very early days. I don't want to read too much into that, but you're right. Obviously, for EDG, getting that victory was massive for them. Big feather in the cap after a pretty disappointing stage 1. Obviously a deep playoffs run, but not making it to Masters was kind of out of this world. And of course, Billy, I think that one went pretty much as predicted. A bit closer maybe than they would have expected on one of those maps, but ultimately it was a pretty simple victory for them. So all in all, aside from one upset, things are shaping up as expected.
Well, now we move into today and what feels like a pretty balanced matchup between DRG and Nova. And we've actually got that roster for Dragon Ranger games up on screen now. We're talking about Vukashu, that kind of star sentinel player for DRG, Akaman, Nick, Spirits, and Flexing coming into this roster. It's not the exact same Dragon Ranger that we saw hit the heights of Masters last year, but it's still a team that I think has that sort of punching weight behind them to make a playoff run, to try and keep their spot here in VCT CN. Remember, this is an Ascension team, right? Where's the temperature check coming into stage 2 for this team specifically? Do we feel like playoffs is more than possible for this team? Do we feel like Champions is even in the conversation?
It's a tough call to make, and I think that a lot of that, like, you have to think about, you know, you have to look at their last split or the last stage, and it wasn't, I mean, they made playoffs. They had a 3-2 record. It wasn't terrible by any measure, but it was lukewarm. And then they made it into playoffs and they kind of instantly got knocked out, unfortunately. So it wasn't the greatest showing for them. But as you said, right, there's a couple of adaptations here in terms of the roster, and that could breathe a bit of fresh life into it. But you know, it depends on how well that's kind of gelling and how well that's been integrating over the last month or so, and you know, giving that time to really set. So the question becomes, you know, have they had that time? Have they managed to iron out any of those issues? Because if they want a shot at the champions, like you've kind of alluded to, you need to make sure that you're, you know, on your best form.
All right, and we've got those walkouts on stage right now. You can see players ready to enter their arena. And as we have mentioned DRG, I also kind of want to talk about Nova as well, to a similar degree, right? We like to call Nova Esports the kings of the absurd. They love running some absolutely crazy, innovative comps. And with Bind coming back into the pool, that's a map where they ran triple initiator before. So as we've got these players coming out onto the stage now, let's talk about them a bit more. Monk being one of the players on this team that has kind of excelled in the mid rounds alongside CB, where they've kind of felt like this really interesting supportive core. Do we feel like there's any other names on Nova that we should be talking about more and watching more as this series goes on?
That duo is obviously one of the big ones, and that's who you kind of want to be focusing on for a lot of this. But you know what? I'm a typical, you know, basic girl, and I do love me a duelist. So I'm obviously going to be looking out for Swirl and seeing, you know, how he's going to be playing today, and if he's, you know, continuing to have good synergy with the team. We've seen a bit of an interest in Neon on quite a few of these maps as well. And one of my big talking points is always about how Neon can be such a good agent, but it requires so much from the rest of the team to consistently be setting you up to be there, to make sure that you can get traded, because you're so much faster. And if you are pushing yourself out and not having that support, then it's going to end up being more of a detriment than anything else. So all eyes really on that supportive duo and how they enable Swirl to get the best results.
All right. So for all our analysts watching right now, this is the time to start busting out the epic pen, looking at that minimap, looking for that utility to come through on those executes, because we're going to be expecting big things to allow Swirl to just go in and start clicking heads. And I think this matchup is going to be my favorite of the week, solely because if I don't see one crazy absurd comp today, I'm disappointed. Right? These are the two teams where I feel like triple initiator, you know, no duelist, double senti, double duelist, no controller, like anything is really possible. And now that we've got Dragon Ranger coming out on stage.
Yeah, honestly, anything is on the table, right? And I think it's also important to just kind of talk about the history between these two teams. The fact that they have played against each other a few times, and historically, it's been Dragon Ranger that have come out on top of it. They've won 3 times in their matches, whereas Nova have only won twice. And a slight kind of asterisk on that is that when Dragon Ranger win, it's usually in a 2-0 fashion, but when Nova win, it kind of has to go the distance. All 3 maps, they've only been able to take it in a 2-1 scoreline. So they're fairly evenly matched here. But with some of the changes that we've seen, with the map pool starting to change as well, we know that we've got a brand new map in that we got to see a little bit earlier this week. So I'll be curious to see if that does come out again today, that corrode. So there's a lot of adaptation that needs to come through here. And I think for Nova, there's a bit of a point to prove, because both of these teams made playoffs. They had very similar score lines. But if you look on paper, DRG are probably the favorites here. And I'm not talking about following your heart and maybe reading a bit deeper than what's on the surface. Surface level, for most people, Dragon Ranger are probably the favorite in this one. So for Nova, I think it's going to be a bit of a point of pride.
I think you're absolutely right in calling Dragon Ranger the favorites. I think history would show it. I think even in some cases, the form coming out of stage 1 would show that too. But I mentioned there's just some aura around Nova coming into this stage. I love the way that they operate. I think the showing that they had at EVO was a little bit surprising, and I think that they can carry that momentum. I have Nova winning this series in our caster predictions for Project Horizon. So I think there is some potential here. Fist bumps across the stage. We're gonna get this thing going. I'm so ready to see what the map selects are. Do you have any little predictions for what maps we're going to be seeing?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We know that recently Dragon Ranger have looked pretty good on Bind, though they haven't played it a whole hell of a lot. And when I say recently, I'm talking like this year. It was a few months ago. So it's not like it's super, super recent. So we'll see if they're still kind of feeling comfortable bringing something like that to the table. But it is the strongest map that they have statistically. Whereas if you go ahead and look at Nova, for them, it's more of like a Haven lean. Unfortunately, a map that they've had a lot of success on is no longer in the pool. So they're not really going to be able to lean on that as heavily. And I mentioned we had Corrode on day one. It was a bit of a curveball pick. It didn't go the way that was hoped. I suppose it's not even worth talking about because we will not have it. In fact, I was so busy thinking about the stats, I didn't even see that it was on our screen. None of the maps that I spoke about. Oh wait, no, that's Ascent. Never mind. None of the maps that I thought would come through. That's disappointing.
I feel very happy. I feel like my Icebox background has been vindicated here. Thank you. Fair. Thank you, Nova. I actually thought that the Icebox was going to be a Dragon Ranger pick. I feel like they love playing on Icebox. They kind of treat it as almost like a secondary playground for them. Doesn't come through. They opt for Lotus instead for map 1 to start off the series. Nova decide to pick in to Icebox as map 2, and then if we need it, it's gonna be Ascent on map 3. I feel pretty solid for Dragon Ranger here. If you're looking at this veto, this feels like them all the way.
Yeah, sometimes you kind of have that I suppose it's a bit of a crutch phrase, winning in the veto. But sometimes that really is the case. And if you look at how, performances have been across the board, then maybe that does lean a little bit further into that. But now taking a look at these compositions, and okay, you said it was the wacky comp matchup. You know what? I'm not going to talk about the Waylay because I don't want to. Instead, I'm going to talk about the double duelist, the Neon and the Yoru, because while neither of them is a race on Lotus, I think that they both actually have some merit. Now, you're not having as much space denial as you have with things like a paint shell, but you have a lot of mobility, a lot of rotational possibility. The stuns from Neon can really help with getting early control either towards rubble or towards mound, and that can help really facilitate some of those aggressive plays. So I don't hate the duelist lineup. The breach is certainly an agent.
I'm not gonna lie, I like the breach. I like the breach on Lotus after seeing it a while, especially over in the Americas and in North America. You see breach as this agent that allows teams to really fight for that extremity space on the defense really, really effectively. It's interesting that on the side of Dragon Ranger, they're not running any info, right? You don't have the fade to really help you in those mid rounds, but you still have the breach, so you can kind of just go about your days of fighting. It's gonna be a really interesting brawl-heavy idea from Dragon Ranger as they're set up for this A main fight. Nova on the other side, you've got CB and you've got Monk. 3 up mid, going straight towards B. As they are here, alongside Guang and Swirl. There's that refract already out. Into the site they go. Plant immediately from CB, and it's going to be a full 5-on-5 retake for DRG.
5v5 retakes are never ideal, but there you go. Nova will instantly turn that into a 5 versus 4 as Swirl gets caught on the rotate. A beautiful flash that Ackerman can swing off of, getting 2 for himself. Guang's going to try to trade it back, but unfortunately, Ackerman just that much better. Perfect retake despite being numbers down.
Yeah, I think we're going to start to see the goal for DRG throughout this half on this defense, which is going to be, we're going to fight for space early, give up the sites, and then focus on the retakes, right? You have so much power in running the double duelist and the breach to take space that if you just focus on the action of taking instead of keeping, you're going to find a lot more value, and Ackerman proves it perfectly. Nice little 3K there on the retake. Nick comes in as well with those assists. It's looking beautiful. And now they get that anti-eco, and you can see double outlaws on the board. Vukashu and Spirit's going to be able to hold down the B and C, while A main being the focus early. Ackerman wants to go active and immediately starts things off. Flexing as well, gets one with the judge, but Ezir at the very least gets a little bit of damage done. 3 on the classics. Picks up that Spectre, but only 2 bullets means Spirits can clean things up with that Outlaw. And it's not at all clean, but it's still around going to DRG.
Yeah, I mean, that is a solid eco for Nova. Getting 3 kills, I think it's crazy that they don't even clock that the Omen may have teleported, so he just gets way more value than he really has any right to. But that's a lot of economic damage done. That's a huge boon for them. They got the judge off the board. Okay, the Outlaws were still maintained, and they could have maybe collected... Nope, they didn't. So the judge remains on the floor. So fairly large reinvestment here as well, bringing in the Bucky and a Bulldog. DRG feeling very confident in their ability to maintain this lead.
Feeling really good, but so is Swirl off the swing. Takes out Vukashu immediately over towards that C site, and that completely opens things up. Nice little mid-round kill from Monk there on the rotate. Takes out a pushed out Spirits. CB is going to be able to stick that plant. Nova, a 5 versus 3 for this post plant.
Crazy, just absolutely outplaying those Outlaws just with rifles. 2 big pieces off the board. This retake, but part of me wonders, do you even go for this? Now, you are still going to have money into the next round, so perhaps you can afford to get a little bit cheeky, and that's exactly what Ackerman's going to do.
Yeah, they figure you're saved up. You have that overdrive already thrown in. Ackerman on the swing and Flexin with 2 of his own means that it's now a 1 versus 2. Flexin in Mound tries to swing in, but Ezir is calm in the moment. Locks it in, and Nova can finally pick up that first round.
I'm unconvinced that the Waylay, sorry, not the Waylay, the Neon Ultimate was worth it, right? And purely because the chances of you winning that round, while they did increase exponentially as you were retaking, they were still incredibly slim. And it's one of those really awkward situations, because if it had worked out, we'd all be going, yeah, that was totally worth it. You know, they won the round, everything's great, hallelujah, but they didn't. And so instead of saying that, we're going, was it really worth it? The one caveat to that is that Ackerman built that up in like 2 rounds, so should be able to get that back up again really quickly. Not going to be too concerned with having spent that. Guns into this round, now they can start building.
Yeah, and it was that A main fight again. You had to see the refracts come out from Guang early there to get out of danger. Spirits, though, pushed up towards C-Mound. If there's no util to help Nova clear this could get ugly. That's the first. A second as well from Spirits. Looks for more and has 3 already. Vukashu still over by this C site, and so Swirl and CB need to have the mid-round of a lifetime to try and dig their way out of this 2v4. And with Flexion spotting the info of CB, just going to give DRG that much more power here. Holding with the judge over towards A main. CB could climb right into this, get his head knocked clean off. Oh, there's the hold. That's 1. Stun goes in. Swirl's just trying to B-hop away, trying to maybe potentially save the rifle, get at least 1. That's good. Finds a second as well for 3, but 1 versus 4 is just a bit too much to ask for from Swirl, even though we know how good he is.
Yeah, I mean that's a really tight position to be in. You've lost the majority of your team very, very early on in the round. Now you have to try to adjust. And to be fair, they kept it relatively close, but that doesn't really make the hugest of differences. There's still enough of a gap in the economy that they could potentially capitalize. But if it does start turning into a snowball, then this could become a real problem. For Dragon Ranger, it's a great turnaround after losing that previous round. They absolutely shut this down. And look at how they changed their setup. What? Oh, that's
okay.
disgusting.
Was that through the smoke? Vukashu finds that kill.
Yep.
And then another one from Spirits. I mean, Nova, it's just a Hail Mary out towards C. Sure, CB's able to find one, but you're going to need 4 more to pull this round through and to the other end. Jump out of the smoke, trying to isolate a kill onto Nick. You do swing around and get Spirits, but there is one sitting in water. 2 out from Mounds now. 3 bullets and not enough time. Ackerman slides in, starts building towards that overdrive yet again. And DRG, they're looking strong here.
So far, so good. I will say, I think that judge is eventually going to become a liability. I'm not sure that I agree with buying into it every single round, but I say that as a precursor because so far, so good. It really has been putting up just exactly what it needs to. And what I was trying to say about DRG is I love that they play so dynamic. They've changed up a lot of their setups from round to round, constantly kind of keeping Nova on their toes a little bit. And I think that's made it so much more difficult. Now for Nova, a slew of ultimates to work with. Guns on board as well. They need to make something happen in this round.
Especially because if you don't, and you commit those ultimates, and then you fall back on nothing afterwards, DRG, they're looking to run away with this half. 7, 8, 9 rounds. Double digits wouldn't even be out of the question at a 7-1 scoreline. So Nova, they want to try and get something done here. A little immediate dink, but Guang uses that refract. Still gets taken out by Spirits, though. CB here trying to find something in between off the paint shells, trying to swing in. Still nothing found. Ackerman able to get away scot-free, just taking a little bit of damage. Means the pressure's going to be on for Monk to try and make something happen here over towards A main.
What I was talking about, playing off of the utility, right? Perfect B main control there, and it forces Nova to have to completely flip the script. And now they've got Cypher on the A site. Like, would you expect that sort of a change-up so early on in this half? Maybe, but if they're thinking that Cypher is over towards C, they could struggle here.
Oh, Nightfall and Showstopper out on B. The rotation's being called, and Nova wants to hit this site. Nick, though, sits pretty and finds one. Ackerman as well. There is at least one trade, so it turns into a 2-on-3, and Ackerman, at such a low HP, needs to give up the site. Steel Garden goes out just to buy a little bit more space, and CB takes the swing. It evens up the numbers, and it's 2 rifles online for Nova. They start to play in towards water as the retake gets started from the other 2 angles for DRG. They're ready. Vukashu on the hold. There's the smoke and the tap. They know it was a fake, though. They don't need to start spamming just yet. This one's unknown, though, so Monk goes for that initial spray. Arc Rose just to try and buy a little bit of time. Still, the spike hasn't been halved yet. Nova, they're playing it patient, and it's starting to pay off, but now Flexine is committing to the stick, and Vukashu is just holding all the while. DRG, they get it right under CB's nose, and they grab a 5-1 lead.
That's a great pivot. I was expecting them to go over towards A, but instead they push through Hobbit instead, and they take full B control, and it's a little bit scrappy. But here's the important caveat for that round. They had to use 3 ultimates to make it happen, and it was still very close. Like, it was very touch and go either way. So that is a little bit of a concern. And then still to not win out the round. Like, there is so much to break down into that, but ultimately it's Nova losing a round that they needed to win. Now onto pistols, 2 ultimates. Good opener onto Ackerman, but this being an eco means that realistically a bit of econ damage is the best that they can hope for. And this late into the half, does it even make a difference?
Especially when Spirit sits right here and goes for this swing. Even if he's blinded, he has that gate crash to get right on out of there. It's a fair bit of damage onto Swirl, too. A sort of spearhead for this team. Guang does have a hero rifle here. You could see a little bit of damage, but overall, DRG looking to try and take the 6 just fine. And that first kill onto Ezir. It's looking good. Flexi now teleports out to Rubble, but CB takes the timing and a nice 2 shots to the head. Means nice 2 kills, and Nova are looking to bust their way into this A site. CB unstoppable in this round to flip it on its head.
This would have to be an absolute miracle run for Vukushu. I don't think there's really a way back into this round for him. So to perhaps just hold on to this gun is the best that he could hope for. I came into this round saying that the best that Nova could hope for was a bit of economic damage. But you know what? My apologies, CB. I was not familiar with your Sheriff game. A little bit of an outrageous way to bring this back into a winnable scenario. And the craziest part is that it's off the back of a round that they committed 3 ultimates into and couldn't win. So they get into this next round, and all it took was a little bit of fancy shooting from one of the players to get a few nasty headshots to survive being fired in on while reloading, still being able to get the gun out and confirm that shot. Just outrageous. Yeah, respect where it's due. That's a round that they needed sorely, and they have managed to pull it in. But DRG now with 4 ultimates. It's them that have absolutely everything to use in this round.
Oh, and it's a massive crawl at B to start things off. Ackerman does get taken down on that little pincer play over towards C, and that's another push. Nick wants to commit to the push, but it's a complete mow down. The tempo change from DRG did not phase Nova at all as they climbed to a 3rd.
Yeah, it almost felt like that was something that Nova were kind of prepared for. It's almost like, oh, you're playing regular holds? That's weird. How do we deal with that? Oh, you're running at us? Yeah, we're just gonna shoot you. And it wasn't even necessarily that they were playing for aggression. They were taking space. They all got flashed. Like, every single one of them was blind there, and still they managed to win that one out. So a bit of a spicy one, no matter how you look at it. But now Nova have broken DRG's economy. Suddenly, they're in with a way back into this half.
Not only do they have a way back into the half, they also have, you know, an opportunity here on this eco to really kind of cement their own economy, right? Try and keep this round as clean as possible. But you do have Ackerman with this sharpshooting Marshall over towards A main, as well as a, you know, supportive breach to help really get the fight going. You want to see Nova some point make a little bit of a power play. They do have 2 players over towards C as the trap play is being done for DRG. Oh, this could be scary. CB, if you're not aware and you get caught out, this would not be the time to do it. You'd give over that Vandal.
I like the slower setup as well. It's kind of a pseudo stack because obviously it's a 3 and 2. Leaving B completely open for full retake. But now, unfortunately, the entirety of Nova have pushed through here. Into 3 players, this could be good eco.
Oh, this could be dangerous. Flexine uses that shadow step into the double stacked crates. Tries to get more than one, but can only get away with the kill onto CB. So overall, it's still the Rifles maintaining their supremacy against DRG. A 2 versus 4 for Ackerman and Nick.
An expected round win. I think a little bit of extra damage here would be great if possible. Seemingly unlikely. I do just want to point out, so we have had it confirmed that CB is also the IGL of this roster, which I love. Honestly, I think that being able to...
Whoa,
what the hell, Ackerman?
Nice little 2 on the exit.
I was saying that, like, economic damage was unlikely. Bro just went ahead and got 2. Sure, fair enough, I suppose. Would have been extra spicy if he'd been able to snag a rifle and then somehow get away, but completely denied. Yeah, I think a fragging IGL is always a feather in the cap, especially in a map like this where you're really struggling. In fact, it's usually maps like this where your IGL tends to kind of fall off a little bit because they're focusing so heavily on trying to bring things back, on trying to, like, figure out how to fix things. So when an IGL can still step up despite the fact that they're struggling as a team and can still put up numbers and kind of help guide them into a more winning position, because this is the first time out that we're taking. That recovery... Yeah, and that recovery was all on CB and making these kind of micro adjustments during the rounds and not bringing in those coaches. So CB is actually clearly doing a phenomenal job.
And that's one of those things as well when you're talking about CB in the mid rounds. What I love that he does as an IGL is the kind of willingness he has to just take the space himself, right? You have two duelists, but you're still going to be the one who's accepting, okay, I'm away from the duelists right now, I'm away from the action. I or Monk need to take a timing here to try and get something active. They did just that in that initial eco that they won, where CB snowballed into getting a 3K, and it was off the back of taking that timing, advancing just a little bit, and taking those two shots with that Sheriff, winning those two, bringing those rifles over to the rest of the team. Just immense value that you get in those small decisions from CB, and it now puts them in a spot where they have potential to tie up the map here. It's this initial run out, fight being taken. Guang has to fall back, but Swirl is here though, gets taken out by Akamen. Another one that falls the way of DRG, but Guang and Monk can respond in kind with 2 apiece. And there's another from Guang as well, turns things into the 3-on-2 numbers, now back in favor of Nova. Vukashu and Spirits need to rotate in, and Guang is on a heater. Another headshot for this Waylay.
Kind of devastating to come off the back of a timeout and to still not be able to turn things back around. You're going again for that aggressive play, and to be fair, it starts off looking relatively good, getting a few kills there, but Guang, as you said, goes absolutely nuclear. Now Spirit, who has had some exceptional multi-kills prior, has to do it alone. No backup, 1 versus 3.
Nothing but a decoy on the utility belt. Nothing but a Vandal in hand. Not going to lead you to a round when dry peeking like that. Monk able to take your head, clean off your body. And we're back in a tie game for the first time since the map started. This is a Nova that is revitalized compared to the start of this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it just comes down to, you know, kind of reading into a strange comp, because when a team rolls out with a comp that you're not expecting, you can really get, you know, a little bit wobbly because you don't really know how it's going to play necessarily. But they've managed to figure it out quite nicely. That lack of info gain is something that they can really abuse, and it's allowed them to kind of hit the accelerator on so many of these takes, much like this.
Swirl does get caught up by the trap wire. Thankfully, no kills to come off the back of the showstopper. So it's just going to be a plant for Nova. Full 5-on-5 retake. And the only real weaponry you have to worry about is the Guardian from Spirits on the other side. DRG, they're going to have a rough lay of the land here. But that's the opening engagement here. Going to be a rough little retake. Just waiting for some sort of an overstep. But Nova are not giving it away.
Wow, that's quite an investment in anti-eco, but not willing to take any chances. Neon shut down once again, and while Spirits is good for 1, Vukashu with 1 extra, little bit of damage, an ultimate invested, but Nova will even out the scoreline.
And there we go. Nova now at a lead. The first time in this map, they finally grab themselves that all-important 6th round, especially when you're talking about the attack side of Lotus, right? Vukashu not being a factor, kind of getting played around. We haven't really seen the push into a Vukashu anchor deep into the site where he's able to get around and get these kills. It's not really been happening. So for Nova, this is a dream scenario, and these 1-for-1 trades in the early round means DRG can't really snowball any sort of a momentum here. Utility gonna be used. Swirl has to dodge the aftershock, but unfortunately just can't get away from it. Nick and Ackerman each finding ones of their own, but CB lines them all up and knocks them all down. 3 on the round, looking for more, still gonna be able to stick that spike. Cam goes off in the post plant. And the Vandal now online. It has to be the swing, and Vukashu there in the late round. We asked for him to come online, and there it is in the 1v1. It ties us up, and that means we're going into the half at a clean slate 6-all.
Oh, all right. That got a little bit close for comfort, it felt like, for Dragon Ranger. I mean, they had an absolute slammer in those first 6 rounds, only conceding 1. And then suddenly, Nova just activate. And it takes them a long time to kind of find their footing again. But it was a really solid retake, all things considered. You know, generally speaking, you don't really go for those B hits in full rifle rounds. You don't really want to give over that possibility. Most of them were kind of in anti-ecos where Nova knew that they had a huge advantage. So you can kind of leverage that really well for yourselves. This time around, however, not going to be the case. I had to deal with a full set of rifles, some really solid retake utility. So well done to Dragon Ranger for bringing that back. But here's the real question, right? Because I feel like a lot of their suffering in that had come from the fact that they didn't have a lot of info for retakes. Obviously, info for attacks is super important, and it's going to force them to have to play a little bit more one-dimensionally. They're going to have to kind of, they're either going to be doing a lot of contacting, or they're just going to be super aggressive and explosive. But I think that that could actually play well into them. The problem is that there's some really good retake utility. So if Nova opt to just play off-site and play retake, or perhaps, you know, play for some early picks and then go for retake scenarios, this could still turn out devastating. It's feeling a little bit like a coin flip here.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing. I almost feel like DRG are going to play for a bit more than just the site, right? Like, they have such good opportunities to take space that they might take a site, get the plant down, and keep pushing, right? Almost take the retake to Nova.
Looking forward to seeing how this next half is going to go. I did actually quite enjoy that little cam, like the it's not really a handshake. What do you call
it's
that?
Like the
it's not a
spray in the
handshake.
game.
It's a, you know, but what I'm saying is that the actual motion, like, it's not actually a handshake, but it's like a what is that?
I don't know. I would have just called it a handshake, like a grasp almost. Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Okay,
it's like a brotherly grasp. I don't.
Well, let's jump into our second half here. Yeah. Enough of that waffle. We'll see how this.
Aside.
All right.
We're about shooting in this game, okay? It's about Guang pushing down into Mound, taking some shots over towards DRG, and you know, for as active as they were on the defense, it's felt pretty passive. Now that DRG's on the attack, waiting, trying to see what'll happen off of these smokes. There's that cyber cage to go through. It's going to be that light speed away out of Mound for Guang as he falls back towards that C site. DRG, they really haven't found much in terms of space here in the first half of the round.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was kind of saying about needing to contact up quite a bit. They did entirely dodge that haunt, but with a bit of jump spotting, CB can realize, all right, the rotation has happened. A flying neon will call in that rotation. Can DRG still make this happen?
Seas goes out just to buy a little bit of time. Let Spirits be the only one who's allowed to explore out of tree. Rotates do start to come in. You do have Monk here sitting in stairs waiting for a timing, but there is a Vukashu on the other end, but Monk doesn't care. Comes in and right clicks while Ackerman gets 2 on the site. It means that Nick is able to clean up Ezir as well. And now a 2 versus 4. You do have Swirl, who's already dropped in. Takes that first on Deflexion. Looks for more. Nick gets damaged up a little bit. Guang on this rotate, outbreakable. Looks for a little bit more value. Guang is really going to be the maker here. Tries to get that first on to Nick. And is going to start trying to find Spirits as well over towards Heaven. That's that kill on the Swirl, but Guang is there immediately for the trade. It's now just a 1v1. Guang v Ackerman. Guang goes looking, and the swing from Ackerman is good off the slide. And DRG, they've done it again. They've taken that pistol round.
I love the setup that we had there as well between the two duelists, right? So you've got Ackerman in tree, being super patient, and he knows that he can be because he's got a teammate that's in an elevated position and can call something if they see it. So he doesn't need to get antsy. He doesn't need to like peek unnecessarily. He can just chill. Once Spirits goes down, that's when he knows, okay, now I have to actually activate. So it does get a little bit dicey in that trade, bringing it to a 1-for-1, but having the Neon in that final moment, being able to use that mobility, huge boon.
Oh, Flexi and just full confidence taking the fight to Swirl there. Ackerman wants to do something similar here with the Judge. Sits in the smoke. Waits to see if CB will get a bit aggressive. See if they'll make a play. Not going to be the case. It's Nova trying to take a timing here on the other side of this breakable door. Ezir is here and waiting. Spirits, though, crawled in towards tree. CB's now gone, thanks to Nick. Monk has to fall back into the site. You can't really take this. The paranoia to just buy a little bit more time. Wait for these rotates. Monk fully blinded, stunned as well. There's that initial kill from Ackerman. And with Spirits getting another off the Guardian, Ezir, at this point, you're just hoping for some form of a kill, and it doesn't go your way.
This is much better from Dragon Ranger than what we saw in the first half, right? Because the first half, they also won pistol and conversion, but they lost 3 players to win that conversion. This time around, it's super clean, and they're playing a much slower style. They do give over a bit of info as they're making their way up, but it's looking very clean. However, we are just 2 rounds in. So the real question is going to come into this next round when we have some guns available for Nova, when they actually have something to make these retakes a little bit chunkier, because a lot of what enabled DRG was the sheer amount of utility they had to kind of stun, flash, deny. This time, however, they've lost a key proponent very early on in the round.
Not only have they lost that key proponent, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get it back, right? You have Nova on some very good guns, but you don't really have that space taker anymore from Spirits. You have to hope for some sort of a, you know, Ackerman insane slide kill, something to get you going. And now that you've lost Flexing as well, no smokes, no way to isolate angles, Nova, they feel like they're in a prime position to take this round.
And I just love that they play this so patiently, right? You're not getting overly eager, overly aggressive unnecessarily. Let them walk into you. They don't have anything to find early information. They're never going to know where you are or what you're doing unless they flush you out with the most perfect set of utility imaginable. So instead, they play safe, they play chill. Now, it looks like it will likely have to be a retake in towards A. We'll see how much CB can get here.
CB takes that timing out towards Breakable with the first onto Vukashu, looking for more, but Nick is there, and Ackerman as well with a shot onto a rotating Guang. Now puts things into that 2-on-2, 10 seconds remain. Nick has to run it all the way to B. There's just barely gonna be time left, and Ackerman tries to take a timing himself, gets that kill onto Monk, and just barely with half a second remaining. No! They were out of time! The spike went down just a bit too late.
And it's heartbreaking because Ackerman is doing so much, right? Throwing up the fast lane to deny sightline from Heaven, throwing out the stuns to stop a swing from Connector, then swinging Connector off of that breach flash. And you know what? I think the breach flash was part of the problem. If they hadn't stopped to flash, they may have had the time. But if you don't stop to flash, maybe you get retaken on and you don't even get that plant at all. And then Ackerman sprints over towards Hobbit to make sure that that player can't deny the plant. But it doesn't matter because time was not on their side.
Time looks to be a factor here as well. CB and Ezir both with opening kills on those pistols. The Sheriff doing even more damage. She will use that Outlaw to claim one in return, and these shots from Ackerman are just so good. Ezir, though, still being consistent force with this Sheriff. Forces Monk to 1v2 to try and keep the rounds alive for Nova, to try and tie us back up. Even though Nova won that round, it still forced them down to an eco because of how close it was. And Ackerman smells blood in the water and strikes like a shark for Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say the same thing, right? The fact that even though they won that round, because they lost so many players, because it was so unbearably close, they had no money into this next round. And so it was still just a bit of a walkover for Dragon Ranger. Okay, Dragon Ranger took a few hits themselves in that. These ecos from Nova have been kind of outrageous, but ultimately, a win is a win. Dragon Ranger will put another round into their pocket. 2 ults online here, 2 big ones as well. For Nova, still close, but not quite there.
Now the B site gonna be the focus of Dragon Ranger Gaming early. That's the first kill for CB though. And off the back of the shear, takes this time, re-rotates, goes in for the fight at a better angle, but Vukasu there takes out CB. Rolling Thunder now goes in off the back of the overdrive as well, and a stunned up swirl. Still gonna be able to find the kill onto Ackerman. It looks for more. Flexine swings in off the back of the aftershock and will be able to trade out 1 for 1. A flanking Ezir caught, and now Monk, 1 versus 2. Neural Theft commits the position, and Nick can close things out. It's Dragon Ranger back to winning ways, and they've hit double digits.
Not the first time Monk has been put in a position where he has to 1vx to try and clutch out a round, and unfortunately, it's another one where he just cannot find the space that he needs, can't really isolate those battles, can't win the 1v1s. I will say, so I mentioned this duelist duo, particularly the Neon and the Yoru. I love it. The sheer amount of aggression that you can play off of with that, the rotational ability, the flank setups that you can have, and Dragon Ranger clearly understood the assignment, and they have not really slipped up so far in the second half, except for the one round where they ran out of time. It's looking very good. They forced Nova back down onto another eco, and despite all of the utility that Nova have under their belts, they have not managed to leverage it in any sort of a meaningful way. I think they need to lean a bit more into that stall. With a composition like this, you have to slow it down.
Unfortunately, it doesn't feel like they're going to be able to, at least not in this round. DRG just full out onto this C site. It means it's going to be another retake. You don't have Guang to work with, so you're down in numbers as well. You're down in basically everything, especially with the weaponry being the way it is. Just have to hope for a couple well-placed shots from Monk or Swirl. Ackerman goes for this, takes that opening kill on the Monk. 2 players on this flank here. Vukasu finds the first, looks for a second as well, and it's Swirl who's going to be able to get a nice shot, Ezir as well. 2v3, but ultimately we know where the HP's at. We know what the weaponry was going into this. Any other shots would be nice, and thank you, Swirl, for another. But DRG up to 11.
DRG egoing some of those fights was a little bit hilarious to me because they had no reason to, right? You can just play for time at that point. You can chill, hold on to as many guns as you want, but I suppose there comes a time where you know, it's about sending a message. And the message there was, you know, we're winning this. That's
filthy.
That's the definition of clay pigeon shooting, all right? I use that term a lot, but that was nasty. Perfectly executed on something that really was just whizzing through the sky. And that was the opener, right? That was the thing that they kind of pivoted off of. They had that under their belts and they could kind of springboard off of that. Now Nova taking their first time out, because I think that you give yourself... I mean, some teams, right? I've seen crazy timeouts in like round 2 or 3, which to me is really absurd. But generally speaking, you give yourself 4 or 5 rounds unless you can see that your team are playing absolutely egregious nonsense. And that gives you time to build up a bit of an economy, potentially try and, you know, get some damage done, and you can kind of pinpoint what some of the more nuanced issues are. So I think that that's what Nova have done here. Given themselves a few rounds, checking to see, okay, what can we start to exploit from this comp? Give yourself as much information as possible. The problem is that now it's 2 rounds that DRG need to close out this first map. So for Nova, they can't afford for this timeout to not be effectual, to not get the maximum value humanly possible. Because if they make a mistake here, we're on map point, and likely money is a problem.
You can see the buy. It's there, but there's nothing left in the tank for Nova. Only one person, I think, had over 1K for money. So you really need to try and make this work. You have all 5 ultimates online for Nova. Monk sitting and waiting, trying to find an opener there over by tree. Swirl took that peek into B main as well as CB just starts to jiggle. Dragon Ranger, though, they've made the call. It's to follow Spirits over towards this A site. See what space he can make for Ackerman to fill. A rookie at 24 and 11 in his VCT debut. 50 seconds now. Execute goes in. Dimensional Drift doesn't get popped. Guang rips the head off of Spirits before it can even start. And now it has to be the pivot from DRG. They can't commit to this A site, not anymore. CB uses the Nightfall. Vukashu takes the timing, though, and takes out the IGL for Nova. C site. It's going to be that push from Mound. Ezir takes one. Showstopper goes in as well. Really tries to buy the space, and Nick takes the timing, but Monk hears it. So this A site rotate back. Monk sits ever pretty on the site. 10 seconds now. DRG, they'd have to go now, and the time, it's just too little, too late. They won't have this. Flexine falls, and Ackerman just committed to a save. Any kills at this point are solely consolation. Monk can close it out. 8 on the board for Nova off the back of the timeout. It gives them a chance.
I mean, that's outstanding. Beautiful change of pace from Nova as well. Just playing a lot more slow and a lot more methodical with that one. Doing really well. Like I said, right, it's all about stall. It's all about making sure that those aggressive agents can't actually find any value. But a lot of that also came down to timing, which is crazy, right? Like we saw the Nightfall come through, and as it does, a perfect swing from Vukashu shuts down CB entirely, and the Nightfall doesn't even get anything. There was a bit of information starved there, and they could not really capitalize on that despite. So for Nova, this was such an important round, but it needs to turn into more. It needs to become momentum.
Make magic. Turn 1 round into 2, and turn 2 into more. Nova, they got that opening kill thanks to Muck. Flexian out of this round. Push deep into the back of the site. Around hut. Ackerman goes, swinging up the rope. Just slowly climbing. Gets that kill onto Monk as well. You do have that convergent paths that goes through. Guang trying to find a kill, but no one peeking around. Eventually, CB and Guang will be able to find 2 of their own, but they need just a bit more. And with Spirits flashing out of drop, takes that kill onto Guang. It's a perfect double peek for DRG to find match point on Lotus.
Yeah, this was weird because they go from a round where they play stall to a round where they play retake. And as mentioned, retaking is tough. Yes, you've got a lot of utility to work with, but because of the aggressive nature of this composition, they can get a little bit more kind of in your face, and they have so much rotational ability as well. Look, it does come down to the wire, down to a 1 versus 1. So they kept it close, but close doesn't matter. We're on map point now. 2 ultimates online for DRG. One of them is a Rolling Thunder. There's so much to use here, and they just int? Alright, it's fine. They brought it back.
They're going straight in. Ackerman makes the space. Flexing capitalizes with the picks. And that C site is completely open. 3 versus 4 will be what the retake commands. Rolling Thunder goes out as well. So Swirl is going to have to try and retake from afar. Smoked off are all of these players for Nova. As the plant comes through, CB's going to take a timing out of the smoke, and Flexine's there. Headshots the enemy IGL into oblivion. And now, 2 versus 4. Monk only on a stinger, can swing in, but to no avail. Flexine aces to close things out on Lotus. DRG, they take a commanding 1-0 lead.
on their own map pick as well. Look, that did start to look a little bit touch and go at certain points there, but they had a very, very attack-sided comp. So the fact that they went 6-6 on defense is pretty impressive in and of itself. Only conceded 2 rounds in that second half. And of course, we've got to give flowers to Ackerman, right? You mentioned it. It's VCT debut. And honestly, putting a lot of players to shame in this lobby, even his own teammates to an extent. I do love that we get Flexen acing it out for the final round in that map to just kind of make that statement for DRG as well. A beautiful kickoff for them, but there's a lot of potential here, I feel like, for Nova, right? Like, we came into this saying that DRG on paper were the favorites, but Nova are by no means slacking. I think that they have a lot that they can bring to the table here, and I'm hoping that we see some adaptations on their map picks. This is where they are potentially going to be feeling the most comfortable. The big question mark for me is the fact that Icebox is pretty much a fragger's paradise, and so far it's felt like DRG have definitely had the runaround in terms of fragging potential.
Yeah, and when you talk about DRG, I feel like Ackerman has to be brought to the forefront. His first ever map in VCT, and he drops 25 kills. I mean, the next closest player in the server was Flexing at 18. Was absolutely ridiculous from him, making a statement in his first game. And you talked about Icebox being the Fragger's paradise. Well, if this is what Ackerman was able to do on Lotus, what he's going to be able to do on Icebox, where presumably DRG is going to give him a bit more freedom to go frag out, to go find those kills. I mean, it's just going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite crazy. I do love that we, get that comms check on the final round, and it's the round with that crazy ace. And of course, Ackerman, we've glazed him. People in chat have glazed him. As I understand it, China is glazing him as well. And it's absolutely deserved. MVP of that map. A phenomenal debut from this player. 285 ACS with a 2.0 KDA. That is incredibly impressive stuff coming up against some of the best players in the entire region. And I spoke about how important a Neon support is going to be, like support from the rest of the team to enable the Neon to get value. And that's exactly what we saw throughout this map from Dragon Ranger, right? I mean, there were a lot of times where Ackerman was just playing really well off of his own utility, but also playing off of the team, making sure that, you're swinging those flashes effectively. There's follow-up for those stuns. They were keeping him alive even when he was in danger, making sure that he can kind of live to take some of those fights a bit later on in the map or in the round. Just very, very impressive overall how they played around the Neon.
Yeah, and when we're talking about these rounds, right, the way that DRG played into those late rounds, they snowballed off of their early rounds super effectively, right? Being able to take those opening engagements and then carry that momentum with them, regardless of whether or not they won or lost. Even the adjustments they made, they were just phenomenal out from DRG, and it's part of the reason that Ackerman was able to just show off so effectively.
I think another factor, and this is something that I love to talk about, so we saw it on that graphic very briefly, but that first stat was, it always is, first bloods, all right? Dragon Ranger won 13-8, but they only had 9 first bloods. That means that in 4 rounds, they came into the round as the handicapped team at a huge disadvantage and was still able to stabilize, to make adaptations in the mid round, and to close out the round. I mean, that is such an impressive statistic. The tenacity of a team like that is something that you really cannot overlook. And of course, the inverse can often be true as well. For Nova, they won so many of those first bloods, but weren't able to capitalize. So mid-rounding becomes something that's really, really important, maybe a bit of a sticking point here for this team, and something that I'm going to be looking for as we head into our second map.
And that's just it, right? When you talk about Dragon Ranger, you have to give credit to Spirits as well. We've been praising Ackerman so much, but Spirits being able to go in and just accept the death, for Ackerman to go in and then snowball and find 3. You have to give credit to Spirits, and congrats to Dragon Ranger for picking up that first map. But it is a best of 3, so we have a map 2 and we have a map 3 on the way. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with map 2 of Icebox right after this. Welcome back to VCT CN Week 1, Day 4. It's the last day here in Week 1. My name is Ancient Angel. Here with me is Naori Mizuki. And oh my goodness, Sam, what a map 1 between DRG and Nova. If you looked at the caster predictions for this series, I think you would have expected a different result, but we talked about it going into the series that DRG should be the on-paper favorites to win.
All I'm saying is that 3 of us know what's up. Three of us came into this with the knowledge, all right? Okay, but I have been proven wrong before. And I did also say at the start of the day that when Nova beat DRG, it's always a 3-mapper. So there is certainly a world in which we see this kind of reverse sweep come through. And I think that Icebox is definitely the very arena where we could see that happen. I was taking a look at some of the stats during the break. Dragon Ranger have only played Icebox twice this year, and they have lost it both times, 13-2 and 13-3. And yeah, okay, one of them was against EDG, one of them was against Titan. So it is not a great record for this roster. But Nova have also only played it twice, and they lost it to Tyloo after winning against FPX. So also a bit of a mixed bag, and it's really difficult to draw a lot of conclusions from such a small sample size. So now we can go ahead and take a look at the compositions. Oh, Nova, chef's kiss. Love this for you. DRG, what is going on? What have you guys been cooking?
I think for Nova, this is a wonderful comp. This is what I wanted to see, was Swirl on the Jet. When you're talking about Swirl, the impact that he had back when he played in the Oceania region, right? The Australia, New Zealand type of region, the impact that he had on this Jet, especially on Icebox, is phenomenal. And it's part of the reason that Nova noticed him as a standout player. So now you get him on what feels to be a comfort agent for him. You have a really nice supportive core of Monk and CB, both on those initiators. They can play a bit faster, help Swirl get a little bit more of that information. On the other side of things, for DRG, you're running a Neon on Icebox, right? You're going to keep Akaman on the Neon, which on one hand, you're thinking, that's great. We just saw what he did on Lotus. But on the other, it's Icebox, and you want a little bit of that verticality, and you don't get that as much with the Neon. But you do have Spirits on that Reyna. We know that DRG love running this double duelist setup. They love being aggressive. They love taking these fights on Icebox. And you have that Reyna to do it. We know what Spirits can do. And he's feeling it. So pistol round away. B main fast. Swirl will be the first line of defense for Nova. It's DRG. They're getting hot and heavy on this very cold map. Immediate swings. CB's here to help out Swirl on the engagement. Dizzy goes out, but the shot is good for Spirits. That's the opening kill going the way of DRG. Monk here. Now to help in tow. Swirl gets that frag back and another as well onto Flexine, and they fall away. So they keep the numbers 4 versus 3 going into this mid round. Spike yet to be planted. Wingman goes out. And there's going to be that plant. High Tide falls. Swing in. Nick takes care of Guang over towards Snowman. And it's now that 3-on-3. Players suppressed from the 0 point. Swirl swings in. Monk on the tap forces some peeks, but it's still shots from Nick and Vukashu looking good and dusted. Vukashu, nice little 2-piece to end things out, and Dragon Ranger pick up the first.
A little bit of hope there for Nova, just in the fact that Monk was kind of playing aim labs, dealing with all of those flashes that were coming through. It was kind of nasty how clean he was with it, keeping vision available for the team, but despite that, still able to get in, still able to get that plant and hold that post plant absolutely perfectly. Now, didn't get a moment to say this earlier, but I must admit I'm still a bit of a Sage purist on this map. I think that is still a very strong agent, but I know she's not as much fun. So that's kind of why I lean a little bit more into Nova's comp here, just because I think that it's the closest to a, you know, purist style of comp. But for DRG, as you said, right, 2 very impactful duelists, but neither of which have any verticality. So there's going to be a lot of space taking and kind of running around like crazy. And I think that's why they go for the second duelist, so that they've got more crazy firepower. Again, we mentioned that this is more of a frag heavy map, so they clearly are leaning into that fact.
Because of the push from Swirl over towards B, it's a full stack of 4 over towards A, and they try and hold as good as they can, but still the weaponry on DRG is just too much. All 4 fall, and now it's just Swirl alone on the flank, trying to make some magic. Feels like a round done and dusted.
I think for Swirl, there's really not much more that can get done here. A little bit of damage would be quite nice. But we are seeing very similar to what we saw on our previous map, right? We're seeing that pistol round going in favor of DRG. This is their third pistol. It's the third time that they'll get the conversion as well. But it's only the second time that they come through the conversion round with a little bit more held over from the previous round. Obviously, the first round on Lotus, it was a bit of a wash. They won the round, but they had to heavily reinvest in the third, and off the back of that, that kind of gave over that first round that Nova was able to take advantage of. So this time around, keeping it nice and clean, holding onto the vast majority of those weapons, which means that heading into this next round, they should still be feeling relatively comfortable. Nova really struggling at the moment, and again, I think it's a similar situation that we saw on Lotus, where you've got this aggressive, explosive composition. You need to be slowing it down. Trying to play for retake, you're going to struggle to find the space that you need. Even with all of the flashes and mollies in the game, you need to slow it down. Stop them from getting in the first place.
And DRG want none of that. They heard slow it down, and they start laughing over towards this B site. Nick takes that first pick, and there's the swarm being summoned. Already out towards yellow is the rest of DRG. Ackerman and Spirits trying to take a couple fights here, but nothing being given away just yet. Has to be Monk, has to be CB. Taking an opportunity. There's the flash drive going out. No picks being given. No peeks being taken. 50 seconds on the clock. And still, there's no plant coming through just yet. A spam through the smoke takes care of Ackerman. That's a huge power player down for DRG. They need a little bit more, though. Cove goes out, and Monk spams down Flexine off the peak. And CB and Monk, they combine. The initiator duo gives Vukashu alone 9 HP, an outlaw out of bullets, and a body out of health. They take that first round, and they only lose Swirl.
Oh man, that flex and peak was so unfortunate. It's interesting that no one is checking Snowman though. Like there's no sightline. Everyone is checking in towards mid for some reason, and that's kind of why he eventually ends up dying there, because the timing on it just was not, you know, as good as it needed to be. I suppose Nick was meant to be doing that, but wasn't looking at just that precise moment. So the timing, the coordination wasn't exactly where it needed to be. Nova, however, I mean, they don't care how they did it. Fact is, they did it. A round on board for them. Now they can start to try to pivot. Economy not an issue just yet, unlike what we saw earlier in the day. So still very much doable for them to kind of maintain this. And I like that they did a really good job of slowing things down. Denied the plant entirely. That's what we need.
By that plant. Keep the money game looking strong for yourselves. CB takes an early fight over towards mid. Does get some chip damage done onto Spirits. Has to fall away. And Swirl up towards this attack-sided nest. This could mean something. Especially now that CB's fallen. You need to make some value here. You get some chip damage done to Ackerman. Now just 11 HP for that Neon. 0 point does get destroyed, so again, this A site's still going to be tested, but with 3 players here for Nova, this is a defense that's about to be broken through as you're able to trade out Swirl with that kill onto Ackerman, but Spirits and Flexine both still here, both still looking good, and Nick, nice little 3-piece to clean things up, and DRG, 3-1 lead. This feels like Lotus repeat about to get started.
Yeah, I mean, this was my concern with this map, right? Frag is paradise, and DRG, a lot of those, you can actually see a lot of them, so the individual fights, DRG are winning those, you know, when they're not getting caught with their backs turned. And then the fact that they're able to isolate so many of those duels, and on top of that, they tend to swing off of each other really well. So Nova, it feels like there's a lot of gaps that need to be plugged here in the coordination.
Oh my god, Ackerman. Just going faster, why don't you? The rest of DRG will be there to back you up. 4 kills in 15 seconds, make it 5. DRG wrap up the 5th round in just 15 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about sending a message, right? It was an anti-eco, and they were just like, yep. We're gonna deal with this.
Nothing new.
Great, and again, it's another round of perfect coordination for. So you've got the Neon running in like crazy, but the rest of the team are holding angles. So even though he's instantly traded out, you have 2 other players that are instantly able to not only trade you, but to follow up with even more kills. DRG back in the driver's seat, and as you said, very much looking like a bit of a mirror of our first map.
Oh, Akaman. Another opening kill, this time on to CB. IGL for Nova out of the picture now. Kill the majority of this Nova defense over towards this A site. Still going to be a challenge, or at least on paper. But DRG, they've run into this exact stack before, and there hasn't been any sort of a fight from Nova. Through the toxic screen, Spirits finds another. Monk will be able to trade out. Still, the plant goes through, and Spirits just rips apart Nova piece by piece. Wong, a 1v4, no initial peaks, and Vukashu eventually does get the info. It closes it out, and DRG, I mean, we talked about their Icebox. We talked about how good it was, at least in years before.
I mean, you know what? When you have players that can play like this, you want to play double duelist? Sure, fair enough. I mean, jeez. Take every advantage you possibly can. Now, very, very early on, we have a timeout being taken. Remember, on map 1, Nova were able to turn things around kind of purely off of CB's calling in that first half. This time around, they need to get the coach involved because they are really struggling. And the crazy thing to me is that a lot of it is the same concept as what they had on Icebox, but I think sometimes when you're in the moment, you can become a little bit too bogged down with, you know, this is what we talked about in prac, this is what we rehearsed, you know, these are the plays that we practice, this is how we want to do our retakes, and sometimes you kind of struggle to make those adaptations on the fly because you're so invested in the plan that you've made, and sometimes deviating from that plan can be difficult. It's a similar issue when it comes to things like mid-rounding, which we know that Nova had really struggled with in that first map. So get the coaches involved, give them a bit of a reminder, like, guys, we need to slow this down a bit. And I know that it can be a bit more difficult, but they have a fairly grounded comp. They don't really have a flying crazy comp. So the Molotovs, the flashes that you have, they can create a ton of space. You just have to be kind of communicating with one another that little bit better, coordinating that util usage, swing off of one another, and you can slow this down. They proved that on that previous map, and while they didn't get the perfect results, we know that they have the potential.
Potential can only get you so far without execution, and there's Swirl executing Vukashu immediately in round number 7. Puts the pedal to the metal. Is aiming for the gold. Wong looking to take the next fight here over towards mid. Off the back of the turret, but Flexine gets one better. Evens up the numbers here, 4-on-4. And that's going to be a gap in mid for Nova. They have to worry about it now. A Thrash committed as well. CB does clear it out, but it's still this A-site execute, and now there's no one to stop this plant from going through. You do have a null command being used, but with Ezreal finding that pick onto Flexine, it's going to make Nova think about going for this a bit earlier than expected. Thrash now to come through as well from CB. All this suppression, all this detainment, as Monk and Azir continue to find kills. Nick gets damaged down by the fragment nade, and Swirl is there on top of 410. It took them a little bit of time, and there's Swirl standing up. Statements being made. Nova is not rolling over just yet.
All right, that was really good. I mean, it's not exactly the solution that I had anticipated, but getting that first early kill makes a massive difference. You said mid became a bit of a problem for them, so what do? They pull back, they make sure that they have presence towards mid, not necessarily that it's reinforced, but that they are able to respond and react quickly if they need to. It is, again, a little bit more retakey, but they've got some really good utility to work off of to kind of enable that. Beautiful retake from them. Bit of an expensive one, however, but perhaps it's exactly what they needed to get that bit of momentum going.
The momentum for DRG, it's just about being fast. Overdrive out onto the site in full effect. They wanted to go fast into this. They've taken that space. Plant does get denied thanks to the swarm grenade. Eventually, Nick will be able to stick that spike down onto the B site. CB able to get Ackerman, but not before being traded out. And Spirits with 2 keeps the numbers firmly in DRG's hands. With time ticking away now. A 3-on-3 as Vukashu gets activated over towards that yellow position. 2-on-2. Nick finds Monk. And now, with 1 player remaining in his ear, can't find anything of value. DRG 6-2. That 1 round from Nova meant nothing to them.
I mean, Spirits has honestly been doing so well with this Reyna utility. That dismiss can actually be so oppressive, just in the fact that you're able to survive in situations that you probably shouldn't have. It allows you to take fights, to take more fights later on. It's another solid round, yeah, and it's an instant reply of, yes, okay, you guys have figured out how to stall and how to retake a bit stronger. We're just going to make our utility that much more oppressive. Go back to the B site where they're getting crazy amounts of value and make it super difficult for those retakes to actually come to fruition.
There's more though. Wong has to play over towards Snowman with this classic. Hoping for a lucky timing. If that, as this B-site plant goes down without a hitch. Nick grabs it. There's that nice little use of the thrash there. As Monk falls, thanks to Spirits. Nova, this just feels impossible for them. They'd have to move mountains to get this done, and Spirits, ever stable over towards Snowman, just swings in. Nothing found on the Blade Storm from Swirl. It's a flawless anti-eco for DRG as they are pushing 7.
Yeah, it's crazy to me just how much respect they give to Nova's ecos, right? I get that we know that Nova's ecos can be pretty outrageous. They had some really solid rounds with it, but to invest the thrash into that, it's good though. It shows that you're not willing to take any unnecessary risks. I mean, they didn't throw crazy amounts into that one little thrash. They've still got Empress online. They're really close to a lockdown, so it's not like it was a massive overinvestment, and it did just confirm their stake here. A 5-round lead, a half that is even down the middle is not possible, as we saw earlier. And with the momentum that DRG have managed to build up here, I'm not even convinced Nova are going to be able to make this close.
I would tend to agree. Between Ackerman on map 1 and Spirits here on map 2, DRG just looks so good, and Nick as well, also having a really nice performance on the Gecko.
It's good to see Nick like really activating as well, because he was kind of quiet on that first map. So,
sure.
And I'll be honest, I don't love the breach on Lotus. So on a Gecko on Icebox, oh man, there's so much that you can do.
Yeah, it was interesting because what I saw from Nick's utility was phenomenal, but you know, this feels like a more step up in the fragging department for him, and that's what you want to see, especially if Ackerman is going to slowly get online as well. Nice little shot on the drop for Spirits. Takes care of a falling Monk. And Swirl and Guang, they can try and get a little active, but there's still Ackerman on the other end of things. It's now a 2-on-2. Lockdown committed to buy a little bit more time, but Swirl in his ear. They lock it in. A quick retake to bring Nova back into the swing of things. Swirl back to getting hype.
This is
phenomenal
crazy.
hype man for this team.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy though, because like Monk dies in the same place where he always is. Killjoy dies towards Snowman, where she always is. We've got somebody dying up in towards Kitchen. I don't recall who it was, but again, like a lot of these positions are insanely telegraphed, and DRG managed to take a lot of advantage of that, but unfortunately they do lose some of these fights outright. And of course for Nova, they're going to be feeling so good about how that round went, because it gives them a little bit of room to breathe, and they baited out a lockdown. The impatience from DRG to pop the lockdown and then just randomly swing stuff. Like, slow down, take the time. Yes, it's an aggressive composition, but you give over so much unnecessarily.
Swirl looks for that opening pick and takes out the raid boss of Spirits. No chance for him to get active here. He's shut down immediately, and you talked about opening picks. Well, Nova, they've got one on the board again. You want to see that mid-round. You want to see them not give away this advantage. 3 players over towards this A site. There's a swinging his ear to get some information. Quick little pop-up from the toxic screen. DRG. Now that they're going to be joined in by Vukashu, and it's going to be 3 strong towards this A side. Should be expecting a hit soon. But that 0 point, it's given away too much. They might choose to rotate and go to B here.
Wouldn't be the worst call, losing such a powerful proponent in this, and there's every possibility that the Empress was a large part of the plan for this round. Oh, and it's been read by Nova so perfectly, and yet DRG are still gonna opt to try to push this. Maybe they can destroy the lockdown, but they don't have line of sight on it, so they're just going to get caught out in this. A few kills to come through, but now they're trapped, but there's no one to follow up. Azir has just arrived, but there you go, the kill to connect. Ackerman is ridiculously low, will get cleaned up, and Vukashu to somehow clutch. Yes, Spike is planted, he's good for the
He's got it.
And somehow it's down to a 1 versus 1. Just had to play a little bit of time, play off the turret. The turret is now destroyed, has an inkling of where Swirl is, but does he know that Swirl has slipped the net? Move to yes, he does! The 1v3 from Vukashu to clutch the unwinnable round.
And this,
Absolute cinema.
that is why you don't count him out. Ever in these situations. We talked about him coming into this series as being such a dominant force in the late rounds, on the lurks, in the clutch, and he was quiet on Lotus. It was Ackerman. It was the Ackerman show all the way on Lotus, but here he shines beautifully in the 1 versus 3 to put Dragon Ranger back in the swing of things, back in the driver's seat on Icebox. An 8-3 lead is where they sit with potential for a 9 as Ackerman goes fast out towards B.
This buy from Nova is so unfortunate. 2 rifles, that's all you've got. They're close to a null command. They're 2 off of a Viper's Pit, so unlikely to see that come out. That being said, I feel like we haven't seen a Viper's Pit. Am I tripping?
We saw 1.
Damn.
Yep. And it was over towards A. And it was around the 1B.
Oh, there you go. That'll do it. Oh, that's rough.
Flash goes in. Spirits does get taken out, so an opening pick for Nova. And that's incredibly valuable considering the weaponry they have. Azir, 145 to the head of Vukashu. He does fall away to live for another fight. Swirl pushed up over towards A. This is the position that's been sold for him. This entire round sits on his back. He doesn't get swung. He takes the first, finds a second and a third as well. Swirl rips open DRG to give Nova a chance at just a brief moment for a 4th. But Ackerman's still alive. A 1v4 to work with in 17 seconds, so the time just evades him ever so slightly. The spike dropped to no man's land, and the swing from Monk is good. It was all on the back of Swirl, and he gets loud about it. Puts it to note that he's responsible for Nova getting a 4th round.
Bro. And the thing is, like, so not only was the spike in no man's land, but it was also, like, up on elevation. And as we know, there's no verticality for this composition. So to try to get there, you were always going to put yourself in danger. There was literally, in my opinion, no way back into that unless both of the last remaining Nova players just arbitrarily swing him 1-for-1 and he wins those fights. But that doesn't end up happening. And in fact, we do actually see them manage to somehow clutch out that final round and a half and bring it to 8-4. And this is certainly recoverable because we know that this is a really strong attack-sided comp. I'm gonna let this interview play.
光选手是选出了幻冷这位英雄，你觉得他的表现怎么样？有没有哪一回合的操作给你留下了比较深刻的印象呢？
我觉得光选手的发挥一直是比较亮眼的。其次，我印象最深的是他在 A 大那波，开了大之后接了3个，就是很冷静。
非常冷静，非常关键的一波。那虽然目前大比分是由 DRG 暂时领先，那其实来到了图尔 Nova 的自选图
Curious about how the second half is going to go purely because of the fact that we know that they have such an attack-sided composition, and I think that they're going to struggle with denying space.
第一赛段，包括在这张图，Nova 以前都会有一些精彩的翻盘，希望他们可以加油，在接下来的比赛里找到自己的手感。加油！
相信加油，一起期待一下两队在下半场的
My
精彩
guess
发挥。
as to what this attack side is going to look like from Nova is it's going to be a lot of setting up swirl, right? You want to see a bit more of the CB utility, the KO running through. That utility between the two of them is so powerful to set up Swirl, a guy who we know can take over games. You want to see that be brought in to this attack side, especially for Nova here on this pistol. And you can see it's those 3 players over towards B main. We'll take a fight. There's the swing. Ackerman goes in, but CB and Guang quick to find kills. Azir as well with 1. It forces the pressure onto Nick now, trying to find some more value. Nothing gained just yet. Instead, it's going to be this wrap from mid. It contains these 2 defense players over towards yellow, over towards B main. A site will be the focus now. Plant to come through for CB. Sam, this is a really tough spot for Nick and Spirits.
I mean, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say this is unwinnable, especially now.
Yeah,
Nick's so low on the HP. The thing is, like, this is kind of what my concern was. So you have this highly aggressive composition, so a lot of what you have to do is take really early space. And bearing in mind, I think that we should just, you know, have the caveat of knowing that this is a pistol round. So a lot of those rounds do tend to also just be kind of chaotic, kind of crazy, as teams just try to brawl it out a little bit to give themselves something to springboard off of. So I don't think that we can read terribly much into this round, but it was a pretty dominant way for them to kick off that first pistol. And it's the first pistol that they've won so far today. So that in and of itself does say quite a bit, but is it going to be enough to allow them to close that deficit? I find it interesting what they've gone with here in terms of what they've spent into. We still got a ghost there, lack of utility as well on the Gecko, so it's kind of all over the place.
Don't sleep on the ghost now. It will surprise you in this round. It's Azir to open things up with a pushed out Spirits. Getting capitalized upon. It's a nice use of the high tide. It slows down the push B main. It forces a fair bit of utility out of Nova early. And that's going to be really key here. With Bukashu being this more anchory player over towards yellow. Does get suppressed, but still, we know the shots that he can hit with that Sheriff. Does eventually fall away, and Nick, in kind, returns to the back of that B main, B site. 30 seconds left. Nova, they need to commit this. Wingman goes out, starts to stick the plant. No utility to deny it, so it's going to be that 4v5 retake. And you still have this Guardian and this Vandal in these hands. Azir Gets things active with that kill on Deflexion. And the flank's been spotted out. So Ackerman not going to be able to get any surprises done. Initial peeks go in. Azir looking to farm even more. And there's this final kill. Are they going to feed the ace? They're feeding for the ace.
I love it.
Yep. Give the ace to Azir. Come on. Let him get it. The crowd wants it. Azir wants it.
Ackerman
We all know. It's a sacrificial lamb. And Ackerman's just running away. He doesn't want to give it up. They deny the ace.
Oh, that's toxic, man. People talk about shooting bodies. Nah. Denying the ace. That's the real BM. But I think
if I'm on DRG, I take that. I'm like so happy with Ackerman doing that.
Yeah, I mean, valid, right? It doesn't give over an unnecessary ult point, and well, you know it's gonna make them sad. So you know, it's the little things. I think that was a pretty good round from them as well, from Nova, playing a bit more patient. Most of them holding out in spawn, waiting to see if they get crazy with the pistols. We do have one aggressive push that gets punished, and off the back of that initial kill, they can then pivot and then decide what they want to do with the rest of the round. So perfectly telegraphed, perfectly positioned. Can they make it?
Oh, that's a trade. It goes through. 4 on 4. It is possible, but with Guang taking that second kill onto Ackerman, it does put more pressure on Nick and Spirits. And this B site's completely open. That could call the retake here. Could be the note for CB and for Monk. To move through mid, back towards B. Because Azir has so much space. Spirits just evades the line of sight. Monk and CB both here. There's that Dizzy that goes out. Spirits trying to take some shots through the screen. Doesn't work out. So CB is going to be able to stick that plant. 4v3. But those rifles in Vukashu and Nick are going to be so powerful. Nice little wingman usage. Guang sits and waits with this outlaw. Turret goes out as well just to buy a little bit more time. Wingman's off the spike, but so are the heads off of bodies. And now Guang, 1v2, has to Sheriff! And the ace clutch! To win things out for Nova in that round!
Oh, man. Bro, if you're Dragon Racer, that is a tilter and a half, bro. Because I'm like, there's no way they actually do. Part of me is going, just save. Just like, save your weapons. Back away. Don't even worry about it. But they get so much done. Wingman on the spike actually draws some of those swings. And that allows a lot of those kills to come through. Guang has no right, man. Double headshots with the Sheriff. We saw that from CB as well in the previous map. We know how deadly these Sheriffs can be. And to allow that to become a clutch moment, Nova now on the precipice of evening things out in an anti-eco, so the chances of this not happening are quite slim. This was the concern. DRG, great attacking roster, attacking composition, but on the defense, they just cannot find any space.
Has to be Vukashu holding firm on this ace site to keep things going, but Swirl takes him out before the snowball hits too heavy. And Swirl, a 3K of his own, to bring things the way of Nova. It feels like they're on a bit of a roll now, and they just need to keep it going.
That's simple, huh?
Just keep
keep
winning.
going. Yeah, just
keep winning.
keep winning. Just keep winning. Bro, some of these shots have been nasty. Some of these, like, Sheriff shots in particular have just been devastating. And I'll be honest, that feels like a timeout round. So I'm a little bit surprised that DRG didn't opt for the timeout. Like, I get that it's an anti-eco, but the way that the round before went, it's crazy to me that we didn't see a timeout either this round or the previous round. So something's got to be cooking in their minds. They've got to have some sort of an idea. They're not going for crazy aggression. They don't have a ton of info gather either. Like, yes, they do have that Dizzy, but it's fairly limited in what you're able to get. So far, no real confirmation on what to do. They do have a good split, though. I like the advanced position here from the harbor, but if you get caught out, you're in danger.
And, oh, okay, Thrash goes in, but no one found. I think is spotted out, but no detains, and that's the big key here. Guang, though, able to find a kill on Deflexing, but Spirits with a response. It does put things in kind of an awkward spot as the spike is dropped in no man's land. No way for Nova to recover it. They have to now just take fights, and CB trades out Spirits. Vukashu also falls to the Gecko. So Nick has to fall away thanks to that lockdown. Between Nick and Ackerman, there's still a lot of work to do. 30 seconds left. Toxic screen goes up. Guang will be able to stick the plant, but that mosh pit is going to confirm his death. And now a 2-on-2. CB and Azir. Two power players for the side of Nova. A Thrash goes out. It will be taken out as Ackerman reaches the site. Fast lane goes up. A travel over towards yellow, but CB not going to be stopped at all. 3 on the round as the wingman gets taken out. But Nick has to find these kills, and with just 30 HP, it's just too fragile. Nova, they continue their reign of dominance, and CB gets that round strong.
Damn, Dragon Ranger do so much in that round to just keep the control for as long as humanly possible. That was my concern with the harbor as well. That advanced position could have been massive, but getting caught out is a massive problem because that takes away a lot of your sight denial for when you're trying to go for these retakes. So you're relying so heavily on things like Molotovs, right? Or space denial rather than sightline denial. So unfortunately, not having that available made that round incredibly difficult. And I think now this is such a weird time to me for this timeout to come through. I mean, I suppose we're still not in the danger zone just yet. They are only at a 1-round deficit. The problem is that it has been 5 consecutive rounds that they have conceded. They haven't been able to pick up a single round yet on this defensive half. This comp is not finding the results that it needs, and they're trying to be dynamic. They've taken aggressive position. They've taken slightly more like pulled back, holding a bit more safe, trying to hold angles. The retakes, unfortunately, they don't have the utility that they need to enable that. And the post plants, like, you've got to give the credit there where it's due to Nova as well. They've set up these post plants so beautifully in so many of these rounds. So many sidelines get covered. They make sure that they've still got a lot of utility held onto for the late round. Like, this is not the mid to late round struggle that we saw on Lotus. So it could have just been an issue with the map. Now they're on more comfortable territory, and they've really looked like they're in such good control throughout the second half.
Well, and that's just it, right? You've also seen a huge turnaround in performance from Guang, a player who was a bit quiet, especially considering the fact he was on that waylay, he was on that duelist on map 1, now moves over to that sentinel role and looks a lot more comfortable, right? 13 kills, looking really strong, being one of the 3 leaders in frags for Nova, right? 3 players all at 13 kills. It's really impressive stuff and a really great turnaround for him. And as this swing goes in towards Tube, Flexing falls yet again early. There's no smokes for the retake, and Guang continues to farm up. Finds 3 kills, and Swirl closes it out, even if the 2 kills on Vukashu were impressive. Nova, they keep the dominance alive, and they hit double digits.
And it's probably worth mentioning, right? Because you were talking about Guang. I mean, he was playing Waylay on the previous map, which is so different to a Killjoy. Like, these are 2 completely different agents, not just in terms of their roles, but their play style, their ultimate goal in the composition. Like, it is night and day between those 2 agents. So I think that there was maybe a bit of uncomfortability. You know, we weren't too keen on that Waylay, and we didn't really see great stuff coming from it. But now on what I'm presuming is a bit more comfortable of an agent, a bit more comfortable of a role, he's really starting to shine.
Ackerman's brought out the op now. DRG, they're starting to get in a really tough position. They need this line of sight held, and they need Spirits to win that fight, but Azir just gets one over. It puts Nova in such a good spot. It's going to force these rotates, force DRG to be ever more careful of the gaps in their defenses. Ackerman and Nick, though, still over towards this A site with Vukashu leaning towards this site as well. But it seems Nova, they want to commit to this A site. There's the no command, but the shot from Ackerman still good for one. Second shot being taken, no kill found though. It's just damage onto CB. Back of the site, Vukashu's there, takes that kill, and the Viper's Pit is out now. Nova, they want this, but there will be a lockdown from Vukashu there to respond. Azir actually gonna stick this out, wait it out in this lockdown as Monk goes pushing, trying to take a timing. It's an opening kill, but nothing more than that. And Azir sitting through the site. There's eventually going to be that stick as Guang and Azir both here. Spike's been halved and the wingman goes through. It's a full stick as Azir and Guang fall. The retake tactics, they work so well to finally bring DRG their first on the defense.
Much cleaner than what we saw earlier. Despite the fact that there was a Viper's Pit involved there, they were still able to bring that back into a winnable scenario. And again, from a player deficit. That is really impressive just in and of itself. I think that Azir had a lot of potential being trapped kind of in the middle of that Viper's Pit. But knowing that there's a detained player and the Viper's Pit is still up, it's gotta be the Viper. So they were very much on notice, realizing that that player was going to be nearby. But one round, it's not gonna be enough. They need to get so much more done here if they want to maintain some control in this series.
You get some value here, Swirl and Flexing. Taking that opening duel, but Spirits with the opening trade. It does mean that Nova's in a tough spot, and with another kill being found and Nick finding two, Guang, a 1v4. We saw the ace clutch earlier. You need a bit more than that to keep the rounds flowing for Nova. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting at a 10-all game.
Bro, Spirits does so much with like no HP. That dismiss is just devastating. I spoke about it on the attacking half. We haven't really seen too much from him on this defensive side, but now in that round, just more of reinforcing the idea that he is oppressive and this agent can be so good. There it is, that third one for him on the round with 8 HP, just continuing to be a devastating factor for this Dragon Ranger roster. And now the scorelines are tied up again. 2 rounds back-to-back for DRG means that they're definitely in with a chance again. They've read, finally, it's taken so long, but they've finally kind of figured out the formula. And I think the formula is like, you need to have someone like Spirits taking a few more of these early fights. Because of the untradeability of that utility, Reyna is such a powerful agent on this map and has been for a long time.
Blade Storm out in the hands of Swirl. They want to get active and fast towards B. CB, opening kill onto Spirits. It gives them the opportunity. The raid boss is down. You still have Nick to worry about on the rotate, but that won't be for quite a while. So the wingman sticks the plant. Nova immediately retake started. DRG, they have Ackerman. With this off, posted up towards yellow. Relay Bolt will go out alongside the fast lane. That Harbor Ult will go in as the Reckoning wreaks havoc. But so does the Thrash. It detains one, stuns up two. Life was tapped. Nothing given just yet. Instead, it's Guang able to take out Flexine. And now Vukashu back to clutching ways. We've seen it before. We need it again. There's one looking for another. But the spray, it's not there just yet. Has to stick. And Azir playing the time. It's half. He gets off and there's the swing and the time will be there. Just barely. No! Vukashu just barely. A quarter of a second too late. Nova by the skin of their teeth.
Bro, that round was outrageous. The fact that Vukashu nearly does that twice. Nearly 1vx's for a victory twice. But you have got to give it to those Nova players. The amount of time that they were able to buy. Ezir, I think that there's a moment where he's like, I don't know if I've done enough. I think they might have this. It was that close. But he does do just enough. And Nova will go up to 11, and that's such an important round because look at DRG's economy. They come into this with only 2 rifles, 2 stingers, and yes, we know how devastating a sheriff can be, but ultimately they are at a huge disadvantage. They invested 2 ultimates into that round. There was a lot that they used to try to maintain that control. And for Nova, they come into this, they still have their lockdown, and of course, full rifles. Winning this round puts them on map point, and we may just see that third.
Third map of Ascent. It waits in the wings. Spirit has something to say about it. Doesn't want us to go there just yet. 2 kills gone. Monk and CB out of the round, looking for a third on Swirl, but that won't be the case. 4 versus 3 DRG. They still have the numbers. It's just the weaponry is a bit lacking for now. Swirl looks for more kills. Nothing given just yet as 3 players tuck in towards Snow. It's the stingers from Ackerman to take care of Swirl, and now Vukashu gets activated with the Vandal. Azir, a 1v4. Thrash goes in, and so does the Relay Bolt. Flexing taps for a moment to let the Wingman finally stick. And there it is, DRG up to 11, back to a tie game, all 24 rounds needed.
No, guys, that's crazy. I mean, we talk about tilter rounds, like that is outrageous. And the thing is, it's not even the first time that Spirits, being one of the only rifles in what should essentially be an eco for them, gets a crazy multi-frag that opens up a round that they have absolutely no right winning. And you think about the round before where Spirits died so early because he kind of ran into 3 players. But in the next round, there's a little bit more safety there. He's not swinging into like 3 people. You kind of see the first, get the kill, dismiss away, and you can play off of that a little bit better. When Spirit survives that opening engagement, the round is definitely winnable. Now Nova on an eco themselves and could be in some serious danger.
The spam through the smoke, Vukashu, it finally pays off. And with Monk falling as well, it's just so tough. Guang, a sheriff. We saw the shots earlier, but it won't be repeated. Nick, nice little 3-piece there to put things away. DRG now sitting at series point.
So here's the question, because that was an eco for Nova, which means they have money in this round. Do we go overtime? Do we see a world where Nova pull this round out of the bag? Because they've had a crazy second half up until this point. So I feel like there's definitely a world in which we get to go to an overtime.
There's a chance for a CB special. Something crazy to happen, and then all of a sudden, we have to go another 2 rounds or more. This B site looks to be under siege. 3 players here, Ackerman and Spirits, both to be backed up by Nyx. There's Swirl, who sits in the back of Yellow, but quick little use of the fragment grenade means Azir and Swirl can capitalize, but Ackerman still sits and waits, but it doesn't matter. It's just too heavy-handed of a hit towards B. Monk uses the null command to force Vukashu away, and as time continues to tick down, it feels imminent. Overtime beckons. The question is, who will answer the call? Vukashu just trying to deny.
Yeah, I mean, this round is over, let's face it. Overtime, baby! We have locked it in. I mean, what a resurgence from Nova in this second half. There was a world in which it wasn't happening. This was going to be like a 13-4 or, you know, maybe a 13-8 like we saw in the first map. That world exists somewhere in a parallel universe, but it's not this world. Because Nova have given themselves that stay of execution, that little bit longer to breathe. That being said, we know how overtime works. Win by 2. see if Nova can pull back their winning ways as we saw from them previously. Nova have been on a bit of a tear here. Win 2, lose 1, win 2, lose 1. So set up, oh sorry, not Nova, DRG. So set up here to potentially win 2? Maybe? Is this where we close it out?
And then they lose 1 afterwards, right?
But at that point it's too late. Because it's
Nah,
win 2.
trust me.
Okay. I believe.
We'll be good. Okay. Nova, this A site has been such a problem for them on this defense. So you have to hope that somehow, in that 30 seconds of transition time, they've thought of a solution. You do have Azir boosted up towards screens. There's potential for a hold. We know that DRG, they want to hit this site all the same. Guang, Monk, Azir, all players who've had moments of brilliance throughout this map, but Ackerman deep sliding back into the beneath rafters area. Doesn't matter. Guang takes care of it. Through that little high tide, Lexi will be able to stick that plant as the retake commences. Nova, they have an opportunity and they don't want to waste it. CB and Azir, Guang as well making an impact, and there's CB to finish things off. Nova, they finally have conquered that A site hold.
And that's the thing, right? This is so big for them because the attacking side for DRG has been so oppressive. So for them to have won their defense round of overtime means that now they get to move on to the attacking side where they were looking incredibly clean. Damn near flawless. So they're, I don't know, man. It's feeling like this could be the end of the line. This could be the 14-12, as the prophets foretold, that take us over to map number 3. A timeout to come through here for DRG because, yes, you know there's a map 3. You know you can, quote unquote, afford to lose this map. But do you want to? Historically, in a 3-mapper, DRG loses to Nova. And I think that maybe it's anecdotal, maybe it's superstitious, but I think that maybe that kind of hangs over your head a little bit. Like, guys, if this goes map 3, we probably lose. So, looking to close this one out.
I mean, technically, right? Win 2, lose 1. You just lost 1. Right? You get what I'm saying?
Maybe. Feels like it could be a bit of a reach. But you know what? So is my superstitious belief. Feels like we're all reaching at this point.
I mean, DRG need to be reaching for a win. Otherwise, we're going to Ascent. And DRG's Ascent comp has been, let's say, abnormal.
It feels like a lot of the comps that we've seen today, to be fair.
Yeah.
Abnormal is like the name of the game.
Yeah, it's crazy because normally CN works with some pretty interesting comps, but like from Nova, this is like a pretty standard comp that they're running on Icebox, you know? Like I could see like a G2 running this or like a Team Heretics running something.
I did not see a team coached by Anders running this comp, I'll be honest. But there's lore behind that.
Yep. Ackerman, opening kill onto Monk. It gives them somewhat of an opportunity. Take this round to hold on to this A site. Nova, a lot of their attacking success came over towards B. They wanted to switch things up. They wanted to go towards A here. And there's 3 players still holding on this site with Bukashu waiting in the wings very quickly. CB on the tap, trying to get something done, trying to bait some sort of a fight, and nothing goes out. Monk falling. Utility being used by DRG to reclaim space. Now 25 seconds. There is no time for a rotate. They have to just commit here. And DRG know that. They move into the site now. Izzy goes out. No one blinded. CB will eventually be able to use that wingman for the plant, and Swirl and CB explode into a flurry of 3 kills. The Thrash goes out as well, and now it's all up to Spirits alone an absolute demon throughout the opening stages of this map, but needs to close things out strong. A 1 versus 3. Azir gets taken out in the back of the site, but still needs more. There's that peek up towards Nest, but Guang closes it out strong. We're going to map 3.
Oh, looking for... Bro, I want to see if history repeats itself, right? Because we spoke about how this game is a bit of a point of pride for Nova, right? They want to be able to win out this series against Dragon Ranger. They want to kind of stake their claim in China. And so far, so good, at least on map number 2. It was very close. The second half. And when you consider how one-sided that first half was, the fact that they were able to bring that back in such a close fashion, drag it kicking and screaming over the line into overtime to win that first round in overtime on their defensive side, despite how weak their defensive half looked in the regulation, and to then close it out with their strongest side of attack. This definitely is their map. It was their pick, and they have looked incredible on it. And it also goes to show that sometimes a wacky comp can work when it kind of throws you off of your momentum. But generally speaking, tried and true is where you should be sticking. Stay in your lane.
Gotta talk about this turnaround from Nova, from looking a bit flat on map 1 to a team where anyone can pop off here on Icebox. It felt like everyone had those moments. This ace clutch from Guang especially, it really started to cement the kind of run on the attack that Nova had. It was just a phenomenal map from them.
Yeah, I think a big concern point for me, however, was Flexen. Because he had a great first map, like really showed up massively. I will talk about this after the team comes.
CT 2了 CT 2了，该 K。可以来回来打 B 吗 ？B 退了 B 退了。还有一个。来打 B 来打 B， 2 A 的。哎，这是 M4。我想摸，我想摸，我想继续摸。可以可以可以可以，连打没见。想中路啊，他回包点了，我把黄香占了。先中近点。好，我1滴血了。没事没事。能一起吗？来，我 pick 一下。毒球过，我可以接。快过快过，我没有多少人。中路近点，我们落脚不走了，赢了。了。包点，你能刀包点吗？3秒。不，我不去包。链子我给到，链子我给到就行。我只有30链子。我给个闪，我来。CT 看下方，看下方，包点没人。包点毒，连这样没了。连闪，我给你们抓闪了，别给他丢，没有，直接丢一颗让他回来。往下闪，没道具了我。马上2秒连子，行了。等于他们，我有雷。我们躲一排道具，然后一起拉他们。我们3个雷，我架着过点。他们没有那个，没闪了是吗？没闪了，没道具了。我们3个雷，兄弟。毒来3、2、1了，2楼一个，80 K 针，80 K 针。哦
And that is Guang. Absolutely the MVP of this map. The turnaround that he had from map 1 to 2 was just absolutely phenomenal. And I think that ace clutch just kind of proved it. This guy was an absolute demon on this Killjoy.
I think, I'll be honest, the thing that stood out to me from the team comms, as someone who has tried to learn Mandarin, Swirl, I have so much respect for you, man. Well done for being able to communicate so well with your team so that you guys can continuously set each other up for that success. And yeah, Guang very, very much deserved that MVP in that map. But Vikashu was no slouch either. The Killjoys were so impactful throughout that map. But again, I was talking a little bit about Flexen and how he had that much quieter second map, really just wasn't showing up in the way that he had been on Omen. And I'm not sure if that's an agent discomfort thing or maybe it's a map discomfort thing, but we know that Omen has had a bit of a, I don't want to say resurgence because Omen was never historically good on Icebox, but suddenly he's seeing a lot more play and he's getting a lot more value. So I think maybe that's something to experiment with. We know that DRG's coaches are no strangers to experimenting with comps, so that could be something to look at going forward.
Yeah, just a interesting path forward for DRG and Icebox from where they once were, but it does mean that we have to go to map 3, right? So Ascent has been waiting in the wings all this time, and we'll finally get to see it. Potential for some absolutely wonderful compositional hijinks, but we have to get there after a quick break. So don't go anywhere, because map 3 of Ascent will be coming at you right after this. It's the last day of week 1 here in VCT CN Stage 2 2025. And if you told me that we were going to map 3, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. It's Dragon Ranger Gaming versus Nova. I'm Ancient Angel. Here with me is Naori Mizuki and Sam. Oh my god, what a map 2 to come off of.
Yeah, obviously the biggest talking point of that entire map was the recovery, right? I mean, we can talk about compositions and how that factored in. We can talk about individual performance because there were some real noteworthy points there, both positive and negative. But at the end of the day, it was a comeback. It was a massive comeback from Nova to pull themselves into not only an overtime, but an overtime victory, taking us over to our very third map. And now, as the comps lock in, Nova again with like such a standard composition. I'm liking this Nova squad more and more. But DRG, what is this, bro? No, Sova on Ascent, double controller with a Clove, a Yoru without a Sova for the information gain, and then a Vice? Like, I don't know what Nathan is cooking, but you know what? I'm here for it. I've seen Stranger. You know I've seen Stranger, so maybe there's some merit to this somewhere. A diamond in some serious rough.
Here's the cope, right? So they tried a similar variation of this comp. The only difference was they had a Viper instead of a Clove. I think by putting Ackerman on this Clove, it still gives him the opportunity to kind of brag out and do Ackerman things, right? You're still letting Spirits take the kind of brunt of the entry work and let Ackerman trade, which is what you want. But you also get the flexibility of having those extra smokes, being able to mid-round more effectively. You're still going to have that Vise flash to sort of help you in some of those execute situations while providing some of that flank utility on the attack. I see a world where this works. It's not going to be clean. It's not going to be easy. And you have to hope that Ackerman is going to be on an absolute tear. But I see a world where this works, and it's going to start with DRG going heavy-handed out towards mid on this defense.
All right, see if the pseudo-duelist of Clove can actually make a difference. So far, so good on the exec. Pretty free and clear pathing onto the site. Already Spirits taken down, and you called him a raid boss earlier. I think that is an accurate representation. It's going to have to be a retake. Oh, it's perfect prediction from Ackerman, and that makes it doable.
It does just make it doable. 4v4 now, thanks to the great shot from Ackerman through the smoke. Swirl is here, though, in lane, waiting and buying time. Shock Dart, though, good onto Ackerman, so CB denies the fight from ever occurring, and Swirl gets that opportunity to fight from lane at his leisure. Azir and Swirl can clean things up, and Nova, they've taken that pistol round. This is now back-to-back pistols they've won.
That's right. 2 out of the 5 as well. You know, 1 more and we are split straight down the middle, which is what this series has felt like. I mean, it's one of my points when we started, right? Like, these two teams are actually really close, but wow, there was a sheriff as well. That's nasty. They really are closely contested. But on the day, Dragon Ranger seems to be the ones that consistently come out on top. Nova now looking for a chance to change that around. Maybe bring things into a more doable situation for themselves. A buy to come through, but Ackerman, what a shot to open it up.
You know, we talked about Spirits being a raid boss in the last game on Icebox. This time, all the attention goes back to Ackerman, right? With Spirits going back onto that kind of more supporty type of role for this team on the Yoru. Ackerman's really going to be the forefront here. And playing that Clove, which can be more of an aggressive agent, more of a selfish agent in certain situations. You really want to see Ackerman do well here, and with that Marshall, there's a real chance for it. And CB wants to go swinging and takes out Ackerman early. Picking the Vukashu here. He has to fall back. Swirl flashed up, takes a little bit of time, but CB will eventually take care of that Vise. Plant to come through. All of these rifles still going to be kept in the hands of Nova. And at this point, DRG is playing that damage game.
A lot of utility invested to get the Vice off position and get control of the site, but that's the thing, right? Getting control of the site. Now they have that. Yes, they are losing a couple of players here and there, but they still do have control. The spike is down. They continue to hemorrhage players. This is becoming a problem, but no, they will stabilize. 2 players left alive at the end of that round. A lot of money lost, but ultimately they win the conversion.
It's good that they won the conversion, but, you know, like we kind of mentioned, that's not a round where you want 2 alive. You know, you're hoping for 5, and that shot is ridiculous from Ackerman, but you want to keep most of your players alive, and so the fact that you end up losing a couple guns there, it means that this bonus is going to be a super tough round to try and convert or even just do some damage, and you can see it's actually fairly heavy investment for a bonus. An opening swing here from Spirits. Good on to Swirl. And there's that trade. Ackerman wastes no time in making sure that Swirl can't snowball through this round. This Guang Killjoy is still alive, and we saw what Guang was able to do on Icebox. Looking to repeat the performance here.
Definitely a show of confidence to reinvest this heavily into a round that should have been a bonus. So far, both duelists are down, but with Ackerman still being up, I think I give a little bit of a favor to DRG, just in terms of, like, flat the trade game. That being said, trades generally favor your attackers, so maybe Nova can still take some space here towards B.
We're looking for something over towards B. Ackerman here, though. This could be dangerous, but immediately taken out by Monk and Azir with one on deflection as well. The site fully open. Monk's going to be able to stick that plant. 3 versus 2, and you still have this Outlaw posted up looking for damage, but no shots connect just yet. Guang falls back into the site. Vukashu takes out Monk. Now 2-on-2. Azir seized up in towards the back of the site. It has to be this Outlaw to make some sort of a value here because Azir is in a really tough position. Trap towards lane could cause some sort of damage, but Azir starts to read it at first. Timing goes just a bit awry, and Vukashu, ooh, it's just a dodge, and now Azir, a 1v1 after trading out Nick. 1v1 swing in, and Azir gets it. 1v2 clutch to bring things across, and Nova, the string is alive.
Listen, there's a reason they call Boathouse the God spot, all right? Azir was in the perfect position to hold on there. A little bit unfortunate that his teammate gets flashed out so unceremoniously and instantly does get taken off the board, but he does a really good job of playing around this. And in fact, this Clove Smoke, funnily enough, played into his hands more so than it did for DRG. So kudos to him for maintaining that control up to 3. The force in that previous round pays off, and now they have a huge advantage into this one, but they're about to walk into a Bucky.
Oh, flexing. That's not okay. You can't just do that.
I love that it's made Nova just like completely second guess their willingness to push the site. Oh, there's a Bucky here. He got 1 kill. All right, slow down, hit the brakes. But they can still obviously re-hit this. They've drawn out quite a bit of utility here. They all dodged the Haunt instead of shooting it, so that could give away the game. You can actually see they're looking to reinforce mid a bit here with Guang taking so much space. This flank could be huge, but it is predicted. It is suspected.
Guang might be known. Things are going through. There's the clear. Spirits gets it. Marshall beats the Outlaw today. Swing goes in. Swirl out on the site. Nick back towards Hell. Flexen's gone. So is Nick. There is 1 trade, but Swirl wants a little bit more as this 2-on-3 about to take place. And just Spirits. It's all green, looking just for that final kill. Monk now just has to dodge all these bullets and none of the shots will land. So DRG, not exactly a thrifty, but it might as well have been. How they get there first.
This is another round where Spirits does ridiculous things on an eco round where they had no right to get anything done. The suspicion that there is going to be this lurk up. See, the problem here is that Guang is scoped in. So he doesn't even notice that he's being wrapped on, and that's the heartbreak. If he's not scoped in there, he might actually be aware that Spirits is turning around that corner, but he's not, and he just loses that fight outright, and that puts Nova in a massively uncomfortable position right off the bat. So a really important round for DRG to win, and it's left Nova in a bit of an uncomfortable spot. I say that, so they haven't bought because obviously Swirl is going to be popping the Blade Storm. And we'll see if that can net them some results here. Trying to kind of save over as much of that economy as they possibly can, because forcing in that second round has wreaked a bit of havoc in their long-term econ.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but you do still have a fair bit to work with, right? Aside from the Blade Storm, you do have that null command from Monk to really help, you know, Swirl and Azir really find some value. Speaking of, there he goes, dodges the flash. And Monk tries to take that fight. It's CB though, to open things up. Guang able to trade out after that. Swirl, just 3 HP now, as the null command was committed. Ackerman and Vukashu still finding value, and there's that kill onto the Lurker of Azir, which means Swirl is alone with 3 HP. Feels like DRG's round all the way.
There was a weird way for that round to go, because once you've committed that heavily up mid, you kind of have to commit. There's no real going back from that. Swirl does attempt to and somehow manages to get away with like 3 HP. But aside from that, you know, he's kind of left a lot of his team out to dry. They lost a player in mid, which was meant to be kind of setting up for that pincer. And unfortunately, once that happens, they panic a little bit. And they're all trying to reassess the situation and you know, change up on the fly. But they haven't really set up for it. They don't really have a protocol for this, it seems. It was just so quickly dealt with as soon as it kind of happened. So, I mean, kudos again here to DRG for taking full advantage of that. I don't think they were expecting mid to be so heavily reinforced with defenders, but it's a good read from Dragon Ranger, and it gives them... I mean, we're 1 round away from evening out the scoreline.
And DRG, no signs of stopping, flexing, judge in hand, looking for more than just 2, and thankfully, with Nick and Spirits at his side, completely cripples Nova. It's just CB. 1 versus 3. My goodness.
That's a crazy Hunter's Fury to commit to that round, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Like,
and
I mean...
We talked about flexing on this Omen. And he's making it happen right now.
Yeah. I mean... Yeah, it's kind of crazy, because so CB commits the ult, gets a kill, so they get 2 in this round, recovers a gun, and part of me is like, maybe that's worth, because now you have a gun in the next round, but he's looking to push this, and I suppose that's because they know that they can buy in the next, in any event, so he wants to try to keep this as expensive as possible. He got the ult orb as well, so an extra kill here, or just dying, would, you know, give him a little bit more to work with into that next round. But they're so set up for this, so he's not going to be allowed to get that value.
Nope, there. Run the high-low up towards heaven. Spirits takes the kill. And we're all tied up at 3 apiece. So it was 3 in a row to start things off for Nova, and now it's been a 3 in a row response. What is the solution here for Nova? What's like the weak spot they've been having?
The thing is, I don't necessarily think that it's a... I think it's too early to call it that, right? I think that it's just been a really good recovery from Dragon Ranger, and it's been really good reading into a lot of these rounds and reading into a lot of these takes. And you know what? Despite how crazy the comp is, again, it's you're pulling out something totally unexpected that teams have not necessarily thought about how to deal with. Now, ideally, you want to have protocols and ways of thinking set up so that your players are able to react to even these crazy unknown quantities. But a lot of players, a lot of times, it's very much a case of like, well, this is what we've been taught how to do. We've been taught the formula, but I don't know how to apply it. You know, if you give me the numbers and you give me the formula, I can figure it out. But if there are unknown quantities, I don't know how to make this work. So I think that this is kind of what DRG are leaning into. And the common term for it is cheese, but it's working. And I think that currently what they really need was this timeout. They needed the coaches to get involved and to say to them, guys, this is just a cheese comp. The only reason you're struggling to deal with this is because it's unfamiliar territory. But stick to your protocols, stick to your macros. You understand fundamentally how to deal with this. So just keep calm, keep talking, and you'll know what to do.
The goal is to keep calm, keep talking. Just some initial sprays. Ackerman taking the fight heavy and early over here in B main. Does get initially pinged out by that drone. Does have to fall back. Lockdown committed by Guang. It's a show of force from Nova. They want to commit to this B site. There's the paranoia alongside the smoke over towards CT. Spirits has to fall away. It's that barrage of utility to take out Vakashu. Dimensional Drift now committed as well from Spirits. A retake started early from DRG. Nightfall as well being used. There's that not dead yet from Ackerman out over towards CT. Spirits doesn't find any value though, and with CB on an absolute tear towards logs, it leaves Nick and Flexen in an almost impossible situation. 2 versus 4. At the very least, there's something there for Flexen, but Azir and Monk will close things out for the team. And Nova, it took them a little bit, but they get to a 4th round.
It's all about those protocols, and a really well-placed lockdown makes a big difference. I mean, you could even see they got stalled out because they had the Vice wall right in front of the choke. So as soon as we get the jet dash towards Switch, the wall goes up and everybody has to chill. But they had the lockdown. So the lockdown buys them the time to wait out the wall, and then they can push in onto the site. That's not something you're going to get to have every single round. So while it was a great round from them and it was one that they needed to win, it's not something that you can necessarily replicate. So the question now becomes, how do they turn that into momentum?
Hard to really say. The hope is, again, just that you're not gonna get hard countered, but when Ackerman and Vakashu are in such a good spot, it's so difficult for you to counter it. Spirits does get tagged up, 140, phantom headshot to the head. And this split, this defensive spread for DRG, it still looks good for them because they're pushing into that double stack on A. Flexen and Nick both here, but out of the cloudburst arrives 2, and with CB now in a 1 versus 3, has to clear out Nick on the site and just can't get the kill. So DRG, it's still a back and forth affair tied up at 4-all.
It's a good recovery as well, because it felt like Nova had garnered a lot of space for themselves. They'd gotten a few early picks as well, so it felt like they had a lot to kind of work off of. But DRG just maintain all of that control. Really great movement in terms of like rotation, right? Figuring out exactly where that next push is going to be, meeting up, responding to it, and then winning out those fights. Now Nova back down onto an unfavorable buy, and this is the problem. I was talking about long-term economy, and neither one of these teams has built up any sort of momentum. There's only 4 rounds left in this half, and if it continues to go so back and forth, well, we may yet have a repeat of what we saw on our previous. Maybe not in the, you know, dominant first half, dominant second half fashion, but maybe we do get to see another overtime.
This op from Spirits is going to be so dangerous here. You don't really have the utility to commit to clear this out. It's not as well as you'd hope. So a triple swing!
God, bro!
Oh no! Spirits just completely rips apart Nova. It's just CB. In the blink of an eye, this round went from something to dust.
Bro, I think my brain just turned off. Like, I don't think I've seen a triple collat. I don't think I thought that was possible. Yes, it's so good.
Think about it, guys. If we all swing at the same time, he can't hit all of us.
POV. Holy. All right, well, you know what? That round analyzed itself. That replay told you everything you needed to know about what happened there. Speaking of things that you can't replicate, that's probably one of them. But DRG are going to be feeling very comfortable off of that one.
Oh, no. The play to use the Hunter's Fury up catwalk. It backfires on Nova. Nick does get the opening kill. Thankfully, there will be a trade. Immediately, though, the site does get pressured. And Spirits drops down with that op. Makes his presence known. Swirl is gone. It's now a 2 versus 3. Gate crash over towards Hell, but CB takes care of Spirits. And now that 2-on-2, Ackerman and Flexen dropped into the site and takes care of Guang. And that jumping shorty doesn't work. It's going to be Ackerman instead to do it and get DRG up to a 6.
Such an important round for them to come out on top of as well, right? So off the back of that previous one, turning that into a little bit of momentum, bringing themselves up to a 2-round advantage. Like, this is absolutely everything that they needed. They're going to be feeling very good about that one. And now, yes, at absolute minimum, we can have a tied up half. And that's really, really important because DRG tend to lean into, we've said it before, they tend to lean into more attack heavy compositions. And I'll be real with you, this one is no different. I'm amazed they're doing this well without, like, a Killjoy.
Yeah, right? They just have the Vise to work on in terms of stall, but it's doing enough over towards B that the stacks towards A are just too threatening. And of course, you have Ackerman as well. Spirits is having a much better performance than what we saw out on Lotus in terms of the Yoru. But overall, it's DRG just kind of playing that fundamental defense that we saw from them in a very similar vein on Lotus. It's just with a Nova that's much more activated on the other side. Steel Garden does go out to try and delay, but lucky for Swirl, there's no primary weapons being used here. It's just the Blade Storm. Seer finds Nick. CB drops into the site with Monk on top. Bukashu, though, nice little 3-piece. Make it 2. Ackerman steals 1 in the end, but Guang and Azir, they will promise a plant for the side of Nova. Spirits and Flexen versus Guang and Azir.
What is it with Nova and this B site? They just, like, magically find results here. They've picked up guns. They're in a 2v2. They didn't shoot the clone. This is massive. The paranoia gets nothing, but Guang still loses the fight. That's okay. Azir's there to follow it up. He's in Boathouse. We know it's the God spot. No ways, brother. From the shadows to somewhere else entirely. He's got such a good sightline. Does Flexen suspect the smoke is down? It's almost halved. You've got to shoot, brother. You've got to do something. There's no way. He just let it happen. He invested the ultimate and then he still dies as well. Devastation.
Jaw dropped. Just, you have to respect Flexen for that. Just full sticking in the smoke. Knows that there will not be any sort of spam to come his way. The shots are impressive from Nova to get the round to this point, but Spirits locks it down.
Bro.
No, it was Spirits at the very end. Yeah.
Bro. All right, last round and a half now. Do we go 7-5? Or do DRG snag this last round and give us a little bit of a repeat of the first half on Icebox? Bearing in mind, this is on their defensive side. Looking very good right now. So clean. Almost like they can't make a mistake.
Well, that Prowler's taken care of. Nothing to worry about there as Flexen does push in towards A main. This Judge still gathering a lot of space for the team. Nova's in kind of an interesting spot. Round halfway done. Now going to start to build space over towards B. Spirit's already here on the rotate, up posted up towards CT. And that's a lockdown committed. Null command as well to be used. Nova want to fully hit this site. Nightfall to try and stall and delay for just a little bit. Nothing of it just yet. Azir tucked in towards this corner. Position is known, but not spammed out just yet. Paranoia goes through. Ooh, and that shadow step just barely blocked by the door.
That would have been a disaster if it had actually gone through, bro. Like, he would have been so dead at that point.
Yeah, that's dead is an understatement. Flashes all the way around. Azir and Guang both picking up, opening kills. Caught out towards logs. It's now just Monk and Swirl. Monk towards main, swings out and collapse. Oh my god.
Brother. Do you know what? There's a part of me that's surprised there have only been 2 collats. That felt so very nearly like it was going to be another DRG round. That retake was coming in hot and fast. They were creating so much space. But just that little bit of extra room to breathe for Nova. One more round in their back pockets gives them a little bit more of a chance in the second half. Now, I keep talking about, you know, compositionally for DRG, what their comp is trying to accomplish, right? And we've said that it's kind of a more attack-sided, but the comp that Nova are running is standard for a reason. It is the go-to because it performs on attack and it also performs on defense. So once we swap sides here, I'm thinking there's still a possibility, particularly because they managed to snag that last round. So they've got a little bit of leeway here, a little bit of like space to play with. Even if they lose a couple of rounds, it's not going to be like the end of the world.
Yeah, this kind of scoreline puts you in an interesting spot, so to speak, especially considering that Nova, generally speaking, has a bit more of a, I guess, defensive-sided comp would be the way that I want to explain it, especially on Ascent. We know that this comp loves that stall type of playstyle between the Omen Smokes, the Killjoy utility, the Sova Shock Darts. You really do have a lot of options when it comes to buying time for rotations, and you still have that flexibility to play aggressive towards mid, to take fights in A main, to really put the pressure on over towards B. The question is what this attack side looks like from DRG, right? How do you have this kind of flexible double orb smokes, Omen Clove play, especially when Ackerman, for all things considered, is on a kind of cold spell in terms of performance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it does seem like being a little bit inconsistent is a problem kind of across the board here. Now we can kick off the second half and see who comes out on top of this pistol. Nova can win this one, then we'll have 3 for 3. DRG. I think a pistol win here would be monumental for DRG because it'll give them so much to run away with. For Nova, it would allow them to even out the scoreline. For DRG, it gives them a bit of a runaway train.
You would have the chance to really run through the rest of this half. But Nova's still looking to run it back. Get things to that tied scoreline. Shock Dart does a little bit of chip damage here. Gate crashes out and the dueling paranoias as well. Azir and CB both on this B site, just holding for now. Spirits takes that opener. CB needs to get some frags, but can only find one headshot. Kashu's gone. Guang's the next to fall. And now Monk just jumping. Classic right clicks leaves Swirl alone in a 1v3. Be the first fight taken. That's a good shot, but the double swing, they almost line up, and it was just 20 HP the difference between a win and a loss for Nova, but it still goes the way of DRG.
Double dink, man. If there was just a little bit less HP on those players, he somehow clutches that, but unfortunately not enough done earlier in the round, not enough that he could clean up off of. And it's going to be DRG with, like we said, a potential momentum extender of a pistol round. And important, and you can see the coaches as well. They know how important that pistol was. You can see the frustration on their faces and the devastation. Nova, I said, you know, whenever they beat DRG, it's always in 3. But this time around, they might not be given that opportunity again.
Just a full eco for Nova. Any kills you get would be huge in just providing an opportunity to win that third round, that bonus round. We know where DRG are headed, right? They're on track for 9.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think DRG could like snowball through the rest of this half, or do we feel like Nova has more fight than that?
I mean, could, absolutely. There is definitely a world in which they make that happen. But I sincerely hope not. I've said, you know, Nova have had a lot of shining moments, a lot of situations where it felt like they had a lot going for them and a lot that they could kind of work off of and pivot off of. So I'd love to see them be able to put up a little bit of a fight here. And of course, this unlikely to be the round when that happens. So we look towards the next where they'll have some guns available, and turning the momentum in the next round would be pretty
Time
Oh
and
my
Swirl and
God,
Monk.
brother.
They turn that little choke point into a meat grinder. There's a chance here. A jumping Guang trying to get damage done. These players are all halved. Azir just a couple right clicks away from completely flipping this round on its head. 2 players tucked in towards hell. And 120 HP across these 3 players. That's one. Right click for the second, but Vukashu's not suspected. And just barely, DRG scraped that second round by.
Yeesh, man. Another one that is just obscenely close. Closer than it should have been, and definitely a lot more expensive. So many guns lost in that round. But is it going to make a huge difference overall? I think that obviously in terms of what you were expecting going into that round, that wasn't it. And so much damage getting done does make things that little bit more uncomfortable. But ultimately, they've gone for a full reinvest into this. We've seen that once before, and it did work out. So I don't necessarily hate it. It's a big confidence play, though, from DRG.
Oh, Spirits. Out of the dimensional drift and into 2 kills. Just lays up DRG nicely to hit double digits. And we talked about snowballing, and this is how it starts. You win that bonus round. You force Nova to save 3 guns here. We talked about map 3s. We talked about how Nova loves taking DRG to map 3. This could be a chance for DRG to change that narrative, to no longer choke these series out against Nova.
Yeah, this is feeling like it's already a save angle. Oh my god. Yeah. There was a part of me that had like a moment where my brain just like turned off for a second, and the round started looking very strange. But nope, perfectly as expected. Yes, holding on to those guns because, as mentioned, that was a full force from DRG. It was, it's not brave. That's not the word. It's risky, but it works out perfectly for them. They actually come out of that flawless. Don't lose a single player. They take away a couple of the guns from Nova. They force Nova into a timeout now as well. Things are starting to look scary. Hitting double digits, not only double digits, but doubling the scoreline as well. For Nova, there have been a lot of key moments where it felt like they could and they needed to pull back the momentum. But every time DRG have managed to just stabilize that a little bit better. And that mid-rounding that I had spoken about on Lotus is starting to rear its head again. They looked really good on Icebox. They were able to make those adaptations beautifully, particularly on that second half. But that was their map pick. That was the map that you expect them to have a really good, solid understanding of, and solid protocols and solid ideas for what you want to be doing round to round. But this map 3 is always, it's a handshake map. It's the map where everyone is like, all right, I mean, it's not my favorite, but we don't hate it. So yeah, okay, fair enough. This is where we'll go. So you expect them to at least look somewhat comfortable and playing one of the most standard comps. But this is the problem with the standard comp, because this comp has been played since time immemorial. So the amount of anti-stratting that has gone into a comp like this is astronomical. Whereas DRG's comp, I mean, I said you got to stick to your fundamentals, but DRG have just been on top of it. No way. Surely you don't just get 2 like that.
Okay, so the VALORANT strategy was Vukashu go kill in B main, and even though they did a normal set play for mid, Swirl's basically gonna have to save again, because there's really nothing you can do here. This is another save from Nova.
That's devastating. Off the back of a very similar type of round as well. And they're forced to have to hold on to just the 3 weapons like they did in the previous. That's them going up to 11. Nova invested a little bit into this round as well. We've seen rounds before where they have like 2 or 3 pistols and then maybe like 2 rifles, and they come out on top of it. And usually it's off the back of like one player going a little bit nuclear. But this time they're just being shut out round after round after round. 2 remain for DRG to close out this series. And I'll be honest, first map at a 13-8, the second at a 14-12, to go out like this would be devastating for Nova.
Yeah, especially because this is the stage opener, right? This is how you're entering stage 2, the statement you're making. It just feels a bit flat. So you want to try, even if you don't win, you still want to try and get as many rounds on the board. You still want to show that you're a team that can be threatening, that can fight for a playoff spot. Good utility combo there. Puts Spirits at 70 HP.
What's crazy to me is how DRG play so much of this is like a death ball. You know, like defaulting is not really a thing. They just kind of run it down, and they'll have someone like towards the extremities for like a little bit of space control, or shutting down flanks. But for the most part, they're just like, we move as a team.
Yep. Well, they have two modes. They have run it down fast and run it down slow.
Ah, nice.
Well, it's more run it down and walk it down, I think is the better way to put it. So you can see right now they're doing the walk it down mid strat. Already in towards market. They do have one player lurking over towards B main. And this is that sight hit ready to come through. Decoys out. Swirl holding towards CT, but can't get the shots to land. Flexen will be able to take out the duelist for Nova. And this is going to be the rotate called. They want to go and pincer this A site. Monk in such a tough spot, but still able to get away with one. You do have Azir over towards A main, taking that timing, dropping the spike. 10 seconds left. Has to be a drop onto the site. Ackerman going in, just being able to stick as Spirits drops in. 2-on-2, waiting for CB to rotate through heaven. 4 bullets, has to back up. Spirits is going to take that swing. And it's all about these 2 1v1s. Ackerman and CB over here towards heaven. It leaves CB alone, 1v2, and can't get it to go. Spirits will lock things in at series point for DRG.
So many of these rounds, man. It's what I was saying just now. There's these rounds that feel like they could have and they should have. This is one of those rounds. They absolutely could have, but unfortunately, they didn't. And again, I mean, DRG, yeah, I'll say it out loud. There's a lot of craziness in how we see plays set up in this region, right? The types of comps that they play, the types of approaches, the types of execs, but the fundamentals of like swing together, make sure that you're not getting caught alone, play off of utility, like these simple concepts are still incredibly strong, and DRG are using that to perfection. Map and series point here for DRG.
Oh, CB goes walking in, and Ackerman beheads. Kakashu swings in to take care of Guang, and that feels like a wrap. Monk falls to an Ackerman 4K, who gets active in the last moments of Ascent for DRG to start stage 2 strong with a 2-1 win over Nova.
And history was not about to repeat itself, at least not in the same fashion. I spoke a bit earlier about how usually when DRG play against Nova, if they win, it's a 2-map affair, but when they lose, it goes to 3. This is the first time that DRG have had to go to map 3 for a victory, but they have done it. And ultimately, that's the only thing that matters. They'll go up 1-0 now in their group, feeling very confident off of this first win here in stage 2 of VCT China. And there are some absolute rock stars on this roster that I cannot wait to see more of as this stage goes on.
Yeah, and you can see all love there between Vakashu and Swirl. And this DRG team, they're taking their victory lap. It's the first time they've been able to beat Nova on map 3. And they look proud of themselves. They start this split on a high note. It gives them the opportunity to fight for that playoff spot, because remember, if DRG don't make playoffs, they are immediately relegated back down to challengers.
Yeah. That's insane, right? It's such a painful position to be in, fighting for your life, not just in this tournament, but potentially future tournaments as well. It puts so much pressure on your back. But this, of course, is what we as the viewers live for. We love that pressure, and we love seeing how teams either thrive or fail based off of how well they can deal with that pressure. But for now, Dragon Ranger, doesn't matter how much pressure is thrown at them, they still continue to show to show us something, right? To always have something in their back pockets, to have some really great performances, to have some really big numbers on the server. And despite these wacky comps, they're still getting results. You could call it PRX-esque, you know, the PRX of China, if you will, but ultimately you cannot deny the results. And as long as they keep getting results, the haters have to sit down.
Yeah, just phenomenally played from DRG today. We'll let this team comms go.
I told you about it. Ready?
second，姐姐，阿克玛，来吧，来好。别急，别急，我黑了，没事。好，连上，连上，还有一个死了，真的死了。爆点没了，死完了，赢，兄弟赢，我找了。Nice，let's go。
And there you go. MVP Spirits back in good form. 301 ACS.
Insane.
That's just ridiculous. 200 damage per round. You're basically talking about a permanent 4 versus 5 on the server for Nova, just solely off of the damage Spirits was bringing to this team. Just a phenomenal performance.
Yeah, I think that, you know, everybody kind of stepped up a lot more on the second map. There wasn't really anybody that was, you know, underperforming like what we saw on that second map. But this really was kind of a team effort from DRG to just consistently be coming out on top of so many of these battles. Across the board, statistically, they were on top of everything, just really living their best lives. Quite a few multi-kills there as well, 2 of those just for that extra little bit. So yeah, I'm really impressed. And here's of course a breakdown of our day. So 13-8 was the scoreline for DRG on their own map pick on Lotus. 14-12, Nova took Icebox. They really did do it the hard way. But finally, it was DRG with a dominant 13-5 victory on our decider of Ascent. They're going to be feeling super happy with how that one went. And we'll see them again a little bit later on in the stage. But I'm also looking forward to seeing more from Nova. You know, we're kind of gassing up DRG a bit here, and of course it's deserved. They did win that, but I think that Nova have a lot of chances here. We said that they were 2 relatively closely contested teams. I think that gap is closing more and more as the weeks and the months go on, and I think that, yeah, not even I think, I see a really strong future for Nova if they continue with this trajectory.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's really important about this Nova team is what the future looks like, right? Obviously today weren't able to get that win, but there's still chances for them in the future, especially in this Omega group, which feels a bit weaker, to get some opportunities, to get some wins under their belt, to build some confidence and potentially make a playoff push, right? It's not like either of these teams are eliminated from playoffs just yet. There's still a long ways to go. So, you know, as we talk about Nova and a lot of the things they did well, you have to highlight Swirl as a performer. I think you also have to highlight CB and the energy that he brought to the essentially the server today, right? I mean, we saw it on Lotus being the reason that they started to put those string of rounds together in that first half to bring them that opportunity. You saw the impact he had on Icebox being that kind of secondary in after Swirl. Some really good signs. You just want a little bit more consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and it sounds like we have an interview, so we'll throw that over to Biros for the live translation.
打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 DRG 的阿克曼。
欢迎你来到我们的 VCT CN 的联赛。今天也是作为我们的一个新秀上场，并且是拿下了今天的首胜。想要问一下，来到舞台上面去打比赛的感受如何？
DRG's rookie and getting your first victory today. How do you feel? Yeah, and it felt better and better as we played on.
并且今天的发挥也是非常出色，而且我感觉你们面对到了 Nova 战队之后，这个气场好像完全不一样了。也有知道你的队员在面对到他们的时候是很有经验的，他们在赛前有没有传？
It felt like the team's energy really shifted when you guys were playing Nova.
他们让我赛前不要紧张，然后让我
And
其实我想
did the more experienced players teach you anything?
一起说就行了。
就是。
And he said, "Oh, I didn't really like think about it too hard, and I just listened to like the calls." And yeah, it's like he really did not feel like a rookie at all.
满分10分的话，打9.8分吧。
How would you rate your Neon today and the coordination with team? He's like about 8 points out of 10. And he said there are a few details that he would still improve on.
场间的时候有听到你们的语音，还挺意外的，因为其他人可能在打残局的时候想要往前冲，但是你立马拉住了大家说，要纪律性。我想问一下你在队伍当中的一个担任。
In the team calls, we really heard you like pull the team back and tell them to like stop going forward. The clutches.
如果要冲，也要带上我。
很稳健的一环，也看到今天的表
现。And he said, yes, I guess that's like kind of my role to kind of calm the team down.
在后续有没有哪支战队或者是哪个选手，你很想要跟他去切磋一下的呢？
其实每支战队都。
And who would you like to learn from in the future after this today?
从中学到东西。
是的，也是再次感谢你今天接受。
And he's like, oh, I want to like face all teams.
给他一点掌声好吗？今天表现真的非常的出色，也希望你们在后续能够发挥的。
And that's about it.
那接下来即将要进行的是我们的第2场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
暴风电竞椅职业战。
So some interesting kind of notes there coming out from our good rookie of the year, Ackerman. I mean, what's the kind of check on that now that we've listened to Ackerman talk about today's match, and what's the takeaway we get from that really?
Honestly, I think that, so obviously, like being a rookie, not really used to having to do most of these interviews and stuff, it was fairly surface level. I think the thing that I really took away from this is that he said that part of his role is to help kind of pull back his teammates and you know, rein them in a little bit and keep everybody calm and collected and like focused on what the objective is and whatever. And that's crazy that you've put that maybe not put the responsibility on, but that it has fallen on your rookie to not only be a fragger, but to also assist in making sure that the team is, you know, coordinating and not kind of overextending or doing anything silly. And it's really impressive that he's seemingly slotted into that role so seamlessly.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you have to give him a bunch of credit for the work that he's been able to do and kind of the improvement that you've seen from this team, because compared to where they were at the end of Split 1, we were kind of looking at this team as like a relegation team. Like they could just get immediately relegated, but Ackerman joins and all of a sudden things have turned for the better. There's a real chance for them to make it to playoffs, to go to Ascension to fight for their spot, but the best of 3 is over for the day, Nauri. So we unfortunately have to say goodbye, but don't fret for those watching at home. You can still stick around, stay tuned with us through that ad break in case you want to help Project Horizon, because we've got one more best of 3 for the day. It's going to be Mad Dante and Snow on the other end to greet you guys for that second best of 3.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Valorant China Network. It is myself, Mad Dante, and now joining me is my good friend and pal. I'll let him introduce himself.
Sorry, I forgot that when we went on to this, I had to mute stuff, and then all of a sudden I was like, I hear triple audio in my ears. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening, but you know what, Dante, I'm here, and I'm excited to watch some Valorant with you.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. So we did just have DRG versus Nova. Went to a third map, which I think some people were a bit surprised by. But that was ended up 2-1 going DRG, and now we move over JDG versus Trace. And there's been some choice words and choice discussion that's been had. It's gonna be quite an interesting segment.
Choice words. I mean, personally, you know what? I'm a fan of teams that like to let their rosters settle, like to let their rosters chill out a bit and learn to develop. But JDG has had this roster for like a year and a half and has been replaced by Bianc, who's now going to be their IGL. It could change a lot of things up for them. You have a new player coming in who's going to have to lead the squad, who's going to have to call all those strats, and it could be a very different Trace VC, which is a little bit worrying considering before they were so good.
They were very solid. And speaking of, you know, before when they were so good, so on the group stage of week 3 for stage 1, Trace and JDG had went against each other. It was a pretty quick 2 for Trace. It was Lotus Haven 13-7 and 13-11 respectively, picking both 3-site maps, running the ISO and Yoru for JDG. Yoru just primarily being picked up by Trace as well, and then Neon coming through. So with those nerfs and such that have now, of course, hit the servers, that could be another thing that changes, and changing 1 or 2 things is fine, but you know, that's quite a lot of adjustments.
Yeah, because you're bringing in a new player, they've got to learn a new system, they've got to learn the way you play, the style that you have, or they've got to go throughout just scrapping it, which means that everybody is going to start afresh. But my main worry is not for Trace. I feel like Trace is still going to be that solid team. My main worry is for JDG, because they swapped out Mr. Canny, who was a solid player for them, by no means probably their best player, but was definitely a player that provided everything they needed in terms of that info initiator utility. You swap them out for another player, but you keep everybody else on the roster, which is just surprising to me, because if historically you don't know this JDG organization, they are an organization that has teams in League of Legends, and the JDG in League of Legends was known for doing complete roster flips every single season.
Yeah, they were more than happy. Just even whenever they were doing well, of course, you know, when they were doing not as solid, okay, the roster change-ups kind of make sense, but they were very confident to even doing a solid run and going back to the drawing board. And some people, you know, they had drew criticism from it. Maybe they're taking kind of a play out of FPX's book, and just if we keep changing one person, we'll find the golden child, or we can like return to glory days. But you kind of need the glory days to return to, and currently JDG don't quite have that. Maybe this is the beginning.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Let me cope. Let me cope.
Look, you can cope, you can cook, you can do whatever you want, but either way, that meal is coming out of the kitchen burnt no matter what you try to do.
If I get another chef in here, maybe too many cooks can finally help. If you get enough recipe books, if you combine enough, if you throw enough at the wall, maybe.
The thing is, if you keep trying to cook the same meal when it's overcooked, it's not going to work. We need to do the classic thing of just throw it away, start afresh. I mean, JDG, it's just difficult. Either it needs to be a playstyle change, maybe a coaching staff change, maybe just a couple of players need to change, but something needs to happen to make this team work together better.
Yeah, it really does. And the last thing we'll say with this kitchen metaphor is, look, you can cook bread, you can cook wheat, you make bread, you cook bread, you make toast. There is a very minor amount of things you can cook twice, and sometimes it can come out of that kitchen golden brown.
Okay,
Let me cope.
Yeah,
it's the only example I've got. Don't ask for any other examples. I got nothing.
You know what? I feel like, realistically, you know, we're talking like cooking as if like, you know, it needs to be the perfect ingredients, a perfect recipe. Like, we're not baking out here. We can throw in a little bit of salt, throw in a little pepper, you know, throw some more spices in if you got a bit of a Cajun mix. It's fine. Like, get something going that works a bit better for your team. We've seen that today, these two teams that just played, it was not clean Valorant, but it can work if you make it work for your style.
It was, yeah, scrappy's the word. Seeing Harbour come back on an Icebox is really interesting. Seeing Reyna come back, who not only is a very low pick rate anyway, but also has just been nerfed. The orb is even easier to break, and I think we did actually see 2, maybe 3 interactions where that one less bullet required absolutely caused some difficulty. So whether we start seeing the Vise set up on Ascent more often, or we start going back to the tried and true, remains to be seen.
A very important note as well for this Trace team, while we're speaking about them as more likely the favorites in this one, Martin, who is coming into this roster as their controller / sentinel potentially, their last league match was 488 days ago. That is next level rust in terms of playing this game.
That's 15 months if my very fast math and bad math is correct. So someone can pull out the calculator. But yeah, that is an insane amount. Off-season events, 429 days. So even that's only 60 days between an off-season event and, you know, the big leagues. So that is quite insane. Got to Ascension twice, once with XLG and then got benched. So as you said, a monumental level of rust. The WD-40 entire cans of that stuff are going to need to be attributed to get those joints back up and running.
And especially on a role that can be as important as controller or sentinel, that kind of more traditionally lurk player, if they're playing that sentinel role or playing something like the Viper, it's so important that you have good synergy with your team in terms of the timings that you get. People often talk about lurks and it's like, yeah, just send them on their own, they'll get some kills. It's so important that they don't over peak, don't over press too early, and have a good timing with the rest of that core so that they can find better positions and opportunities.
And positional advantage, of course. I mean, it's the name of the game. It's Valorant 101, essentially, those fundamentals. And we've been mentioning it a lot. Actually, funnily enough, he's on the stage now. Leo King has had quite a solid showing for Trace Esports, usually sitting on your controller, usually able to develop that space, able to develop the team, usually off of the back, actually, of Bianc as well. So we'll see if Trace can keep it up, but as you said, you know, with the difference in IGL, with the difference in captain, there may be a couple of screws loose that need tightened.
And it could be the opposite, you know, maybe everything just clicks into place. They've got the Allen wrench out. They've managed to build the IKEA furniture together. And this is what we end up with. We end up with a Trace that does look like a dominant force. And I would not be surprised if that is what we see, because this team was so close to greatness, right? They won out lock-in. They looked so good going into stage 1, and they just fell short in what was essentially a pretty hard group for them to win. So now with the groups a bit more equalized, a few good teams in both sides of the bracket, a few not so good teams in both sides of the bracket, this could be their opportunity to really pull it through and show that they are one of those top 3 teams.
And they will have plenty of time to do it as well with the Teo and nerfs and everything. You know, it's been a little bit now. Teams have had time to adjust, but got to really point out that some teams have been, maybe not struggling is the right word, but readjusting to Neon getting a bit slower, the relay bolt being a bit slower, Breach's stun being a bit slower, and then Teho falling off the face of the earth. It's very much kind of what Chamber was, where some people rose to stardom off of Chamber, and then Chamber got readjusted back down to earth, and people's capacities started showing a bit more truer colors.
Yeah, I mean, the people were glazing Trent and how Trent looked like the best player in the world, and then all of a sudden G2 goes to Masters and doesn't quite look as good anymore without that Teo being there. But with those kind of comments aside, you know, we see this JDG walkout. It gives us a little bit of a time to talk about the map pool, because I know that we were speaking just before we came on about Corrode, and we were talking about how watching TMV's Thinking Man Valorant's co-stream, and they were talking about how the comps were a little bit grief on that map so far.
Finding out any compositions, I mean, I said it yesterday actually when it was Wolves versus FPX. Defense is going to be harder on a map that's as new, because you are going to need to work out where the utility's best placed, how you get your best angles and advantages. Attacking, as long as you just rush onto the site and take your fights and win, you know, you can find that. It's when the map gets a bit older, gets a bit more mature is probably the easiest way to put it, that you start to really get those defensive sides. But yeah, working out if Chamber, Vise, Cypher, if Killjoy, yeah, there's a lot of options for it. I can see, maybe someone should take me out of the kitchen. I can see Killjoy setups actually getting quite a bit of value on Corrode once we get comfy with it.
I don't want you cooking again. I saw what came out of your last attempt at cooking. We don't want to leave you anywhere near the kitchen. We're gonna get you a professional chef. We'll get you a living maid. We'll sort out all that cooking for you. And that is me. That is my job. I'm here to cook. But in terms of Corrode, in terms of if that map even gets picked up today, I feel like it's a map that maybe doesn't suit the style of this region. It's it's a very fast-paced region, and on a map that has so many choke points, so many Odin spam spots, it's difficult to play a really fast style without getting that map control first.
Nah, both of these teams, and to be honest, as you said, most of the teams in the region, they have adored this kind of Yoru Neon switch. Everything's very fast. Riaz is just showing up now even to replace Jet, just to get the satchels in and get those movement executes very much in. But speaking of, we do have the map pull up now, and not unsurprising, Icebox to me is always something that I kind of hesitate on.
Yeah, it's difficult because I feel like the map sometimes just does come down to who plays better on those long-range angles. Sometimes it's one of the few maps where I'm like, if I play this in comp and I get mechanics diffed, it just is what it is. There's a lot of long-range angles. There's a lot of isolated fights that you might need to take. And it's difficult unless you have a specific comp to counter those kind of long-range fights.
Yeah, and I mean, to kind of talk about that composition, we might see the chamber again popping up for the mid. We'd mentioned him for the Corrode and such, so possibility we'll be seeing that. And yeah, Headhunter, one of the strongest pieces of utility if you can land your shots. And I know that's a massive asterisk that basically you can say anything's really good in Valorant if you can land it, but Headhunter is especially the case.
But these are the best of the best. Like we're not contemplating whether they can land the Headhunter shots. It's whether they get given the opportunity to land the Headhunter shots. It's whether that utility usage is going to put them in the right spot to be able to find those shots. And that is the difficulty because this region as a whole, and especially JDG, are a team that didn't really click together. Sometimes they would have rounds that look good, but mostly it would be off the back of just finding isolated fights, winning those 1v1s, which isn't what you want to do, especially when this region is moving more towards teams like Wolves, like XLG, that play for these set hits, that play for these protocols, and play really well off of each other.
I mean, you kind of took the words right out of my mouth. I want to, mention it a bit more that we are talking about, a scene that, as you've said, very fast-paced, very much, just kind of not run and gun, but take fights quick, take them hard, and walk away the victor. And what's that's kind of led to is the China network in particular, the Valorant China network, is almost seen as the star player syndrome. I've started to refer to it as, where you've got one player who can just consistently do that. They've turned up, they've turned on, and they are absolutely tearing something apart. We've seen it from basically all of these players. Leo King comes to mind for me the last time, but we've got the Agent Select now, and I see Sage, and I immediately, despite my love for her, a bit hot under the collar personally.
Well, okay, calm down there. This is not that kind of stream here.
No. I'm nervous. Sorry. Let me rephrase that. It's the sweat, not that other thing.
No. But in terms of that, I understand why you get excited about the Sage. I mean, it's an agent that we saw Fnatic use to great effect on Icebox. We saw how well it can work because it gives you so much on the retake. Because as soon as you go onto the site on retake and you put a wall up, what does the enemy team do? Like, yeah, they can swing out and break it, but when you're fighting them, you're shooting them in the face. They have to choose whether to use their bullets on you or on the wall and stop the plant. And it's just like such a difficult situation to be in. And those quick fire decisions sometimes fall to the wayside for some of these teams.
That's the thing. Whenever you play as fast a pace as the China network absolutely do, yeah, that split-second macro is very much a make or break, and sometimes you can just make the wrong decision in the heat of the moment. The Sage wall is a great example. It usually does get committed to on the defense side. It's usually just to kind of wall off tube, prevent that from being an angle, but we have started to see Killjoy, the turret, very much set up just to kind of cover that. We actually even see it right now. The setup is there from Caitlyn, the turret and Kitchen themselves playing on top of that boiler, but we get right into the pistol round. It looks pretty general split right now, 3 towards A and 2 towards B. Let's get this underway.
Just a bit of slow play to start this one off. Neither of these teams wanting to take that risk so far. And with a scan out of Stu, it means they're going to have to back away. But 2 members holding this B site isn't common for this pistol round.
No, not at all. Especially you're looking at it as well. It's not There's no Viper, or well, there is the Viper, but the Viper Orb hasn't fully gone down just yet. You're actually using Stew's smoke to get that one way to kind of buy time, which I quite like. It does mean that the Viper toxin, the bar does stay full up. It means you get to use the Viper wall a bit more sparingly, or a bit less sparingly, I should say, a bit more proactively and aggressively. So really interesting to see the double smoke actually committed to that to keep it up. But of course, usually as we see, looks like it's a lean towards the A side.
JDG playing fully for this retake, not a single player on this site. And it means that Trace has so much space to work with. They've spotted some members already. They've got a bit of information. The question is, do they push forwards or just play this one out?
Kai falling off 410 immediately. That's excellent. I want to see that. But yeah, whether they do play it out, that 5 versus 5 retake, as you've said, the Cove does go down, one of the strongest pieces of utility to kind of hide in. It does need broken, very similar to a Sage Wall, but JDG seems so confident on this take. That Sage Wall that you had mentioned, if somehow, some way Martin was to get a 4K, they've also got to tear down an entire wall to get to that spike, and JDG super confident on that first take.
And I feel like this is sometimes the difficulty for some teams. When you get the site for free, it's almost like, what do we do now? Like, we were expecting to kill someone, we were expecting to get a fight and trade some numbers down, but when it's that 5-on-5 retake, it's sometimes a situation that not a lot of teams are ready for in the post plant, and Trace not taking advantage of the space they could have gained, instead trying to play back and getting cut off, like I said, by the Viper Wall, by the Sage Wall, and the retake was just so clean, so efficient from this JDG squad.
Incredible stuff, and it's nice seeing. I really do want to see more of it. The Sage Harbor setup is just more of a, we will build things that you have to tear down. We will put up like an additional 400, 500 HP to rip apart, is absolutely phenomenal to see. And this time now, Trace, off the back of a pretty struggled attack towards the A side, they're going towards B, and Martin already starting off much stronger.
I would say it's not really advised to one-way yourself off, but you know what? it's a strat that they attempt. Doesn't quite work.
If I can't see them, they can't see me. If I was the 5-year-old playing hide and seek.
Yeah, sadly, that's not how one-ways work, but they've learned today, and somehow KK Lin has managed to find a pick, and Spike is going to go down, but it's a bit of a precarious situation for both these teams.
Yeah, we can see the Cove, the high tides, the Viper Wall, everything's kind of going up now. The utility being spammed through here for the... You got to remember as well, this is the low buy for the side of Trace, but now they're on that post-plant scenario. They've got the Killjoy potentially set up there to back up with the turret with maybe the nade. And we see Baby Blue try his best to sneak into the Viper Orb. Does fall to Kai at the very least, does have the backup with Zion, but with a 2 versus 2. And again, that tried and tested Sage Wall. The Eagle stands on top of He's King of the World. He's trying his best, but there's the flank.
Can we get a PSA out for these VCT CN teams to just practice their anti-ecos? Because I feel like the amount of times we see a Thrifty come through in this region is crazy. It happened last split. We're seeing it again now in this split. And it's almost like they try to do too much. They try to be too aggressive against these anti-ecos to try get those frags early on, and they just get killed by members that are grouped up.
It's team, yeah, very much, and particularly as you said, kind of in this region, they seem to forget that, you know, the lower your buy, like typically the better you're doing at close angles. You want to be very much playing at those big ranges. You want to be, you know, let your outlaws, let your marshals, let your guardians, you know, play at the opportune range. If you run into someone, you can get classic right clicked, or as you said, gunned down by 3 members, and it looks like it could be happening. Baby Blue very lucky to get away with his life. The outlaw from Kai just not quite landing.
The drone leading the charge just gives a little bit of information that they know there's members on this site, but the question is, do you want to take that risk again? JDG are happy to just give you this site for free, and you have to be asking yourselves, if you're Trace, why are they doing that?
They're just trying to make sure they don't give the same respect that had been given over the previous round. If you do,
look at your minimap, Dante. There's 4 members towards B. They don't even. JDG does not care about A at all. They are happy if this leads into a 5v5 retake again.
I mean, it worked for them. It definitely did. So in theory, you do it again. You're the only member you've got is Baby Blue, just sitting there, essentially just waiting for the audio cues to tell his team. And now the full reinforcements, the big brothers of the team, are coming to try and shut this site down as the plant, of course, with the safety of the Cove. And ladies and gentlemen, a repeat of round 1, but with slightly better guns.
Expecting a little bit of chaos here as walls are going to start coming through and gunfights are going to be taken.
Fear Them indeed play around the cove excellently. The patience, you've got plenty of time. You don't need to worry about it. And Kai with the first one there doesn't even actually concern. Sees the drone or the dart come through from Baby Blue, doesn't even flick, and everyone from the side of Trace is just taking it down with that gun advantage. JDG not quite able to replicate the pistol.
Kai was pivotal in that round. The flood retake smokes were just so good at cutting off that site and making it so that backside could be taken. But as soon as Kai gets that first opening kill, it just creates a load of question marks for JDG. They can't find their way back into the site all of a sudden. And while they had a great plan, it just gets cut off by Kai.
Does indeed, and the shots, as you'd mentioned, you know, we're going to be seeing them quite a lot, but the positioning here looking quite a bit better, honestly. Kai here managing to get the back up, able to watch towards the screen, towards that backside of the A, because you've got Bianca on that Outlaw just to deal with any sort of swing, and then the confidence to go through it, taking the angles, taking the fights. We'll have to see if they can keep it up, and Kai immediately doing what we're used to seeing and getting punished terribly for it. Liu King actually falls with him.
They're just wanting to carry on going aggressive. Got a Viper in a smoke, but normally it's their own Viper's pit that they're looking to hunt through, but this time making use of that Omen smoke there as Trace gonna have to back away, gonna have to reset, and JDG will take those kills and get away with their lives.
JDG's positioning, you really look at it. I mean, you've got Jakiro over here, and you've got Zayan on top of that nest. But other than that, like three people are just essentially in like mid or boiler. There's not really, you know, much in the way of a pure site defense. It's very much just once Trace make a noise, then we're happy to play off of that. And they seem to be kind of making it work. Zayan finding Feg and Martin being called out towards that A site. And again, if you're Trace now, you've lost a pick on either side. What do you really do?
I just love the confidence of this JDG team that we're seeing from the perspective of just being happy to play that retake, looking at contested parts of the map, looking what space they need for that retake. You see this hit now. They're saying, okay, if we keep backside, it's the easiest retake of our lives. We don't even need to play on the site because it's just giving unnecessary 1v1s. And this team as a whole is looking completely different to what we saw last split.
Maybe, again, we were kind of talking, you know, maybe if you just keep it working, eventually it will come through. And at the moment, JDG are making that a true reality. I want to bring out, you know, the composition here as well, getting the Sage, getting the Killjoy, getting the, you know, playing that very defensive angle. They are not, as you said, taking 1v1s because you lose so much retake potential. You lose that Sage wall, you lose the snake bite from Viper, you lose so much that makes life so much easier. And this time, JDG just making their composition work even before their gunplay.
Harbor wall used by Trace to try get access to that orb, but when you disrespect it, when you don't care about it, it does not even matter, as Stu in an upwards angle could be the overwatch that this team needs to just lock down any potential site take.
And when you've got the Silva drone, that oil drone spotting out, I believe 2 members there getting seen, one of course getting tagged, and Trace very much respecting the positional control that JDG currently have. There's that little angle you see from Kai there towards that kind of belt, but otherwise everyone's just happy. And look at JDG, there's a field trip going down in mid.
I love this. They know that there could be a flank. They know that there's an isolated fight to take, and they just commit members towards making sure that Martin can't be that rat that sneaks up behind them.
4 people just checking out mid. Must have been the wind as Martin is forced back to join his team. Meanwhile, you see Feng is still trying to lurk down, and JDG are on him. They're trying to get him, but Trace have actually played this phenomenally. They have managed to, with patience, beat JDG. The conga line from B to A to mid to A to B, back to A as the post-plant scenario. Yet again, another 5 versus 5 retake.
They're already here, they're already set up, but the only thing is there is a question mark towards mid this time. They know not all 5 members are sight. That Harbor ult is going to be committed as well, slowing them down. They need to push the tempo though as the spike is ticking down.
got, speaking of pushing that tempo, you've got Kai in the Bladestorm. If he wants to create some awkward angles, it's a beautiful first pick from Bianca on top of 410. Immediately falls. Martin gets the frag. This control, you know, 410 is how rotates are made, and Lost Stew and KK Lin are phenomenally working off each other in the double swing, and it's Baby Blue to pick up the last remaining member. Plenty of time to defuse that spike, and a masterclass of a retake from JDG yet again.
Almost just pure perfection the way that they're playing off of each other on these retakes right now. I feel like if you are the side of Trace, you either need to prove that that mid lurk is an issue they have to deal with, because 4 members committing to push a player out of mid is crazy, because they know as soon as it's a 5-on-5 on site, they can just take the site so easily because they trust each other and play so well off of each other.
I want to bring up as well, and this is why Sage, I still stand by her. Like, I do think she's basically a fundamentally weak agent to pick. Just other Sentinels do jobs better, but that is how you want to play fights whenever you have a Sage on your team. Even if you trade, you don't, because whoever you've traded stands right back up. We see the res online. I think it's been online now for a round, maybe 2. If you play a 5 versus 5, you know, if you play a 5 versus 1 swing, and you trade that, you get the res, you cover whoever tries to counter swing the res, you maybe go actually 2 for 0, dependent. Yeah, okay, you use the res, but that's literally what it's there for. And suddenly that round, basically, you know, unless there's a massive clutch potential, you take that back for free.
But now, off the back of this timeout from Trace, it's a situation where they're having to rethink their options. The question is, do they keep testing this A site? It's almost like they feel like they have to prove that they can hit this site, because we've seen from JDG, they leave 1 member on A and commit 4 players towards B. It's not like you can just rotate off of A and go B, because there is an absolute army just waiting to stop you. And it feels like Trace's options are so limited in this game so far.
It's coming down to their pace. I want to say, I mean, of course, we have a little bit more information, but right now, what I'm really hoping the coaches have been saying is Trace maybe playing a bit too respectful. I mean, yes, you've got the Killjoy set up to work around, but look again towards that B site. Who is sitting there? It's 3 members of JDG, all pushed up towards that pretty close angle. They're playing off of the Viper wall, they're playing off of the res, the refrags, and it's a first spray through the smoke for J Kuro to start the round.
Already found that opening pick, and it puts even more pressure. But Martin has found the perfect timing, the perfect angle, but only manages to get 1.
0. Manages to get, and that is the ability. That is why Sage Res is, when you play a team, when you play this cohesively, when you play this compactly, that is the power of the Sage Res. To go 2 for 0 if you're the side of Trace is absolutely heartbreaking. The space has all been controlled in the spike. Still going there, but with only 3 members to defend and the ultimate's coming online, it's going to be a tough one to hold.
They are going to try hold it. The 2-man army of 2. If anyone's played that game on the Xbox, they would be watching this now, but they just can't make anything happen. And it's that opening pick, is that res that you spoke about, Dante. It just came through to pure perfection. You trade 1 member out, and all of a sudden you are all 5 alive again.
Not only that, and we even seen this perfect res positioning, literally a foot away from the orb, just to pick it back up and go, okay, cool, yeah, you know what? Not only have we got it, yeah, that shot was pretty filthy. The turnaround from Stu, phenomenal work. The flank as well, I believe, I want to say, the From the Shadows actually not being used, just a pure perfection of rotation, a pure perfection of position there. And JDG, as you said, looking very confident, very strong, and Trace forced into what is mostly a save.
2 rifles to work with, though. It's not the worst position to be in. I would have loved to see Kai maybe drop that rifle, play towards the knives. It gives them a few more opportunities, an extra gun in the hands. But with this Viper pit towards B, it's like Trace are being funneled towards A, and we know historically this A site is never a safe one to plant on.
It's terrifying. It's somewhere that you really do struggle with, but running into that Viper's pit and B, especially if you've got J Kuro. But once again, JDG, the way they're stacking is impressive to say the least. You know, only J Kuro playing off of the Viper's pit. Everyone else is rotated basically towards that A or towards that mid. You've got, of course, both members there in Zion and KK Lin trying to keep control of Kitchen, and it looks like everyone is a bit hungry, pushing up either towards that Kitchen or under the tube to try and get towards the B site, and the timing from Feng is absolutely perfection.
Kai Kai taking this fight on top of the tube. The elevated angle proves to work yet again. And as the turret has spotted out one member towards orange, it's difficult. Baby Blue has to hold this position alone against the Sheriff and manages to push them back.
Meanwhile, towards that mid, it is Beyond that actually is able to take it out. Stu introducing Kai to the operator that Kai wishes they were holding. The spike is tapped, but it's not stuck. That could end up being pretty pivotal right now as finally Martin gets onto the site. 2 versus 1, the clutch scenario. Taps the spike yet again, waiting for the swing, but the patience from JDG, that's one. He has the understandable with 10 seconds. He's planted it, he's tapped it yet again. He gets the timing, but the AWP is dropped, and now he doesn't stick it either. He's just running. He's trying to chase him down. 3 seconds left. The shorty gets pulled out. He doesn't have time. He has to meet him in this smoke, and Stu introduces him to the shorty and takes the round for JDG, and the Aura stance is living at large.
No way. It literally just comes down to that timing. I mean, a rare miss from Stu on that operator gives an opportunity to win this round, but they just can't catch a break, this Trace squad.
Genuinely, as you said, the timing has been going the way of JDG so well. The positioning, but that's not luck. That is the positioning. That is the ability. Yeah. Okay, maybe Stu a little bit fortunate there with just how the AWP and the drop came through. Martin playing that as beautifully as he can with the fake taps, but a little bit egregious. Maybe could have planted out the stick, or stuck out the plant, I should say. But of course, that's all hindsight. It's 2020 as we are on to this 8th round.
Drone going to be used. Hunter's Fury to counter it. Finds the kill. Baby Blue, how do you do so well with that ability? And now the lockdown is forced out. And JDG, I mean, they're fine leaving this site. We've seen how well they do on these retakes already.
I'm surprised there's anyone to push off this site with the lockdown, honestly. I'm surprised JDG aren't just all on boiler or kitchen already, just looking over and going,
Yep.
what they doing over there? What they doing over there as the plant now comes through, the Sofa drone, the oil drone of JDG on their own Kai, then figured out having to drop off the screen as, for once, ladies and gentlemen, it's only a 4 versus 5 retake with the lockdown coming down.
Yeah, the situation gets even worse for this Trace squad as lockdown pushing them back. Kai has to find a fight, manages to get one pick, and that could be just what they needed.
They are sticking it through as well. Yeah, the lockdown has now initiated. It's burnt quite a lot of time, but JDG are now repositioning pretty flawlessly. Look at how they are spaced out. 2 on upper. Oh my days, never mind. They are all lower as Martin buries 3. Kuro trying his best to equalize it, but does get shut down. Martin is filthy.
What on earth did we just witness? That might have been the greatest spray transfer I have ever watched in my entire life.
We'll get to see it again, but oh my days, yeah, hell of a start. Baby Blue here, the call out on the all, absolute perfection. Not, arguably, here it is. Look at that. That is just clean as, that is squeaky clean for Trace.
That isn't, this is CS. The spray transfers aren't consistent. Like, how do you even make that happen? That is luck, that is skill, that is RNG all on your side, just aligning for that one moment. And oh, was it needed by Trace?
It really was. And JDG now pulling a timeout, asking, how do you manipulate RNG in such a way? How do you get such a beautiful spray transfer? The positioning from them was flawless. I mean, I'd mentioned it was 2 on upper, 2 on lower. They were very much there to take the fights, but it was Martin that just said, you can have all the positional advantage you want. I will take you, pull you from heaven myself to equalize this, to bring you down onto the same footing as us. And with that now, JDG only 2 rounds above the econ, looking pretty solid for Trace. And let's not forget the amount of utility expended for that round from both sides.
But I do think, JDG not going to be too worried. It's one retake that went wrong in a sea of successes for them. And you spoke about it. I honestly was surprised that when that lockdown went down, they weren't checking mid. They weren't looking for a fight. But the one difference that Trace made is they committed more to fighting this site together. They didn't pull back. As soon as that JDG squad came through, they looked to fight them in those opening entrances.
I think that is coming down to it. We mentioned it earlier, Trace not respecting JDG quite as much. Okay, if you want to play mid, if you want to play retakes, that's fine, but we're going to play a pace that you have to match. We're going to play it very fast, very aggressive. And JDG now on the pretty low buy. You've got Baby Blue on the Stinger. Jakiro has managed to pull himself up a Guardian, but other than that, it is light shields or no shields galore, and the utility even not quite up to scratch. Trace really want to put this in the bag, but as you've said before, Snow, the amount of thrifties that come through from this region, it needs to be studied.
I honestly would never count a team out when it comes to a thrifty, especially in this region. But it is going to be up to Jakiro if they are to win this round. Would have a big task ahead of them as the sole member that is invested a little bit of money into this one.
The meeting in mid, it's between these two, Martin and Jakiro. The tension, the quietness, the steps. Oh, Martin is just there. There's no time. Kiro has given the position up immensely, and Kitchen now in control of the opposing Killjoy once that turret is dealt with.
Martin's pushing for more. Being a little bit greedy here, could potentially get caught out and give a rifle away, but if their timing is perfect, it wouldn't even matter.
Oh, the turret comes through, the wide swing, and Martin falls. He's good for one, but as you said, that is now a gun given up. And look at Trace, the respect. Guys! Give them a bit more control.
Playing so far back, I mean, yeah, good decision making from Kai, moving up here, wants to take this early fight and manages to do so.
That's more what you want to see. There is a lot of utility to work with, but still, we've seen how confident JDG are with positioning if you give it to them. And Trace almost hearing me and actually realizing, okay, yeah, we can push up. We've got the gun advantage.
And someone needs to let Kai know that Blade Storm's not going to last until next half. It's not one that you can save until the pistol round, because I feel like there's numerous rounds where we've seen Kai have the ability to pop that Blade Storm and maybe, you know, either have some effectiveness in terms of buying a rifle for their team, or just if they want to go a bit more aggressive and not give the opportunity for JDG to set up their retake. But isn't needed to be used in that round. Could be used in a future round if they feel like they need it, but so far Kai just playing without it.
I believe, as you said, no, that hasn't been tapped yet. Maybe I just seen the knife. I actually thought it had been pulled through. But speaking of respecting or lack of, look at Stu's position here with the operator. It's not going to find anyone. Trace either all committed towards that top bill or towards that mid side to try and find any lurks, any mispositioning from the side of JDG, who, speaking of, I don't think I have seen two members on top of that screen in potentially years.
I mean, the thing is, this op will find someone, but it's whether they can get out afterwards. Shu gets the kill. The TP is short, but nobody's there to trade it. Kai just doesn't find the timing to peek out, and Stu gets out with their life.
Very, very fortunate for JDG. Could have went entirely differently. Although, again, any positional control now, JDG are going to be grouped up, playing that kind of death ball that we've been talking about. Because if you look, there is one ultimate online for JDG, and it could result in a 6 versus 5. Trace look to be confident enough, look to have enough control to maybe get this plant down, but JDG are there to take the fight straight back.
Cove is great to fake the presence of where the plant's going to be. They get the spike down, but now as this harbor wall drops, there's multiple long-range fights that are going to have to be taken.
Look behind you, Trace. Look behind you. It's going to need to happen a little bit faster, but you can see the angle. You can see the position, and the Viper wall is being held by nearly 3 members of Trace. The timing from Jakiro is absolutely perfect. He's good for 2. The rest of his team now need to back him up, or he can just do it all himself. Baby Blue able to pick up beyond, and that is a flank and a half, exactly how JDG wanted that to go.
Look, all I'm saying now is Trace is going to take the play out of JDG's book, and we're going to see 4 people mid. Something has to stop these lurks. But yeah, it's not having access to that Sentinel util. Sentinel goes down as the first isolated player. Now all of a sudden you have nothing to watch flank. And while Feng Feng was there to, in theory, get that kill, the Viper wall just gives such an advanced positioning.
It's an incredible push up there, as you said. Getting that little box on the right side is just a phenomenal play, a phenomenal position. Almost a punish off of the Viper wall. Again, it's a great one to attack into, but we can see the angles that can be played, the timings that can be gained as we move on to another full buy. And Trace really wanting to get this round on the board if they want it, but JDG, KK Lin already saying that 4 is all you get this half.
Trace doesn't want that to be so as they carry on pushing, and Martin with this mid lurk has managed to find themselves a kill. But with the push through onto site, it is just Baby Blue finding Kai, and Trace has to back away.
Quite a bit expanded. The Blade Storm that you had asked so badly for has finally been used in JKuro. Yet again, these lurks that you had asked, you know, try not to give all the value, but now welcome to the Viper's Pit. If you want to try and walk through this main angle in towards the B site, no, you're going to have to be funneled through mid. And JDG playing off of that forced positioning. It's going to all be down to Zion here. The timing he gets found, that is essentially a 2k off one bullet because the res is now down and out, and the lockdown to buy as much time as possible for this 3 versus 2 retake.
It's not the best plan to play off though, but that kill will give them the space they need. The lockdown gives them the timing to rotate to find these positions.
Now, speaking of Martin rotating all the way back to get into this kitchen, and the positional here, he finds it. He's on for potentially the ace and stew with that operator with the gun that is oh so expensive. He might just opt, the pun definitely intended, to save. I'm very sorry, I'm ashamed. I'm very ashamed. I'm very ashamed.
You should be ashamed. But Shu finds that pick there, should be able to get out with the operator and their life. But okay.
Respect.
Yep. But now it's that situation where JDG's gonna have to change something up. Trace has been finding multiple rounds and showcasing that they don't have to just hit a site. When they see that JDG is playing towards this retake, they look for lurks like this. They look for these picks and try to force out these 1 versus 1s. And I mean, it didn't quite work for them in the early round, but Martin had an absolute play for their life getting a 4K there. And you know, it's a 2v4. It's not a replicatable round, but it is a round that Trace wins.
It is indeed, and of course that does give them any momentum to try and actually make this into 6-6. JKuro deciding, okay, you know what, you did something really good with position, you were really solid at that, I'm just going to meet you with this judge before anything else could happen. And look, actually, it's not just JKuro, there's already 3 members. JDG getting a taste of what it's like to be on defense next half.
Okay, Kai already knows. Yeah, it definitely hurts when you take a bullet through the head, but Kai reading that one perfectly. They knew that JDG was going to change something up, was going to try push the tempo, and they're just chilling. They're just sitting, waiting. We don't need to do anything. Just let them walk into us, and it might just work out. As you see, these 2 players are so tempted to try find a flank.
They want that res. It's last round. No ultimates coming over to the second half, as of course, Snow, you have made us very much aware. The double swing comes through, and Feng shutting it down. No res for you, and that is the issue with Sage. Yes, resurrection, arguably the most powerful thing in the game, but the positioning, you have to die in a helpful position, and it turns out if you've died, you're probably not in the best position, as now the scrap for the A site, it's gonna go the way of Trace to equalize the half.
And it's difficult because JDG looks so dominant in those early rounds. They had a plan, they had a strat, they knew what was going to work for them, but then Trace just found a way to read it. It was these lurks, it was finding these opening picks, which shut down the play of JDG. They wanted to play that 5v5 retake. What the? Okay. They wanted to play that 5 versus 5 retake, but if you don't give them the opportunity to get into those retakes 5 versus 5, it doesn't matter how much prep they have and how many protocols they have for that situation. It just won't work.
I mean, you know, at this stage, every team has those plays, exactly as you said, those protocols, those fundamentals, but those strats, those executes all rely on every piece of utility. The minute you start to lose one, then you have to adapt, you have to change it around. And what I really loved, honestly, seeing from Trace was how deep the spike plant started to go. You know, on that round with the 4K that we've seen from Martin, you'd mentioned that it's not exactly the best position to play off of the spike, which absolutely is just in a vacuum a completely true statement. But Trace all of a sudden forcing it to be a solid position from them, basically off of the back of Martin's awareness and just completely insane ability to read the map.
And this is what I love from teams like this, right? Teams like Trace and this region as a whole, they recognize that in situations where their number's down, they have to make what some people might call an int play, an aggressive play that is very high risk, because if you just play standard, it's not going to work. They're 4 versus 2, the numbers are on their side, it's going to work in their favor, so you have to take that high risk, high reward play, and Martin did it to perfection. And there were a few other rounds as well where we saw Trace taking these advanced positions in the post plant, which was a very high risk, but the reward for them was huge.
I think the biggest one that's coming to my mind is how often Bianca's played on top of 410, which, you know, if you're sitting on top of 410, you are a big target. Yes, okay, you do have the height advantage, but if someone swings you from heaven and you can get double swung so easy from 410, and as you said, high risk, high reward. And thus far, Bianca, everyone, honestly, I mean, Bianca only on 5 and 9, but the frags that he has been landing have been super pivotal, so they cannot, the KDA doesn't tell you the whole story.
And a 6-6 first half, it's almost like we're starting the game afresh. It's all about who's better on this side right now, this half right now, and the pistol round will set the pace for the rest of the game.
The Viper Wall's all up. Look at your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Both Viper Walls looked like both Viper Walls towards A, actually, but that is, of course, the Harbor Wall as well. You're going to be seeing that a lot. It's already up. The double controller, the Sage Wall, you had mentioned it, Snow, that, you know, how difficult it is, especially in pistol round. It's not quite the stability of Deadlock's wall, but certainly gets the job done and can't get shot through.
But they're so far back, JDG, on this. It's going to come down to these gunfights, and with a one-way setup, it's hard for you to find good positions to take these fights.
You say that, and now the position's been given up. The Cove as well put down, a lot of bullets having to be committed to try and break it through to prevent the spike getting dropped, but it's been jumped off of, and now the frags go every which way. It goes the way of Trace, but to be honest, the only reason I know that is because the game is telling me that was a party.
Yeah, that was people leaping through smokes, jumping which way everywhere, and that's kind of what happens when you have so many controllers in one game. It just comes down to these timings, who finds that perfect position to get through the smoke and sticking the spike here. It's Kai being a menace on the backside, creating these question marks for JDG as to where these players could be. And as the pistol round goes over to Trace, it is not a promising sign for this JDG squad, who so far was looking really good in that first half.
They really were, and it could all be down to this Harbor, honestly. I mean, the Cove, such a strong piece of utility, essentially forcing a mini rave. There should be a disco ball hanging from the top of that orb just to invite everyone in, because if you're not sacrificing the utility, it does take, you know, even after you break the orb, it does take, I believe it's a second to actually fully dissipate, so you've still got time to either stick a defuse or, you know, get a plant down, vice versa, whatever scenario you're in. So the utility, the flexibility of Cove as well, particularly then to dance around it and use it as a kind of ISO shield, sometimes can be phenomenal. So Leo King very much going to try and make that work.
But the benefit is on the side of JDG. If they do manage to get this spike onto site, especially if it is a retake situation, so much stall utility. They've got the mollies from this Viper, from this Killjoy. They've got the shock darts as well. If you can get onto this site essentially for free, the Cove is going to have less effectiveness.
That's true, and another piece of stall util, Sage, slow orb, difficult to kind of get through, but it's these moments when you're trying to retake, you're trying to push in from an angle. Having that slow, you can adjust whether you want to do a wide or a low swing, you just have to swing, is absolutely pivotal. Speaking of swings, we get into this.
Oh, perfect paranoia! Shuts off the attack!
Oh my days, and now they're just trading all back and forth again, playing these... Fang! That's a smoke! You're not meant to be able to see through that. The Spectre thing comes through from Leo King. KK Lee introduces on the stick through the Cove!
Again, Dante, not again. It's happened twice. We saw it. If anyone was watching that last series, this same situation happened like 2 or 3 times, where these teams are expecting the player to get half or tap the spike and then peek out, but people have just been sticking. They've just been not caring. They've just been sitting the smoke, sticking, taking that risk. And you know what? Why not take that 50-50? Because if it works out, you look like an absolute god.
And Fang surely feeling like an absolute god as well, soaring out for his team. And Trace, as you'd mentioned, Snow, that's 2 rounds back-to-back. Both defuses have been so solid. JDG, a little bit slow, a little bit just kind of split apart when it comes down to it, not quite being able to play the death ball defense that or not quite able to play the very violent attack that Trace was, as now again slowing it right back down.
But this is the only difficulty with this composition. They don't really have much in terms of getting to site. If you're hoping for a duelist to create space, you ain't got that. You've just got an Omen, which can be effective in a similar way. As I'm a little bit worried for JKura on this side of the map. 3 players waiting and watching, and this just could be their life going down.
Unless Kuro is able to be good for 1 and meets the Bucky. That is the information, though, that is told. At least 1 more. And you can see JDG almost burst into action, almost kind of awake that the, you know, the activation word has been said, and they have now shot into action as they just push on. Managed to take their trades, managed to take their frags, get the plant down for the defensive strat. They've still got quite a lot. They've got the Sage Wall from Zion. That's going to go down for this post plant. And Kai actually, though, able to bring down KK Lin to equalize the numbers.
How much comp have you been playing? Are you expecting this Sage to be in the ratty spot behind the wall or not? It's going to be difficult for Kai and Lower King. They're going to have to really find a way to isolate some of these gunfights. But with that player going down, it's Kai left all alone. And there is nothing that they can do. And now we find ourselves in a situation where both these teams have proven that on both attack and defense, they have the prowess to match each other 1 for 1.
And it seems to be the beautiful way of doing it this entire swing here. Beautiful shot from JKuro. Immediate follow-up, though, is exactly as good. The paranoias, we've got to really mention, have been stellar from both sides. Stu, in particular, every time there seems to be a fair gunfight, the screen goes black. Someone turns my monitor off.
You know what? I prefer to play with my monitor off anyway, because somehow it's not going to make me any worse than I already am. But for these players that are playing here, we would prefer their monitor to stay on because they are very good at the game.
Oh, no.
And the Hunter's Fury almost gets a double, but instead just a bit of chip damage.
80 health as well, and you've got to remember that there is no heal on that side. There's no Sage, there's no Sky, so that is perma damage. You don't have anyone to try and heal the little boo-boos. No plasters with little cutesy animals to be able to stick on. That is perma damage coming through as now the mid control here. JKuro's been trying his best. These lurks through mids have been solid, and he yet again shows how solid he is.
Trace has 3 members here, though. This is their stack site. Feng is so far up, they know it has to be A. They know this can't be a fake at all, but both teams just waiting for some of that utility to come back up. But it's not going to be the case as JDG already taking these fights.
We see that lurk towards Kitchen. We see JKuro trying to come through. It might be a bit too late as KK Lin is trying his absolute best to buy as much time as possible. JKuro swings the angle, but not with intent. Gets picked, and the spike still down. KK Lin trying his best. Does get the swing, but Feng is super ready. Knows that that was a true drop, and just takes the head clean off.
And the important part for that was the fact that map control was all on the side of Trace. I don't know if you saw in your mini-maps, but Feng was pushed up so far up through B, had the entirety of that side of the map controlled because they knew exactly where everybody was from this JDG squad. And it meant that when you have an idea of where they're going to be, you can just pinch on them, you can just allocate all 5 members towards this site, and Trace playing that one to perfection.
Really got to be said, you know, they've been really putting on a masterclass in the defense in Icebox. It's pretty, I wouldn't say it's pretty easy to do. It's pretty standard to expect. Icebox is a brutal map to attack on, but Trace were really making a showcase for it on their half, and JDG haven't quite been able to replicate it just yet. We've been seeing these very kind of big splits, you know, that 1 mid, 1A, 3C, and the Hunter's drone and the Silva drone coming through, the oil drone trying to find its mark. But Martin just all the way comfortable in nest. He doesn't really want to get picked out by that oil. He's happy just to sit there as the little birdie is.
Has the alarm bot though, so they are going to know that this site hit is happening as soon as this util starts to come through. They'll know that there's members here as well, as that dart scans nobody, and the space has been given, but the mollies have been popped to just stall this plant out, and a teleport will do nothing for Stu, as Trace are already here for the retake.
Martin saying he's not really a fan, more of a shepherd's pie, man, more of a different sort of food, as he takes down another in the form of Baby Blue. The Sage Slow comes down, the Viper's Pit now falls from JKuro. You need to find this, you need to force the advantage, but Martin just seems happy to tear you all apart. The right click not going to find its mark. Bianca follows it up, and KK Lin all the way towards that nest, sees the cove, tries to get the nade down, gets one at least for their troubles, but will fall.
The amount of high impact rounds that Martin has had has been absolutely insane.
Absurd.
Because this player has got so many 3Ks, 4Ks where they've just changed the outcome of a round single-handedly. And now the side of JDG, it's like, what can you even do to shut this player down? Because they are always in a perfect position.
I mean, that looked like a great attempt, you know, teleport in, meet the Bucky, play that close range angle, but instead, just the positioning, as you said, Martin just knows where to be, knows where to stand, knows how to take these fights, and Trace very much warming up, and you can see JDG looking a little bit concerned.
I would be as well if I was them. Their attack half so far has not been really good. I mean, they had that one good round, but Trace has been dominating them for the rest of this half, and it's kind of come off the back of just some of these opening picks, some of these opening fights, and Trace also taking those high risk plays. We've seen a lot of them push up when they get no contact, when they get no information, just look to get that information with their bodies, and when it works, it works, and when it doesn't, it doesn't. But so far, Trace has been winning out those rounds whenever they needed it.
I mean, that's the thing. When it works, it works. If it's working 70% of the time, you're happy enough with when it doesn't, and that seems to be the playstyle that currently has Trace really working as well. Another thing that I want to bring up again, because we so rarely see her, Sage for the side of JDG on attack is a bit rougher because the defense are basically always getting a frag and then leaving. We're seeing that, you know, Trace are very happy. They're not overcommitting very much, or they're like double stacking. So you're not really seeing a position where like Zion can get a frag as a trade and then res someone. So again, you've lost quite a bit of utility in that regard, where basically anyone else would have been a better choice.
Aggressive push down tube here from Trace as well. Mid control completely gained now. That alarm bot is just going to force JDG into a weird situation where they either have to commit fully to one site or they have to dedicate resources to clearing this one out.
And it looks like they're choosing to dedicate the resources there. I honestly believe at this moment now JDG just needs a kind of fast round, a pure, very quick commit. We've seen that Trace are very much split, trying to, you know, doing similar retakes to JDG, not quite to the same, you know, aggression, not quite to the same commitment that JDG were, but very much Trace just happy to wait them out, and JDG, even when they get the plan, like we see it here, it's pretty damn safe. It causes a lot of difficulty, and KK Lin falling in that mid lurk.
Spike has gone down though. This is a better situation for them than we've seen before, but I feel like they need to go aggressive. They need to take some fights. This pick could have been everything, but Stu misses it.
And the lockdown goes down to try and force, and we are seeing here the angle, the exact same philosophy coming down here as the lockdown is going to pop. Zion trying his best to get as many frags as he can, but it's not going to be quite enough as Fung Fung manages to seal the deal, and this is getting harder and harder for JDG.
And I love the discipline from Trace, right? You see Loyal King on the flank, gets caught out, doesn't die, but just regroups with the team. So often you'll see players that will want to retake that fight, want to take that angle and try risk the 50-50, but no, this team's so disciplined, they just back off, recommit to the site as 5, knowing that they have that numbers advantage, and it just works so well for them.
Worked flawlessly. There's no real concerns at the moment. There's no space being granted here. Trace are absolutely developing a masterclass here the last 3 rounds. Very confidently there's the economy. Very solid from both sides. We've got Lockdown, we've got Rez, we've got From the Shadow, we've got the Viper's Pit now being used from Fung Fung here, just trying to find and cut off as much of A site as possible. And it seems though JDG not entirely dissuaded from this site just yet.
And it's interesting because we see 2 people holding this Viper's Pit. Normally you leave that Viper alone, you dedicate resources elsewhere. And I think the main difference we've seen between these teams, right, is the fact that JDG has not put a lot towards mid. And this will be the time they change that. They do decide to dedicate some resources here, maybe try to take out this turret, just create a bit of presence before they back away. But 4 members here means that this part of the map is fully in their control, and it gives them options to pivot off of.
Does, and the wall kind of gives it away what the push is coming through. JDG still manages though, KK Lin, and with this push now up on Kitchen, this is what you want. You want Zion to try. No, he's off on his own. Zion, the res, he might actually find the angle though. He picks up 1. The fight's a little bit scrappy for the second. He falls, and the pinstripe, it's just back and forth, trade for trade for trade, but you lose the res in that scenario. A 1 versus 2 though, the numbers advantage still there for JDG. They do have a feeling of where Loyal King is, but they don't quite have the spike just yet. And with only 20 seconds, they have to do something. And falling to Luo King is not the option, Baby Blue, 1 versus 1.
And has to stick here, has to commit to this spike, but Luo King's already in such a good position and has access to that wall as well. But J Kuro has a bit of a sneaky trick of their own.
Dancing around it. It's also as well just looking purely at the kill feed. 19-15 versus 7-14. Luo King not quite as warmed up on the guns as J Kuro does look to be. He's actually trying to find out where the spike is at the moment. Just a little bit concerned. Believes it's a fight towards the snowman. Does find it now. Just taps it, but gets the spray. Knows where the bullet tracers are. Just waiting it out. Timing is everything. Swings through. Kuro just sticks in the corner, but gets found out, and there is still time enough for the defuse. Luo King, a beautiful clutch.
Played to perfection, and it's one of those where you're not expecting it. You're not expecting a Harbor to swing through the wall. With that slowdown, it's not always an advantageous situation for them to try take that fight. There's a little bit of chaos we see from both these teams here, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter about how chaotic the round is. It matters about who wins the round, and it was Trace, who I believe has now pushed themselves up to map point.
Map point indeed, and the buys not looking the best for JDG at the moment. We are seeing 2 Guardians online, which they have absolutely been able to make work, but if you look at those shields, and if you look at what Kai's holding, this could very well be Judge, Jury, Executioner, depending, but instead it's actually J Kuro yet again to find another pick towards the mid and finally maybe open up something for JDG.
On the one benefit to Sage as well is you get that heal coming through as well. Boost up that HP a bit more. It's not something we often see in pro players. These guys are so good at hitting headshots, but it might have its effectiveness here as this site take's coming through. The Outlaw looking to peek out, but it will find nobody.
And in fact, it's Stu with the Guardian, who is one to find their own. The Paranoia actually does find its target here. We see J Kuro just hiding with that 4 HP on top of 410. He's on Martin's screen, but I don't think Martin spots him out. Picks up one on towards Zion, going right underneath Kai as Martin and co are trying to get this back, trying to get this retake. The Outlaw finds one. The swing from Martin finds 2, finds a 3rd. He's absolutely insane with it, and Kai finishing up the first map. 13-7, an absolutely insane and literal killjoy.
How can one player have so much impact in a game? I feel like any time Trace needed to win a round, Martin was like, all right, let's go. I'll kill them all. That's fine. Yeah, like, we want to win this game? Okay, I'll just kill everyone. Like, it's just so crazy that Trace were put into some really precarious positions where their retakes weren't looking so good, but Martin just constantly finding 2, 3, even 4 kills, just turning the game around for this squad.
No real concern. Martin almost very much in the, oh, I see your concern. Never, never fear. Martin is here. Don't worry, I am back. Look at these shots. That's 1, that's 2. He's so just absolutely clean with it. And he knows he can tap the spike. He knows Kai's behind him with the backup here. And we now get to see the highlights of all the scrappy plays. And let's not face it, because we had both scrappy and phenomenally, just cleanly, concisely executed plays. A good mix of both, I gotta say.
But I feel like on the same merit, we have to expect chaos when you're looking at both teams running double controller comps on this map, because so many sightlines are being cut off, so many smokes are being placed on the site that it has to turn into that chaos of everybody just committing to any fight they can and trying to just find that timing. And Trace found that timing more often than JDG did, and sometimes that is just what the game boils down to.
It can be as simple as that. There's definitely nothing to say. I mean, as we were kind of mentioning it earlier, JDG looking very different, looking very much ready, looking quite a bit more confident than we've seen in the past. And unfortunately for them, it seemed Trace very much had that defense down on lock. And if it was for only one man, Martin, the myth, the legend, who just refused to let any rounds kind of go away, as we now hear the team comms, we get to listen to how these players were interacting with each other and the chaos, as you said, Snow, that ensued.
Quite calm comms, to be fair, so far.
Immediately changes with it. Immediately the Hunter's Fury gets popped and suddenly true chaos.
他们有个要反大。
But back to Cam again. Very
他反
quick.
大，我划个紧加那种连好吗？往前走。
可以。
Yeah, I mean, it shows you that
他们还是要回
Trace's
防的
team planning is so good, and right now they're talking about saving the drone, keeping it for that retake, so already planning out that strat before it even needs to happen.
And that's the awareness there. That's keeping. That's very much keeping, keeping that composure, keeping that mental there. They're just chatting away. Imagine to it. They have to worry about the opposing lockdown, and we can hear it's basically. If you look even down at the players, it's always Martin that seems to be the one chatting, but what seems to be the one calming. It's a phenomenal position to have your Killjoy, who can not only frag out, but give the team keep them coordinated and give them that confidence to just
I
push
want to
through.
hear the reaction to this.
Oh yeah. Just let it be silent. Let's just hear it.
加过点。别急别急，漂亮！
Actually, pretty calm, all things
I mean,
considered. But
I'm gonna say, I'm guessing that maybe Martin said something not PG since the mic cut out. I'm guessing that maybe Martin got a bit too hyped there, but I mean, understandably so. That is pretty much like a play of your career. And when we're talking about pre-game, we're talking about this player hasn't played League Valorant for 488 days. We were talking about Rust. It turns out they're a well-oiled machine ready to go. They're not a robot at this point. They are just AI.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it is. It's 15 months in the time chamber. The very much the synapses, the wiring, it's all there, just running the same simulation again and again. 26 and 15, the next highest being Kai at 21 and 14. Again, that is or next highest being J Kuro, sorry, the Viper at 20 and 17. When that's your Killjoy, what really can you do?
And I mean, we speak about some prolific Sentinel players like Alpha Air, like your Nats as well, and they are sometimes these high fragging players, and it's because of the fact that playing Sentinel, especially on attack, gives you that freedom to just use your gun. Your utility is more passive, it's not as active, you don't need to be throwing it on sight, so it lets you just go in and be that presence in terms of taking these gunfights, and we see Martin use that to great effect, almost dropping a 30 bomb in map number 1.
Happy to do it as well, and we need to look at the stats right now. You're getting the first bloods here. It actually kind of works out that it was JDG
really
that was
favored.
that was JDG getting more of it, but the control, the position, and Trace, what was that, I believe 6 to 9 or something pretty similar to the post plant diff. The conversion rates from Trace were absolutely phenomenal, it has to be said.
I mean, you have to say, like, JDG gets the first blood. Doesn't really matter if Martin trades it for 3. Like, 1 for 3 is never going to be a good trade for you. You get the first blood as long as it's not Martin dying. Trace always had a chance in the round.
Martin was the one doing the trading, and he was more often than not taking down the Sage, taking down that potential. Again, anytime it's a 2k that a Sage dies with res. So phenomenal showcase from them, and a phenomenal map 1, as I believe, if I'm not mistaken, our next one, actually, someone might have to remind me because the maps have lost me a little bit. Lotus, thank you so much. Lotus. Well,
you were speaking before about how when these teams played, it was on those 3-site maps, and it was Trace sweeping them on Lotus and on Haven. Icebox went the way of Trace. That was JDG's map pick. It was one that they were hoping to be stronger on. So now going over to that 3-site map with a team as disciplined, as coordinated as Trace, you've got to be shaking in your boots if you are JDG.
Yeah, you got to be concerned for that, but that will be in just a moment. We are just going to jump to a short break. Let the teams, of course, everyone get set up for that game too. Ourselves, probably grab ourselves a glass of water because that ended up being pretty hype, and there were some phenomenal plays from both sides. But of course, we will be right back with that game number 2 on Lotus. Please do not go anywhere. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, everyone in between, and welcome back, of course, to the VCT CN. Myself, Madane, and joining me again, the ever lovely Snow, for jumping into what will be a phenomenal match too, but I guess maybe a little bit of a recap needed for Game 1?
Yeah, recap for Game 1. Trace, still pretty good at Valorant. Doesn't matter that they swap in a new IG out. Turns out they're still the same old team, and Martin looking like an absolute dominant force on this team. I mean, dropped 27 kills, probably would have been 30 if JDG put up a bit more of a fight. And I mean, I don't really know what more to say. JDG did look a bit better than we saw of them last split, but when they got to their defensive half, their attacking half, sorry, they just crumbled.
Yeah, it was a little bit of just, it seemed that they had some ideas, but Trace just lived on Icebox. It really looked like they had so many preps, they had so much planned. The initial kind of start of like JDG's really outlandish defense was super cool to see, and they were able to make it work, but Trace just were able to carry out enough rounds on their attack anyway that when the defense came through. But now we move on to, if anything, probably the most picked map now of the current last few map pools since it's been in.
Lotus, yep. I personally love this map. It gives IGLs that are really good a chance to shine. 3-site maps lets you do any kind of tricky plays that you want. There's a lot of different combinations that you can do, a lot of different play styles that you can bring to this map as well. And the worry for me is that JDG looked okay on that last map, but it was their map pick. Now they are going over towards Trace's map pick, who they got bodied on last time these two played.
Yeah, I'm actually going to very quickly. I did have the stats up as well. Last time it was a Lotus. It was 13-7 towards the way of Trace. It was running off of the Tejo comp as well that Trace were running. JDG actually decided not to opt for it. So maybe now with Tejo, not really as much as confident a pick, that might be enough to turn the tide, but we'll have to wait and see.
I'm looking forward to the chaos that the double controllers are going to bring again. We've got Viper Omen for both these teams, and we saw in that last map, double controller leads to a lot of very chaotic site takes and retakes, and I am expecting no different here from these teams. The one interesting thing for me is controversially isn't the duelist, it's the difference between these sentinels. Vice and Deadlock are both set up to hard stop any fast pushes, but they do it in very different ways.
Yeah, Deadlock's very much more of a, you know, you can stop the push and you can just kind of leave it. You've got, you know, the wall that's obviously super difficult to break. You've got the sound sensor for a great amount of utility for kind of slowing down. Vice requires a bit more, maybe not setup's the word, but very much confidence in the play. You have to play off of the arc rows. You have to play off of the shear getting activated. There is also then that idea of the counter play that once Martin gets found out where he's playing, then you can just play off of that. You know, there are only so many setups with the arc rows that are actually going to get you some value. And if that can be adapted to, then it can be a difficult time.
The best way that I'd kind of explain it is Vice is more similar to a traditional Sentinel, where she's looking to isolate the duelist going into site alone and cut off any support, whereas Deadlock is very good if you're trying to counter any pushes, but it's not going to matter if they don't even get to push the site. It's Fung finding the opening pick of this map.
Indeed, and actually do just want to correct myself. I did say Martin and Zion got mixed up on who was who, but Zion already gone. That Vise already taken out of commission there. No arc rows, no shear, no razor vine will be the big thing that's already missing. So a very solid start, and Fung more than warmed up, more than ready to take that very common angle and just showing how easily the first pistol frag can go your way.
JDG now having to rethink their options, but a pick to them as well is it's going to spread out the map a little bit for this Trace squad. Why are you re-peeking that, Bianc? Just calm down. There's no reason for you to be there.
Maybe overheating. Maybe this is the confidence now. You did do a hell of a show on Icebox, but that isn't the be-all and end-all. There is still another full round to go, and Martin very quickly losing his head, able to keep his life, but just barely as KK Lin. And Kai find the timing, and it's KK Lin with the mid control now, still having to fight Fung for it completely, and not able to. It's a bit scrappy. It will go the way of KK Lin. In fact, getting a 3 KK Lin.
Why did you do that to me? Why have you made me do this? But Production, get me a new caster. I need a mid-round sub right here. But
don't do this to me. I'll be good. I'll stop.
It's an aggressive play though here from JDG, who are looking to cut this retake off before it even has a chance to happen, and they are going to manage to do so. But Martin, the 3K merchant, not able to do anything on this round. I'm sure they are going to scale into this game because they look so good on Icebox before. But JDG taking that opening round isn't anything unsurprising. Like we said, they looked really good in the first half of that last map. But it was when Trace started to figure out their playstyle, they came up with a counter and just swept them.
It seems to honestly be at the moment, we may see a reflection of that, where Trace do solidly on the attack, and JDG are able to, you know, kind of hold them off. You know, we might see something very similar, you know, a 6-6, a 5-7, but once Trace then fully get on to themselves, get like that attack really going, then that's when JDG may struggle, and you know, to reciprocate that, to really see it, we'll have to just wait and see. This time though, KK finding a beautiful first shot with the Guardian.
And a mound trap from Trace, and that's just the 1 kill, but it's traded out. Stu just can't stop finding heads. And it's 2 rounds in a row now from JDG where a single member has managed to push them over the line. And, you know, if you can keep making it work, it will go so well for you. But now is the all-important round, the bonus, a round that Trace needs to win, and one where maybe we'll see some funky play come out from JDG to try push them over the line.
And here's the thing, what a lot of people I still don't really see get talked about. You are so happy that it was... Triple Guardian is cool as hell. And you know what? People don't talk about that either. The Triple Guardian double Bulldog as well. Stu getting the 3K or that 4K there. He's already 2 away from the showstopper. That is something he could easily get this round if he's able to get himself a frag. Look at how aggressive he is. The rest of his team haven't really been able to join him, but he's forced Kai to TP out, and now this tree control trying to be tech.
You gotta have a lot of confidence in your aim if you're going triple Guardian. I mean, off the back of this, I'm expecting long-range fights. I feel like A, B are off the books for them. They have to go towards C. They have to commit to some of these longer-ranged angles to really make use of this weaponry.
Indeed, and KK trying their best right now to get that frag. But Liu King just faster, playing that angle absolutely beautifully. And it does actually look like off the back, Stu, they're playing for the ult orbs. They want Stu to get this showstopper. They're maybe actually not even going to send him out to get a frag, just to gather some space, just to create some control. The utility comes through to push Liu King away. It will be enough to grant the ult orb should they wish, but they seem a little bit scared despite their lurk all the way from JKuro.
And I mean, if Stu goes in and dies and gets that ult for next round, it's not the worst situation, especially if they are to die towards this Omen. It's not the worst agent to give an orb to. That from the shadows can be contextually very good, but not always going to be insanely powerful like something like that Showstopper is.
I've still really wanted to. It's something I've always kind of asked people and talked about, kind of the worst ultimate in Valorant. I think due to how contextual and situational it is, from the shadows often gets put up. But at the meantime, we can discuss that later. It does get popped, and so do the heads as well. 7 seconds remaining as the spike goes down. The showstopper also fantastic for just forcing Trace to have to give space, unless Liu King gives away his position, and Stu very much stopping that show.
Trace looking so different to Icebox. They're not playing together anymore. They're not playing that same disciplined style. We've seen a lot of people take these aggressive peaks and try to take fights that aren't always advantageous to them, often to their detriment, and now it's forced a save out. JDG going to be really happy winning this bonus. The only thing they can look for now is maybe upgrading a couple of these rifles, a couple of these Guardians over to better weaponry.
Seems possible as well if you look at where the blue X's are. A lot of them are either close to or on the site. The only one that's not is, of course, that one all the way towards the A site. But even then, Stu and JKuro are wanting to get that upgrade or wanting to pick that up. And if you look at it now, you know, spike planted, round 1, most guns are Vandals, a lot of utility still up and kicking. A very, very, like, incredible performance for the bonus so far. And as you said, maybe something that Trace would be a little bit concerned about.
And the opening pick is great, but you see Kai there just going aggressive, trying to take matters into their own hands, just dry swinging 3 people. And I feel like that's a situation where it's never really going to work out. And coaching staff probably thinking the same thing, saying, Kai, calm down, play with your team. You've got so much utility to work off of. Just look to combo that together. Look to play the retakes the same way that they did on that Icebox. And really just utilize each other's strengths.
It's a team game. Play together. You're more likely to win. Of course, you can run off and do your own little hero play every once in a while. We've definitely seen it work out to perfection from time to time, but that is more the exception rather than the rule. If you just play tight, play coordinated, play cohesive, which JDG have been doing phenomenally. I mean, 3-0, it kind of speaks for itself.
I think the issue for me, though, is that the play that happened that round it's happening when Trace already has a numbers advantage. They are in a better position to win than JDG are. It's JDG that have to take the risk, but Trace just gives a couple of easy kills over to them, essentially taking 1 versus 1, 50-50 fights for free, and it means that JDG gets an opportunity that was initially really hard for them to win, and it becomes a free round.
Becomes certainly a lot more manageable for them, as now, yet again, they've got the buys. They're good to go. You know, the Showstopper has already been put to good use, but the Viper's Pit and all good to go. Meanwhile, all the ultimates from Trace are essentially halved at the highest. Everything else is not really there, and with only 2 guns to spare, and with only 1 full shield to speak of, JDG may very well try and push through, and with this full coordinated stack essentially towards that C and B site, only 1 member to try and keep A locked down.
Look who that member is. That member is Martin. This player had such a high impact before, but a triple flank. KK Lin should be dead, but the question was if they could take anybody with them. They haven't, and the information has been gained, but you are running straight into a deadlock site.
Unless Stu can do that. A phenomenal headshot, a pivotal headshot. The paranoia from J Kuro, good for only 1. Fung managing to play the positioning phenomenally, but the gun advantage, the positional advantage still there for JDG.
All not able to be used. Snakebite available to stop a push out from stairs, but all 3 players playing towards backside. The spike isn't planted for them.
Oh, and Fung is very much living it large. And as you said, the spike not planted. Zion has to do a bit more. Liu King, good for it. And the delay, the paint shells are not going to come through fast enough. Liu King, not only able to defuse, get away with his life, pick up a gun. Stu, at the very least, telling him to let that go. Like an dog, like an owner to his dog. What's that in your mouth? Drop that. Let go of that now.
And guess what that was? It's another thrifty right there, Dante. It's the same situation again, somehow. I mean, I don't know if you really want to technically call it a thrifty because there were rifles at play, so it does make it a little bit of a different situation, but I feel like that was a big mistake from JDG right there. Planting as if they were going to play it from tree and then all moving towards backside. I get that they want to cut Trace off from the retake, but they just didn't have the time to make anything work.
It is risky business when you're going through with something like that, because you want to essentially sell the fake that, okay, if you see the spikes planted there, surely they're playing for tree. They have to be able to work off the spike, but no, not the case. Meanwhile, though, it's actually Zion to find off of the back of a lot of util being pushed. It was meant for Liu King. Fung trying to push out and see what was going on and being met with a bullet to the head.
I mean, that's fine. We have another controller. That's the whole benefit of playing 2 controllers. If one dies, you're not actually inting. Like, Liu King's going to be here, going to be fine, going to be able to smoke this entrance off. But so far, JDG not committing to either side of the map. They know that they can take their time. 55 seconds left. I love this pivot towards A. The deadlock wall should be dropping any second now. And with pressure created towards C, there's so much open space on the map for this JDG squad.
There is a lot, and it looks like Trace are trying their best to cut it down, but that is maybe the overzealousness, Snow, you had mentioned, giving the opportunity there. Trace could have just sat back and waited, instead tried to make something happen, which occasionally can be the, you know, the dream maker, but it can also be the nightmare that it so frequently can become, and it looks in this case to be exactly what's happened.
KK Lin's going on a little walk. Should be able to potentially find at least one there as Liu King's not even checking that angle.
It's all down to here. Oh, not even needed. J Kuro manages to find the shot perfectly. Stu with the lurk, 30 HP. One shot to the body would have done the work, but Martin, not even getting the opportunity to fire, is gonna. J Kuro with the massively fast swing there, shutting down any sort of potential. And we were saying, you know, that it was a bit of a concern for maybe JDG that they were looking kind of, you know, solid on Icebox, but that was their map pick. Going on to Lotus's, that was very much Trace's pick. It doesn't look like that's the case right now.
No, definitely not. And I feel like in part it's due to JDG just playing a reactive style of play. They're playing defaults. They're looking to see where Trace tries to pressure the map and just countering what they do. They're not really going too aggressive onto these sites. And I feel like Stu is Stu yet to die?
That is a 12-0 kill KD is exactly correct. And Kaylin not only adding 2 kills to that scoreline, but also 2 kills to the Viper's Pit, now fully online and ready to go. If you actually talking about the scoreline for a moment, look at the lineup. You've got Stu 12-0-1. Baby Blue, the worst performing, is 1-1 and 1, and Kaylin deciding to try and take that top spot for themselves.
Yeah, deciding that maybe they want to be a bit higher up on the scoreboard, as the yellow health bar points that it's a 4K, a potential ace that could come through. But if you're Fung Fung, you are not giving this over. You do not want JDG to be full confidence in this round.
You do not. At the very least, this is the problem now, where of course, best case scenario, Fung Fung just dies to the spike, gets to go to the gun. You don't want to give Kaylin the ace, but purely strategically speaking, you don't want to give anyone else the kill because then they get an orb.
Yeah.
And that's your and it's happening anyway. There it is.
It had to happen, and it's a weird one to commentate. It's a weird one to talk about that ace, because it's not any kind of strategic play. It's Lin finding a perfect timing on a bit of an overzealous Trace, trying to get that orb. What they thought was free essentially wasn't, and Lin just kills 4 people on a lurk. I mean, what could you even do to counter that if you're Trace?
Stop standing in a line.
That's good too.
That's the only one I got.
Yep.
But that's just how it happens. You know, those double swings, sometimes you do unfortunately line up. And that second interaction from Lin, just again, the positioning for Trace not really adding up. But this time, all the guns to work with, plenty of ultimates to work with, utility to work with. And Kai, you really need to start showing up for your squad.
Pretty much the anti-Stu right now. If you add Martin and Kai's deaths together, you get Stu's kills. It's not a situation that you want to really be in. I'll tell you that much.
And if you add their kills together, you get Stu's deaths.
Yeah, they're pretty much the antithesis. Even the same assists, they are just. It's like yin and yang. They're the reverse Stu. But hopefully with this play, the paranoia stopping a push, deadlock wall as well, going to slow them down, and with a Viper's Pit over towards C, it's almost like JDG are being funneled towards this A site. But in the chaos, a showstopper's used and a kill is found.
A phenomenal use of it too. Martin, this is not the aim that we were seeing just right now at Icebox. Maybe a moment to warm up, maybe nerves are starting to get to him, but Martin was the 4K demon. Anytime Trace looked to be struggling, Martin would very much drag them back into a victorious spot. This time not the case as the push comes through. The sound sensor not actually fighting Stu, but Kai with the trigger discipline doesn't immediately pull it, and beyond trying to back him up, they do eventually fall, but at least frags go in trade for trade.
And there's no way that it still ends up being with the reverse Stu. If Martin lives right here, it's still the reverse Stu, but it might not be so, as Fang Fang has found 2 kills, looking for another one. Stu's going to try peek as well, and manages to finish that one off. What am I talking about, Stu? It's actually Stu Light, it's Martin.
Inverse Stu, either wets, or if you want to go for the you know, yeah, we'll go for wet, so I'll come up with something else.
This player dropped 30 almost last game. Like, what has happened to Martin in this map? Maybe they're just not used to the deadlock. Maybe they just aren't really ready for this map. The prep wasn't quite there for Trace, and I don't know. It's a weird situation to be in. A player that was constantly getting 3Ks and 4Ks last map, and now we're talking about how they're 1 and 6.
Yeah, I mean, that one, very pivotal. They're actually, not only their kill death now reflecting the scoreboard as well. It's pretty, or no, sadly, 5-2 for Trace, so they're not quite, but I was beginning to believe that, you know, you might have the 6-1 dream, both in terms of scoreline and kill death, but not going to be the case. And Martin very much not wanting to even be near that for these next couple of rounds.
But if anyone wasn't watching that last map, this was the exact scoreline that JDG had on Icebox. They were 5-2, and then they just got swept by Trace. It ended up a 13-7 match. So JDG right now very much going to need to keep that composure, keep the same pressure on Trace that they've had. But if we know anything about Trace, this team is adaptable, and they are going to be looking for ways to counter.
That's exactly the way. And to be honest, the way you do counter Lotus especially is you do appreciate, you do respect the fact that there's going to be more of a split defense. There's going to be more of, you know, those kind of, not necessarily 1v1s, because both of these teams have actually been phenomenal playing off of each other, but just with the amount of space you have to control, with the fact that you don't have like a Neon to fast rotate. You've got Kai on the Yoru to teleport, but JDG doesn't have that same sort of luxury. At this moment, it is going to be maybe what we actually seen originally, Trace just happy to play the post-plant situation, happy to play the retake because of how confident they did it.
I feel like, yeah, this is what I was going to talk about. I'd love to see a 3-1-1 from Trace, just dedicating 3 players towards having a strong side of the map, forcing this JDG squad to go somewhere else, and with fast rotates between A and B, it makes perfect sense that you keep that rubble control.
Phenomenal work as well. Not quite as much utility as there once was. No breach, no Teho, so you don't quite get the util spam that you used to. It is mainly just the paint shells, maybe that magnet, maybe just a slow, depending on what comes through. But of course, with the Raze and the Deadlock being opposite sides, that combination not going to be seen this time, unless we get an unfortunate team hit with the utility, which, while rare, is not unheard of.
Martin would have to go huge here, but it's actually Zian on the other side of the map, somehow getting 3, but Martin matches it. It's both of the isolated players that somehow pop off.
Oh, anything you can do, I can do better. Kai, though, unfortunately not able to finish the song.
Oh, anything you can do, I can do exactly the same, apparently. Both of them getting 3Ks. I mean, it's just absolute hilarity.
I'll have what he's having. I'll have what he's having. He wants a 3K, I want a 3K, and we'll get to see both of them now, I believe. Zion here, look at the angles. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, oh my days! Absolute radicalness.
It's actually it's the same play as well. Peeks one side, gets a kill. Peeks the other side, gets 2 kills from the same spot. They mirrored each other in both the amount of kills they got and the style that they got them. It's perfect mirroring from these players, but JDG looking to keep the tempo up after that round. It's Trace that were forced onto a save, only Martin having a rifle here.
And while in Icebox that may have been a different story, this time it's not been quite as much. Zion and Stu, a absolutely clinical double swing there off of the satchel. Stu not knocking his teammates back with his satchel. Zion just having the confidence to swing off, the angles being cleared so clinically, so precisely, getting a free plant onto the A site and a 5 versus 2 retake. And if you notice, the gun's not exactly in Trace's favor.
Hey. We've seen more crazy things happen.
No, I'm not. No, I'm taking you away from the oven now. No, hold this. I'm holding this man back.
Come on, let's get cooking. Come on, Larkin. Get this 1 kill. Start the cook up. Got utility to work with. I mean, I was trying to prep something, like I was cutting up the carrots. I was trying to saute the mushrooms while I waited for the rice to cook. But when you got too many things cooking at once, I just didn't have the ingredients to work with. That's all.
The ingredients, and I believe you didn't actually check that the electricity had been cut, so the oven wasn't turning on.
Yeah,
that seems to be the case. That will do it, but yeah, I mean, if anything, to be honest, the start there, Stu opting for the run and gun. If there's one thing that's more consistent than a right-click classic at that range, it is a phantom spray run and gun. Of course, I'm lying. There's no consistency in such a thing, but it works out in the end. And look at these ultimates to get us into the 10th round.
Early Omen teleport to just cover both angles as Trace just walking through, being greedy, dry swinging onto KK Lin, which is going to work to their benefit. But now JDG want to push the pace on the other side of the map.
Nightfall is going to take Steel Garden as well. You've got the ultimates, and are you going to? No, not really opting for it to shut it down. Yeah, just a little bit of patience, I guess, matching the Steel Garden with the Nightfall, and that's enough, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Using the Steel Garden, such a powerful ultimate, and then just backing away, it feels like a little bit of a waste. I mean, the ult trade is there, but you look, there's still Annihilation available for Martin. There's still the Dimensional Drift for Kai as well. There's a lot of abilities to retake a site, and your one powerful ultimate in KK Lin is off the board. So JDG are going to have to find some way to cut off any potential plays from Trace.
I mean, you think about it a bit more, having the Nightfall, which kind of cuts your HP down in half, that a classic right click at that range, you know, will one tap you. And if you've got the Steel Garden, you know, everyone's going to be having that. So JDG may be respecting it. We'll see if it works out. But with the spike down towards the C site, only 15 seconds, 12 now. Luoking with the patience actually is managing to get the timing on the cancel. The Annihilation, meanwhile, towards the A site, and there looks to be just enough time for this plant to go down.
What in the cook is going on? I mean, it's a 1 versus 3 on site. Stu is sprinting over to try help. I mean, it's chaos happening, but somehow JDG are making it work right now, Dante.
Not if Fung has something to say as Kai trying to get the defuse. Baby Blue has an entire marathon to run. It's not planted for him. Actually, Kai jumping off of the spike just to make sure his teammate is safe, to make sure that JDG cannot do something unheard of to pull a win from another, in fact, you may say, extra dimension.
That play was definitely Valorant. Something happened. So things were going on the map. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen the double fake TP back, cancel, plant for your duelist to run through B. I don't know about that. Like, especially when you're up 7-2, you don't need to be taking risks like that. You know that you're the better team if you can just get onto site so far. But off the back of that, coach is taking a timeout saying, IGL, what are you doing right now?
It wouldn't surprise me that the coach is just trying to work out what happened during that round. There's no additional communication. There's no strats. There's just a, can someone give me a review on what actually happened there? Because it was insanity. But of course, with that going the way of it, JDG 7-3, only 2 rounds left on this half, and it's been a very dominant attacking side. It does have to be said that some members of Trace maybe having a little bit of snooze, maybe the hay fever's getting to them. Lotus is very much, you know, those flyers and everything, maybe just sneezing at the wrong time, but the shots not quite what we would expect, especially from that icebox that we'd seen earlier.
Yeah. Like you say, I mean, Lotus would be terrible for me with hay fever. I would be suffering on this map right now.
The antihistamines, just every time I reloaded, there'd just be an extra little capsule of just popping the antihistamine just so I could actually see. But this time, with 2 rounds left for Trace, the buys looking solid. The ults, I mean, look at how many were used for Trace, though, to get that round.
And now look at how many are left for JDG as well. That showstopper, which we've been seeing used to great effectiveness. The Viper's Pit as well, if they can get themselves on site. And seems to be a B split here, but Stu going very aggressive, pretty much alone. A flick and a rocket will be all they need to get this site.
Beyond getting caught by the snake bite as well. Kai playing the angle perfectly, but Stu just that little bit faster. And if there's someone you want to be cooked, it is this Stu to perfection. The little wiggle, the flick though on the Luoking, not even requiring the backup from Zayan there. Going from a incredibly simple looking a bit hazy shot to a disgusting flick that I cannot wait to see in the replay has basically ended this round as it began.
Stu, can you calm down a little bit? I think the observers want to watch someone else. Like, we don't want to just be stuck on your POV this entire match.
If you keep doing things like that, maybe I'll make an exception. And in fact, here we go. It wasn't up. KK Lin got it, and Stu managing for it as well. 2 aces in 1 map from the same team. The aura very much deserving to be farmed.
I mean, literally leaps up, loses the headset there. I mean, understandably so. You should be hyped. You should be gassed up with how well you're playing this match. 8-3 so far for JDG. More rounds than they were able to get. Not only last time they played against Trace on this map, but last time they played a map in general against Trace.
And that's it. We've been seeing a lot of improvements. FPX yesterday, you know, the upset. JDG might be up for doing something similar themselves. There may be a new era of the VCT CN coming underway, which would be phenomenal to witness this double swing yet again. This time, KKLin not falling for it.
And just swaps over to an operator. And I would love to see them, sorry, over to a Vandal. And I would love to see them throw this operator off the map. Just make it so that Trace has no option to grab this.
Oh, yeah, because if they do, I mean, look at the buys here. You've got Martin on one gun, everyone else, those Stingers and Sheriffs. If one of them suddenly finds an op on the ground and goes, thank you very much, that could easily turn the tides yet again. And slowing right back down, though, just patience after that one frag. JDG not making the mistake, to be honest, that we have seen Trace do a couple of times.
Half armor all for the side of JDG, of Trace, apologies. And an Outlaw was available for Stu, but just knows that the Vandal is going to be better. They want to play towards B. And the only risk is that you're playing against 2 Stingers, 2 Vandals, these close range angles. The guns can be equally matched.
That is the concern, you know, as you put it perfectly. The Viper's Pit comes down as well. It is the last round. Any ultimates you've got, you may as well pop. Unfortunately, I say that as if Trace have any ultimates to pop. The Nightfall comes down as well. There is so much here to work with in the side of JDG. Martin, if there's a time to wake up, it's now. Fung does the same, actually finds another Zion only on 15 HP. He does fall and suddenly looking far more winnable.
It's a situation where Jay Kuro's gonna have to go big, gonna have to play out of this ult, gonna have to find some kind of pick, and they only get a 1-for-1, but it's Martin, the MVP of that last map, giving Trace a bit of stability.
Okay, it's not exactly what you'd want, but you can finish off that half 4-8. That is acceptable. You're now going into the defense. It's not as strong again with those 3 sites. You're going to be split up a little bit more. You're going to have at the very least the you know, the teleport. You are going to have the Yoru from Kai, so there's a little bit more control than what we've seen from the opposition, but still a very, very big uphill struggle for the side of Trace to climb.
And it's important to note, both of these teams picked attack on their opponent's map pick, so it is going to be JDG feeling confident on their attack half. Obviously, that is the half they picked, that is the half they got 8 rounds on, but Trace, knowing that they're heading to their attack half, maybe won't be too concerned, considering they have got a composition that should be suited towards taking these sites.
That's coming down to it now. Everyone, of course, opting which sticker they prefer, which spray they do love. If you've got to, I've got to give it to the Harbor. He just looks so happy. He looks so happy. Look at him.
Yeah, he's really cheering on the team. I mean, I feel like that's the kind of spray you use when you're down 12-1 and you're like, don't worry, we got this, guys. 12 is all they get.
It's absolutely the mental is completely gone, and then you're just like, but look at this. It's whenever you get that one. It's whenever it's not a 13-0, you put that spray down and you're like, yes, we did it. We got ours.
We have got confirmation that the difference between the 2 icons was the top one, the Harbor one, was he's 1 HP, and the bottom one was they're all on A. So it's what is the biggest lie you were told by your teammates. And I swear, the he's 1 HP, I've heard so often, hit them in the body, not got the kill.
We heard that yesterday. In fact, I forget who it was. I believe it was Wolves had said, one of the members, forget who, they had said he's 1 HP, and then the immediate follow-up comm was, never mind, he's two shot or something. And that's to show you that even on the big stage, the he's 1 HP lie is good and flowing and very much alive.
Now, heading into this second half, a pistol round. We spoke about how important it was an Icebox, and it ended up being the thing that broke the camel's back, that pushed Trace into the lead. The question is, can JDG battle back, or is it going to be Trace finding their momentum on the second half?
This is how you do an attack. As you know, we went and seen Trace showing how to do a defense on Icebox. Can they show us how to do an attack on Lotus? They've got the Yoru TP, they've got the gate crash and such. It's a very aggressive defense though from JDG. They do trade out 1-for-1 Leo King, quite damaged at the moment. Stu trying his best to back up Zion as they do push through the smoke as well. They actually play off of Leo King's smoke perfectly, and KK Lin able to find the space, showing up in the backline. Yeah, I don't know when that happened.
That's not your spawn. That's not your spawn. What are you doing there, KK Lin?
I
mean, yeah, off the back of that, it's a round that is chaotic. It's not clean, to say the least, but Kai now has the spike, going to be able to get this one planted. With only 10 HP, teammates going to be saying they actually won on the side of JDG, and it will be true for once.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I had no clue. I don't know when KK Lin got there. Neither, of course, did the rest of Trace, obviously, but an absolute wild spectacle. Kai, though, despite the fact that there was a beautiful flank, despite the fact it looked so confident from JDG, he's got the spike down, he's got 10 HP, he's just waiting to see who finds each other first. JKuro's got both smokes and a paranoia. Meanwhile, Kai, just this ghost.
The timing is perfect. It's honestly great. I mean, the smoke's going to go down, but JKuro has read it, knows where they are. It's the perfect read for what was the perfect play. And right when Trace needed it, they can't pull through the pistol round.
Oh my days, get the replay shown. We need to understand what fully happened in that pistol round. You'd mentioned Scrappy, and this was it. Look at these fights, and meanwhile, look at the difference. He's already there. KK Lin is just vibing. Oh, this is a nice spawn you have there. It would be a shame if someone sent you back to it. What?
Just literally walked up through Mound. No util, no info, no anything. Just let me just walk through Mound into your spawn right off the bat. And it's such aggressive play that a team like Trace that is well disciplined will never expect it.
What they doing over there? What they doing over there is exactly what it was, and what they doing over there is giving away a pistol round to JDG. The guns are now online. We're seeing stingers, bulldogs, everything you can think of. Kai trying his best just to actually jump peek the shear, doesn't quite get the trigger on it, I don't believe. So now they've got that information. It's quite a big stack towards C.
I mean, the shear's not even there. Wall hasn't been placed yet, I don't think. So yeah, they're trying to bait out nothing.
It's been played. Oh, maybe just not bought, actually. That was it. Okay, maybe just not bought. Because I seen it wasn't highlighted, so I was a bit lost. But yeah, maybe just not bought. It is expensive, and as we've seen, it can get baited out pretty easily just with a little jump peak. So very much actually a wise decision from Zion. Just opts for the Bulldog instead, gets the better gun, as all members from Trace conga line their way through this tree, except, of course, Fung Fung, who's dancing outside stairs.
It's already found this position so close up. If they can find a pit, grab a weapon, it could be so good for this squad. But as they're taken down, it's going to initiate the retake for JDG.
The honk comes through. The paranoia is excellent. We've talked about it before. The trade is at the very least there, but KK Lin not going to let anything further be found. The classic, the first shot from Martin's good. Can't follow it up. Zion. And, of course, over there we do see Stu bouncing around himself, taking the shots, and I believe putting us up to either 9 or potentially double digits.
I think it is that 10. That was the 10th round coming through for JDG, and we saw how good they were on defense on Icebox. Now we're getting to see how good they are on attack and defense on Lotus.
And if they keep doing this that well, I mean, we'd mentioned that Lotus and Haven were what Trace and JDG played on last time, and Trace were so comfortable on it. JDG looking to make a statement that we have practiced, that finally, while the statement is usually, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, apparently, if it's broke long enough, it might fix itself.
Yeah, self-repairing car coming through. With a teleport across, rubble control has been established, but they've still got a long ways to go before they can actually take this A site.
Still so much potential, so much they have to clear, and they have to worry about the Outlaw. Thankfully, the light shield, Martin counting his lucky stars, but meanwhile, again, we walked up C before, we're gonna do it again!
This time they bring 3 people, though. It's an entire squad on the flank. This Outlaw Stu has taken 2 people so low, but this is one of those. It's like the 140 on the Phantom. Wishes he had an operator right now.
Oh, if he could, but still it does mean there are 3 members of TE that are 1 HP, and it is an accurate comm. Kai, the only member that can actually survive a bullet in this cage, and I just appreciate Zion going, hey, or not Zion, sorry, KK Lin going, hey, you know what, it was really comfortable. Defender side spawns lovely this time of year, I'll take you to it, and now this first shot comes through, Kai answering immediately back, though he needs to do a little bit more. That's unfortunately all he can find, it with 30 HP combined. It might be the end.
Yeah, no, Spike is not in a good position, not able to go anywhere towards that one. And while Bianc does find another kill, does manage to damage the economy a little bit of JDG, it is a round that we were expecting Trace to win, that Trace needed to win, and they did not do so. And their conversion on this bonus round for Trace has not been good. We saw in Icebox as well, when it came to those 3rd rounds, they just were never able to get that secure round win.
It's just every time it just falls short, as you said before, every time, you know, victory from the jaws of defeat usually, but this time it does seem to be the other way around. They just can't find their footing. JDG, honestly, the play is phenomenal. The refrags, the trades, the positioning. It's been night and absolute day, and Trace have never been even given an opportunity to get it. You see the paranoia being prepped for Tree. You see the paint shells getting thrown over towards Rubble. The C's as well. Leo King is getting absolutely fired down upon with all sorts of utility. Still managing to keep himself alive, though.
Looking for that 30 bomb, looking to get even more kills. Jaker is going to take that one away, though. And with 4 members towards Rubble, Trace, understandably so, going to try to pivot, but you're having to pivot into a Vice with a complete setup.
Yeah, this time the Sheer is alive. This time the Razor Vines are there. The Steel Garden not quite ready just yet. The Dimensional Drift from Kai is going to be able to create quite a lot of space, force Zion all the way out. The clone comes through, the Drift comes out. Night is falling as Zion gets pushed into and immediately takes down Kai with no issue.
Yeah, that's not a fight you want to take, Bianca. That's 4 people running through Mound. I mean, they're just taking these little walks together. It's like we're an elderly bunch of people, yeah. We just go on a little morning walk.
Little morning walk indeed. Oh my god, a very violent morning walk as all members just swing through, 2 crouching, 2 standing. And speaking of standing, no one left standing for Trace Esports now. It has just been an absolute show on Lotus that I don't think anyone was expecting Lotus to go this way, especially after Icebox.
Trace are expecting too much standard play. They're expecting this JDG squad to do very simple things, to do set strats, to do set plays, but JDG just realized, oh, if we just walk out C, what are they going to do?
Me and the boys outmound, and that's exactly the strat that JDG have followed, and to be honest, it is working. And now
yeah, but Dante, you know what? They said, oh, C, it's getting boring, let's just walk out B instead.
That's the thing when you're a tourist, you got to go see the different sites. You can't just stick all to one. It gets boring. You know that at that point, then you're just going from one space back to the other. And with the Steel Garden online, congratulations for Trace finally getting a buy. It's a shame all of your guns are faulty and jammed.
To be honest, it's not the best weaponry that they have either way, so pretty much the same difference going on to those classics. Maybe they can find a right click or two. And this A site is completely free, but we have seen that this JDG squad on Icebox, their retake protocols can be so efficient, and they're already looking to flood into this site before the spike even goes down.
Oh, and the snake bite buying quite a lot of time. All of a sudden, Kai eyeing up the door. Maybe it's a B push. Yes, of course, it does look to be the case, but Zion is already there. The showstopper finds its way onto Mount, puts, I believe, 1 HP on the ground. Maybe a couple for Bianc. Zion able to pick up his 1, able to grab a second, able to flick it around, and it's actually BB Blue to continue the momentum. KK Lin as well, following it up, and Bianc with what is 6 HP in a dream.
The IGL. The leader, the captain of this team, are going to have to drag them from the depths with only 6 health points to work with against 2 full strength members.
They heard the gun get picked up as well. They see the swing. The double swing is phenomenal. Bianc's first shot is clean, but it will get picked up, putting JDG 1-1, putting us into a decider haven, which is not how this was meant to go. That is not what the previous script had anywhere near written on it, but a phenomenal start for JDG, and I'm sure First map, maybe not. This one, though, feeling a lot more comfortable.
I don't think any of us expected this. Not it to be that one-sided. Like, I thought that maybe JDG takes a map. Maybe they fixed their issues. But the fact that they just dominated Trace on Lotus, a map where when these two teams played last, Trace decimated them on.
Completely just took them out, just absolutely made them understand. Who knows, maybe JDG just rewatched that VOD that many times and they just developed a higher understanding, because we've seen nothing short of like positional masterclasses, re-swings. Like, look at this as well. KK Lin even just getting these angles absolutely flawlessly, getting the ace, getting the confidence, and you can even see that like there's hype, but there's no pure pop-offs. It almost seems a little routine.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a perfect way to put it. It is just them playing standard Valorant, playing confident Valorant, going in, taking these fights. And it's not like last game where as soon as Trace found that opening pick and, you know, Trace was able to get into a good situation, JDG would back away, overthink where they want to go, rotate back and forth between these sites. If they thought that they had a good position, they thought that they had the numbers to take a site, they just went for it.
And speaking of, we're going to hear it. Do want to just quickly say that, well, while we said typical Valorant, the playstyle, confidence in the gunplay, absolutely, but this is not particularly typical that entry, but it absolutely works.
Here, rotates over towards A. They want to pivot the site, and it was a perfect call in this round.
You're hearing a mix of come A and come back. You're hearing a mix of come A and come back.
It's one of those where it's we're going to go to A, and then all of a sudden Stu finds 3 kills, and you're like, maybe B's the better option.
It's really difficult, and that's why the IGL and stuff, that's why it is so important. That's why it's so important to trust your team as well, to be able to adapt, because if you have that split towards A, you do suddenly, you know, have those struggles, have that difficulty, and that is not something we've seen at all from JDG. The double swing, then the first ace on the board for, remember, JDG getting 2.
Stu,
do you know what rhymes with
monstrous.
2? Do you know what rhymes with 2?
I guess you're going to tell me. I mean, I'm not too sure. There are a lot of things, but is it by any chance, Stu?
It is with a 5.5 KDA. Holy moly.
The biggest number to me is that cast, that 100% kill participation, kill, assist, or traded on pretty much every single kill that happened on this map. It's such a high impact for your duelist to be involved in absolutely everything. It's crazy efficiency from Stu, and I feel like maybe that's in part single-handedly why JDG won this game. It was off the back of Stu.
I mean, that's the thing as well. Whenever your team is doing that well, and yet Stu is not, I don't want to say miles above in any way, but as you said yourself, you know, Stu was there at all times. You cannot have a 100% kill participation without just doing something out of this world, without playing Raze, you know, showcasing the masterclass. And to be honest, we didn't really get into the specific, we didn't have time, but the specifics of how Stu was playing Raze, he was playing off of his own boom bots phenomenally. He was playing off of the satchels excellently, not overcommitting, not doing anything. And look at these stats all the way of JDG.
I mean, it's perfect that the First Bloods matches the scoreline, to be honest.
Proves you want to see.
Yeah, exactly. JDG, when they get those First Bloods, when they get those picks, they were doing so well. And I feel like on 3-site maps, getting that opening pick is so pivotal towards being able to play off of those different sites.
2 flawlesses and 2 aces for JDG. The only thing that doesn't go entirely their way is the post-plant conversion. 6 out of 10 is more than good enough, but if I'm JDG at that point, I'm kind of going, okay, so if I'm noting things down, don't plant the spike. That seems to be our one weakness. We just don't do it.
I don't know. I'm not quite sure if we say that much in terms of don't plant the spike.
The numbers don't lie.
I mean, maybe just let Stu kill everybody before you plant the spike. That's a good strat to go for. But in terms of looking forwards in this series, going over towards Haven, it's still one where I need to see JDG do more, because obviously they did so well on Lotus, but when Stu and KK Lin have such heroic performances, the question is, can you do that when Stu isn't dropping near 30?
And to build off of that, not only when Stu's not dropping near 30, but if Martin comes back to his original showing, because it was night and day for a lot of these players actually, from one to the other. And Haven now, there's really no excuses for Haven. Haven has been around since the start. It has been tried, tested, run, gunned, everything you can think of. Haven has been run. So as you said, maybe JDG a good start, but we still want to see a little bit more just to show it wasn't a fluke.
Yeah, and the interesting part for me is what compositions are we going to see from these teams? JDG plays that Yoru ISO. They play that aggressive style where you're looking to take these 50-50s, you're looking to take these gunfights, and if they're shooting as well as they did on Lotus, it's going to be great. But if they're shooting like they did on Icebox, it's going to look really rough.
Yeah, having those two maps to essentially compare and contrast right back to back is insane. But the rest of that would only be hypotheticals, would only be guesswork. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump just to another short break, let the teams get warmed up and get our water breaks and such. Let you refill your own water, and we will be back for the last game. We managed to make it all the way to the best of 3. It's going to be hype as hell. Don't go anywhere. And so we go once more onto the Breach, our third and final map between these two teams. It has been a honestly fairly dominant showing, depending which map you want to discuss.
Yeah, if you have a very selective memory, you can just make it look like you're really good if it's either one of these teams. I mean, one second, I need to clean my glasses. Is that It's that 1-1 between Trace and JDG. I mean, I was not expecting this kind of result. I think when we were talking about it beforehand, we were expecting a Trace 2-0. This is a team that was pretty much in contention for top 3 the past couple of splits. They've looked really good in this region, whereas JDG was in contention for bottom 2. Like, they looked like one of the worst teams, and they didn't really make any changes. They've swapped out one player, and all of a sudden, it's just clicking for them.
Looks can be deceiving, and your eyes very much giving away the shock that there is. I was equally as shocked as well. These two teams have been going very much back and back, neck and neck. JDG have been doing a phenomenal showing. Now, they had a worse showing on Icebox, or on Lotus last time than they did Haven. So in theory, just saying, it's down to the compositions, as you said before the break. But here we go, speaking of.
And it's not actually going to be the Yoru ISO. It's not going to be JDG locking in that and relying on winning those gunfights. Instead, we get a fast-paced composition. They lock in that Neon. Quick rotates can come through. But also that double controller, which is going to create a little bit of chaos on site yet again.
Meanwhile, you actually look towards Trace. We're rocking the double Sentinel. We are rocking the Deadlock Cypher. A phenomenally good showing, but a composition we've been seeing kind of similar to on Ascent, where essentially attack doesn't really exist. If you get like it's the only composition where going like 210 is still possible, and you're still not completely heartbroken about it, which sounds wild, but you start on defense like this. All JDG need to do is put a few rounds on this board and they look solid.
And I think with the double controller as well, the Viper, I mean, the last team that we saw use this to great effectiveness was Loud. And that was like years ago when they looked so dominant on Haven where nobody could beat them. And it was because that Viper just gives you so many lurk timings, so many angles that you wouldn't normally find on this map. And the question is, has JDG prepped it well enough to be able to do that? Or is it just going to be one of those where when it comes to these site takes, they're a little bit lacking on that initiator utility?
We will have to wait and see, as finally the last map of the night. There's no breaches or anything here, no Teos as well. So the stun as well, that relay bolt that we're seeing from Stu, a little bit nerfed, the timing a little bit slower, so not quite as strong. The sonar darts are going out, trading numbers. Trace having a lot more information than JDG right now as the rotate already coming through. The jump through the smoke trades evenly.
And off the back of that, it's now Trace that have already found their way here on the flank. And Stu's going to be taken down. More members coming through onto site, but JDG feels the pressure to move forwards.
Caught in the jaws of Trace right now. The spike already dropped, already gained control of Zion, trying to see if there's anyone on that lurk. But Trace, yet again, we'd actually seen this quite a lot on Icebox, not as much on Lotus, that once the lurk or once the flank had been completed, the complete regroup.
Look, all I'm saying here is, if Xian comes in, triple headshot, it would be a play for their life, but it is a double hold, a triple if you count Kai ready to swing out on a moment's notice, and there's not really much hope for this player here.
If Zion clutches this, I think you're down a caster. My throat will not survive it, and I don't think any of our audience's ears would either. I just want to point that out.
I'm going to go bold live on stream. Like, I'm actually going to shave my eyebrows or something. Like, there's no way that this happens.
Okay. It starts off with the one and the sweat immediately just forming at the top of the forehead. You're like, no way.
As soon as that first kill happened, I was like, why is Kai moving? Why is Kai going to the other side of the box? Why is Kai given a 1 versus 1? I was panicking for a brief second there, but alas, it will not be so. And it's a pistol round won by Trace, which isn't something we had seen in the past 2 maps. It's normally JDG getting ahead early on. So this could be the mark of something new for them.
Maybe a different final break in the pattern. Zion, of course, opting for the basic, the turret down and guarding Kai, though, already managing to schmoove his way around it and take down Zion in the process as well. A lot of space initially gathered, but then teleporting right back out. The power of Yoru, and now it's just Funk to try and his best to shut down any further progress towards this garden site, having to rotate out.
Feng only having access to that Ghost, though, isn't the best weapon. We see 3 Spectres on the side of Trace, which is not the norm. We don't see a lot of people use this weapon, but I guess if you're expecting JDG to stay grouped up, having those extra bullets in comparison to the Stinger could be the difference maker.
Very much could be the case as well, and we've been seeing how stacked up they have been this entire time, and Trace deciding that they're likely not going to change for this map. Of course, the correct call. The Deadlock wall, though, going down at precisely the right timing. And again, for anyone that's tried to break that with Classics, you got to spend like 7 seconds doing it. It's a nightmare. The sound sensors as well are all there. JDG playing this patiently, but it's just a patient walk into their demise.
Just don't make sound. Easy clap. I mean, that's the only way to counter it. But when you're crouching, when you're getting those squats in, it does not matter how much sound you make. But a dash through the smoke doesn't matter as Bianca gets 2, and the rest of the team is here to clean up as well.
Martin finally back online, already pretty close to equaling his kills from the Lotus map, and we're only the 3rd round in. That is a lot more what you wanted to see. And as we had mentioned it beforehand, before the break, that this is down to potentially who is more warmed up. We've seen what Martin can do when he's alive. We've seen absolutely what KK Lin and co can do as well. So at the moment, leaning the side of Trace, but could easily swap back at any second.
Let's see how good JDG can do in this round, because we saw Trace never able to convert that 3rd round. We always saw it go in the way of JDG when they won that pistol. And it often caused some difficulty for Trace in terms of getting back into the game. It was definitely to their detriment on Lotus. On Icebox, they were able to claw it back, but as we head over onto Haven, we'll have to see if it has that big of an impact, or if JDG can secure themselves what should be a free round.
I mean, again, should be, particularly in this scene. We've seen too many thrifties to count that it's nowhere near as guaranteed as typically it would be expected. So any moment, any missed position can go down in history as the one that breaks. Again, that camel's back we mention every once in a while. So currently right now, all the patience, no overcommit, no swing from Trace, just trying to play their positions, trying to play the angles, and trying to play that control.
Meanwhile, towards A, a jiggle from Martin lets them know with this information it has to be towards B or C, but they've actually made the wrong read. Dedicated members towards A, and it's Stu that's going to have to lead the charge here, but it's into a full Cypher setup.
Oh, the Cypher trip does get found. I believe tags just for a split second, not enough for any sort of reveal. That long-awaited Cypher nerf eventually coming through the teleports as well, but JDG finally able to make the frags go their way. Feng at least getting one Stu, though, not going to let it go down without a fight. Just jumping in and out with the overclock, with the speed. The Killjoy setup comes through. The gun swap tries to come through. Martin finds 2, but it's Stu on his right side to shut that down.
A sigh of relief from JDG there. We saw such a prolific play on Icebox. If you haven't watched that map, please go and watch it. I'm not going to spoil what happened, but there was a moment where Martin went astronomically huge, and I thought we were going to see it right there again.
Had he been given the chance, but Stu just fast enough to shut it down, stop the bleeding before the cut ever really opened up. But still quite a lot from JDG utilized. They've got mostly guns on the board. There's a Guardian still through, and actually Baby Blue already on that Hunter's Fury, which can be a very pivotal thing to have on this 4th round. If you look, the Annihilation online for Martin, everything else 1, 2 or more away. So these ultimates already going to be absolute game changers.
I love the confidence that Stu is having peaking these angles so far. Carrying on from that Lotus is not shying away from taking any opening duels, actively looking for them as well, which is what JDG needs if they're hoping to win this map, because it is what they did so well on these past 2 maps.
It's a fine line between like confidence and cockiness, where like you're swinging fights and taking them. We see there, you know, Kai managing to take down KK Lin, maybe a bit of cockiness rather than confidence there. But if you don't take any fights, you're never going to build that confidence. You're going to let the teams walk over you and take as much space as they want. And that is the tightrope to walk.
Annihilation going to be used, going to pick up Xian. They are going to be able to break them loose, but Martin picks up an easy kill. With only 2 members left alive from JDG, their options become more limited as this time dwindles down.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury takes about 8 seconds to pop all 3 arrows as well, and with that spike not planted yet, there's finding themselves with less and less options. They're having just to run through onto the seaside. There is still a Cypher trip ready to go, but there is also just a Cypher and Omen on it too. The scan comes through, 9 seconds. The tap to try and fake, but that is going to be too much of a commit. There is enough time. Hush my mouth.
Just about enough, but there's 2 people ready to swing, and Martin is so secure when it comes to just finishing off those kills, getting those rounds that you don't know if they're going to go your way or not. And Trace going to be very happy that they're able to win that one out.
Yeah, incredibly so. That's what you really need to try and get this momentum going. JDG have been working the momentum so clean, so well. I need to... honestly, I don't know. I was so convinced that Stu had the spike and swung out with it there. Maybe he dropped it, or maybe I am just going, you know, a teeny bit, you know, seeing additional spikes where additional spikes are nowhere to be seen. But a phenomenal attempt anyway. And, of course, now the timeout coming through from JDG.
An early one as well to reassess their options, think about what's going on. And in part, last map on Lotus, we saw them catch a few people off guard. We saw KK especially on these lurks, just find people that weren't expecting a peek at a certain moment. But on Haven, Trace, a little bit more locked in, a little bit more ready for those fights and those opening duels. And is JDG not able to get the picks the same way that they were able to last map?
Currently coming down, it just genuinely seems like Lotus, just Trace were a little bit lost, which is surprising to say, but the numbers kind of show that there wasn't as much confidence this time as there is in Haven right now, as there was back on the Icebox. It's completely different storyline, completely different process, and we've been seeing the storylines, you know, from Martin, from KK Lin, from even like Leo King and things. There's been so much moment-to-moment macro plays, macros come out that, again, as you've said, could have swung either way.
But at the end of the day, it is swinging the way of Trace, and they're going to be very happy. Should, in theory, be a 4th round for them. And I say in theory because we have seen thrifties aplenty in this region and in this map as well. As JDG looking to make an aggressive play towards this C site, not scared of these Cypher setups at all.
They're already kind of getting through them. They're starting to bit by bit, you know, shoot them down themselves. They've already spotted one or two coming out of like garage and such, and they managed to get onto the site kind of convincingly. They are able to survive. It is a 1-for-1 trade, but with this buy, that is absolutely going to favor JDG. Unfortunately for Jake Kiro, maybe stuck out there, doesn't have the shadow step to get out.
They're stuck on site. They're stuck on site now. They can't get out. They have to take these fights.
That is genius. That is insane from Martin, and he picks up the kills because of it. There seems to be a tiny gap in the wall, but nowhere near enough to protect all the rest of the members of JDG.
And Jian, the sole player that was left alive with the classic, stayed long and all of a sudden can't take those fights because it's at a long range. And I don't think I've ever seen that before. The wall to
awesome.
Stop them getting into post-plant positions. That was an insane play from Martin. What a read.
Yeah, that was incredible to watch. God damn, I'm excited to see that again. Like, one there, gets the second, gets the third, and that's all the back of that wall. And Kai introducing Zion to the front of the Outlaws barrel. And with plays like that, all of a sudden, if you're JDG, it was a great, you know, initial take. You got the frags, you were starting to trade out the space, but all of a sudden, Martin kind of saying, okay, if you want the space, take this space, it will be your grave.
Last map, Martin had a bit of a quieter one as well. We were speaking about how well JDG did, how well Stu did, but what we also spoke about was the fact that Martin did not have the same impact as they had in that map number 1. But now, 10-2, looking to be that dominant force again. And while this JDG squad has some kind of read and wants to go towards A, it is into this raid boss.
Honestly, Martin already having Annihilation back up is wild. Like that's.
I literally used it 2 rounds ago, didn't
Yeah,
they?
I was gonna say it was two rounds at the very most. I know it wasn't last round because of how quickly last round happened. Yeah, 2 rounds ago, and Annihilation's already back online, which we've mentioned before is one of the power ultimates. If it hits, you have to spend utility, you know, breaking your teammate free. Even then, the teammate can still just get shot when they're pulling their gun out. It can just control a lot of space, and Kai is going to continue that with just landing the shots. The Hunter's Fury from Baby Blue to try and clear out anything as the team push through, but Kuro just falls.
And there's already members on site just defending this. JDG feels the need to push forwards. They're using so much of this early time trying to find a pick that when they get picked off, they just don't have any time to work with.
As you say, 20 seconds, they look to be almost edging out. I imagine that'll just be going down to sewers. That cannot be a full rotate, not at this time, as it looks like actually they know 4 set up towards that A. They are opting for a save, and a 3-man save honestly can feel a little bit rough, especially with this scoreline.
But I feel like JDG right now on this map are just, they're not working the map. What we saw from them on Lotus was you'd put a bit of pressure towards A, draw some rotates out, pivot over, maybe go towards B or C and pressure different parts of the map. It seems like now they're just shift keying through angles, hoping that they can maybe catch a player off guard. But Trace are so disciplined, you need to force them to make bad decisions, because if you just let the game come to them, they're always going to do the right thing.
You give them the time, and as you said, JDG, that's absolutely what JDG have been doing, giving Trace all the time in the world. This double Sentinel setup is a nightmare, and JDG, again, if they're able to put, I'd say, 2-3 rounds more on the board, there is still a possibility. Having to attack with Deadlock and Cypher can be a pain, unless, of course, Martin can continue this momentum towards that attacking side. It's not here just yet. JDG still trying their best to get it. This shock dart comes through, I don't believe yet, doesn't break the Cypher trip, and because of it, Leo King happy to play off of it.
Perfect trip for the situation, and now with a double setup through that door. Spikes on site. This round should be all but over.
That Cypher trip infuriates me just looking at that. That just aggravates me looking at that, man. That the capacity Cypher has for something like that. And speaking of the capacity Cypher has, Fung is absolutely perfect. So clean, the positioning, so aware, so everything as this fight towards B still continuing.
It might just be another save yet again. 2 versus 5. They're going to have to back away, but I feel like Trace, with how they are, might just try hunt these rifles down. If you send Kai or Bianc on a mission, you get yourself some ult orbs, you snowball this game even more.
There is the opposite angle where, honestly, and it does sometimes happen, maybe this is more of a ranked setup than a, you know, tier 1 stage, but there's also kind of the moment right now where Trace may be thinking, you know what, JDG only have 1 round and that wasn't with a full buy. You can take the guns, they're clearly not helping.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the ego way to go about it. I'll say that much. It's, you know, that's when you're trying to prove to them that you're just better. You let them have the rifles, you give them the advantageous position. But is JDG battling in their own spawn, managing to get some of those kills? It is going to be a couple of orbs over to them, but I believe Viper ult was already active, so those kills will have no impact on the game.
3 frags, though. I mean, that is a decent bit of economy damage. Not likely, you know, you've got 6 to 1. I'm sure nowhere near going to be, you know, the bankrupting play, but still, it can harm them, and it's enough, in fact, just to call another timeout for JDG, discuss the options, and I think, Snow, you've just kind of hit the nail on the head with they're not utilizing the map to their advantage. They're not playing with the same confidence they had on Lotus, and it's harming them.
I mean, we didn't really get to see it, but with where Fung found that kill, it was because early on in the round, Trace committed some resources towards getting Fung all the way up C long, and as soon as you have that information, you know that the enemy has to be A or they have to be B, and you look at their buy, they're going to have a load of stingers. It's most likely not going to be A because they don't want to fight through those long angles, and, you know, just by a series of deducting options that this JDG squad has, they know that the setup is towards B, and it's just perfect play from Trace so far.
It brings back to what you were saying, you know, where JDG, we were saying, you know, last map, they were kind of playing that confident, that, you know, sort of typical Valorant, but that was in confidence and gunplay. The decision-making from JDG, far riskier, far more, you know, kind of make or break, and it was working for them. This time, though, they're not really making those risks, as you said, playing much more default, and Trace seemed very happy to meet them on that ground.
I think it's just Trace being ready for these kind of walk-ups, these slow plays. JDG, you see, they're not like really forcing the issue as much with their util, but when you look at the composition, what do they even have to get a sight? They've got 2 controllers, they've got a Sentinel. It's pretty much just Sova and Shu on this Neon that have to brute force a fight themselves.
And when you've got all of that utility that you need to spend on the Deadlock, on the Cypher, even trying to break down, you know, the opposing Sova, there's a lot that you're getting used already. Like the oil drone having to sacrifice itself for the Cypher trip that doesn't even get destroyed unless the follow-up shock dart, which gets used. But that is, what is that? Is that 550 credits for 200? 100? 200 for the Cypher trip. So yeah, like
stay away from the maths. Stay away from the maths. Just keep the maths out of there. I say this to Veggie all the time when I play with him. As soon as you start doing maths, you make mistakes and you're gonna get memed on.
That is true. That is absolutely. I do forget my numbers occasionally, but yeah, that's the overall point still stands. It's a lot of util for one tripwire. It really is. So that is the difficulty that JDG are struggling with as they try to get themselves on towards this A site. And yet again, as soon as the push starts, it ends. The magnet and the shock drone very much doing its work.
That's all their utility used, though, to gain this site. Law King's in the perfect position to shut down the push. And off of the back of this, an even numbers retake, a situation where Trace has won so many times before.
It might be another addition. Zion walking past the, you know, the most common, walking past the defender spot and not actually checking that angle. Maybe just a little bit of a brain fart there. Maybe just a little bit of a loss, assuming that maybe there wasn't anyone going to be there due to the swings and how the rest of the plays had turned out. But of course, someone lying and waiting, and Trace are just happy to run and run and run away with this.
We see there the issue with this composition, right? They use the paranoia, they use the neon stun, they use the Sova dart, and then as soon as the retake comes through, it's just gunplay. That's all they have left. They have no utility to use here. They have nothing to force Law King out of this position other than just swinging it and hoping that they can win a fight.
And so far, they are not able to do it. The gunplay right back online. And you can see the frustration now. It's really starting to get there. The stress is starting to overflow. And again, when you had such a dominant Lotus, to kind of lose it all as fast as you started to build it, it can be difficult. It can be the thing that gets to you. So you have to just reapply, realign. And if my knowledge serves me as well, JDG don't have any more time with their coaches.
No more timeouts, I believe. Pivot towards B. This could be a make or break round for them, but they're stalled out. A paranoia, a Viper molly as well. The pit has been invested, so they feel like they have to go, but Stu's already been taken down.
Leo King just jumping in. What's all this then? Mind if I drop in, as Martin similarly does the same. The Hunter's Fury comes through. Does get a tag on the Baby Blue, but when that's really all that needs to be done, when everyone else has already fallen and now they have that scan, Baby Blue, try and get an exit or two, because I doubt you're getting any more.
Kai really wants this kill as well. They know, I think they know exactly where this player is, but they don't really want to take too many risks. Don't want to give Baby Blue a chance to get that ultimate online. Because if they find a kill and die, Hunter's Fury is going to be available next round at the very least.
You got to remember as well, like, Leo King able to pick up the kill there, but last time that happened, they went hunting. I believe JDG walked away with 3 extra kills, and there was only one person alive to tell the tale, which was not at all how TE wanted that to happen. So now, evening it out. Phenomenal positioning from Leo King now. The timing, the scrappiness that you'd mentioned caused by the double controller setups. It means you can't clear every angle. It means there is going to be times where someone just jumps out Assassin's Creed style and surprises you, and this time it was very much Leo King to do it.
One thing that's kind of bothering me at the moment, it's a micro thing, but Stu, very blasé with their use of the dash. Just constantly using that without really much provocation, just swinging random angles using that dash. And it means that that's one tool to take sight that they don't have anymore. And when they're so limited with their options in terms of utility, everything needs to count.
Completely agree. You've got the relay bolt there, but as you see, the wall comes through. Stu is just fast enough to get the frag, but Bianc already set up. Baby Blue down as well. There is no Sova online for this, and as quickly as the push starts, JDG have to just kind of leave.
But JDG just doesn't have options. It's just a difficult one for them. What are they supposed to do? Throw flashes at them? They got no flashes. They've got paranoia, and that's it. There's not really much to work with. It's this composition, I feel like, was based around them playing slower, around them taking their time in these rounds. But when Trace is being, I would say, a little bit greedy in some of these rounds in the space that they decide to push towards, it just doesn't make a difference because these smokes aren't having an impact.
They really are not. They aren't being given the capability to do it. The pushes just aren't quite there. I mean, you see there, you know, the pushes are very much there, but for the wrong side. It's not for JDG. It is very much for TE. The pushes are coming through. Kai has been playing super aggressive, as you said, potentially greedy, but if you've got your team backing you up, it's not as big of an issue.
The thing is, smokes only work if the other team respects them. And if Trace just declines the invitation to stay out of the smoke, then it does not matter at all. But Stu, pushing forward again, trying to go aggressive in this round, but they just can't find any kills. They can't find any opening picks. And for a team like JDG that had all of the opening picks the last two maps, we can see why it's an issue and why this team has been struggling the past year of Valorant.
We can absolutely indeed as well, you know, bringing up, you know, how strong is Deadlock. You were sacrificing everything there. The sound sensors needed to get shot, the setup needed there, and then you still lose a member in JKuro just to the op from Kai. You have to then rotate out because you've lost that space, because you can't push through. The Deadlock wall comes back up, and all you have done is push one member in. You've gotten a little bit of control for Zion, but if you see Fung Fung is just happy to keep that control all to himself. The Cypher Tripwire, the minute that activates, they're going to know exactly what the story is.
Benefit is no one towards this site just yet, but Fung feeling themselves, wanting to take one of these opening peaks, and it's just going to stay smart, back off, set up for this retake.
You mentioned that about how good Trace were. They don't really... There's been a little bit more greed, honestly, this side, but they have been rotating. They have been, like, you know, grouping up, taking fights together. I say that as Fung tries his best. He nearly looks to try and take the fight, but just gets out of the way of the Killjoy. Nothing found just yet. Martin on this flank finds KK Lin. Zion finding two of their own. The Hunter's Fury comes through. Kai with the shorty, and Stu finally able to get it, and the slide is not respected at all. Martin looking like he's at a shooting range, just seeing the little rubber duck come through and tapping it down.
No way they stick.
Oh,
no way he sticks. Not again. No, you have to peek. Okay. They've learned their lesson. Ladies and gentlemen and everything else in between. If you were not watching the past two maps, I think me and Dante have been molding, because there have been about 4 situations where someone has just stuck the spike without being peeked.
Yeah, very much confident there. Stu, oh my days, that Martin's confidence has shot right back up. I do appreciate the stick. I really respect it. The swing is there, the relief is there, and a 10-2 or a 9-2, sorry, going into what is potentially either the 9-3 or the 10-2. This last round, any ultimates, use them or lose them. Doesn't actually seem like there's anything online. You've got the From the Shadows from JKuro if he wishes, and Martin, I would say if, but it's more likely to say when they get the frag, they've got that Annihilation online.
The only copium that JDG maybe has is 1, the 9-3 curse, but 2, you spoke about before, is double sentinel. So in theory, the attack should be weaker, but when one of those sentinels is deadlock, it makes it so difficult. Because if Trace is able to get onto a site on their attack half, how do you retake?
Yeah, I mean, the post-plant sound sensor is absolutely one of the toughest things to deal with. Like, the setups are usually pretty noticeable, but again, dedicating any time to clear that utility that's not holding an angle, that just gives you more time to get, you know, timinged. That gives you less time, less bullets even, which we have seen has been relevant in a few cases, and it seems we're doing the exact same strat against JDG. Commit to A initially, pivot towards C, but this time, Kai has it ready.
Operator there as well. No drone available, not even any utility from this Sova. It's Martin. Oh, you sneaky, sneaky boy.
You devil. Oh, J-Kuro knows there's something up, but he can't quite find the shots. Luo King's able to find one. The double swing comes through. It does manage to find, but that is all green on the kill feed as they manage to make it 10-2. And as we said, now the copium needs to come on full effect. JDG needs to find all of these rounds, essentially.
In theory, it can work. I feel like double controller can offer you a lot more in terms of defense because you can cut off these angles, you can stall out the attack. But if Trace plays like they are right now, how often they're winning all of these opening fights, and also the fact that they are just refusing to respect the smokes that are being placed, I don't think the double controller will matter.
It's very much down to as well, and even if you know that double sentinel plays that we're seeing come online, you know, yes, you've got that advantage that you don't have, you know, that you're dealing with double sentinels, but they only need to win 3. That's not many rounds. That's even if you are, you know, let's say 46% win-loss with this composition. That is a number I've kind of, you know, pulled out, but it is just to make an example.
Where's that coming from?
Yeah, no, it's an absolute figure, but just to say, you know, 46% is something you can absolutely get 3 rounds off of easily. You know, even if you are lower at disadvantage. As I said, it is a number just to make my point. The number is completely made up and meaningless, but...
Look, statisticians...
Yeah, see, it's hard. I'm gonna fire back on
Numbers,
that.
people, be damned. Every round is a 50-50. Every fight is a 50-50. You either win it or you lose it. And that is all that JDG need to be thinking right now. They need to forget that there is a 10 on the board for Trace. They need to just think about how they can play this half to be the most effective they can be.
This is the first pistol round. That's what JDG are going in thinking. This is the first pistol round. This is the one where they just go, okay, cool. First half happened. We got 2 rounds, and to be honest, they were pretty well-deserved rounds. The executes were there. They had managed to just play around. Their timings, their call-outs against Trace were phenomenal. They do have it in them. We'll see if that can replicate on this side, and they've got to do it a lot more than twice to still stay in this.
My only worry is that from what we've seen in the past 2 maps, it seems like JDG is kind of a confidence-based team. When they're playing well, they're playing really well. But when they're not landing those shots, they can just crumble.
And indeed, we'll have to wait and see as the last pistol round gets underway. And ladies and gentlemen, the school trip, the field trip looks to be happening down mid. A kind of uncommon first push, the Sova drone coming through as they execute immediately on there, and Kai immediately shut down for it.
Stu using the concuss to slow down the push as well, but there's just more members committing from Trace. A flank comes through at the same time. It's a little bit of chaos onto the site, but in the brief respite we have, Spike is actually in spawn right now.
We want to go back home. We want to go back home. We want to
put us back on defense. We did better there. Please, we have double sentinel. We don't want to do this attacking site.
But interesting decision, but I don't quite think it'll work out for Trace as JDG. They seem to know. They seem to have the understanding as all 3 push down, and ooh, that's the spike. It doesn't really matter where Feng Feng is. He has to find a way to get through all 3 members to get this spike and get the pistol round on the board.
They heard Feng Feng as well running through sewers, so they know this player's here, setting up with the crossfire for it. As soon as one player gets that information, it will just be a blender of bullets for Feng Feng.
Let's just let it happen. No, the blender doesn't even actually start. The first blade that is Baby Blue immediately whirs and gets the pistol round on the board. All of a sudden, I mean, again, there's a lot more to do, but a very clean defense, the double flank, a phenomenal decision actually made. You get to see the minimap there exactly how it was utilized. The shots coming through, the delay actually that we did see from the side of Feng Feng. He wanted to chill in window to lurk, but he was just a bit too late.
And I think it was just how aggressive JDG went so early on in the round that just caught Trace off guard. But it's one of those where I don't think you can replicate that kind of play because Trace is going to be ready for it. But Feng Feng definitely not ready to be spammed through the wall by Stu.
Want to quickly point out as well, that has knocked up the pistol win rate 52% for the side of JDG, 56% it was for Trace. That will be a bit lowered as their win rate for this map will also be lowered. JDG very quickly, very convincing read that it was a garage push and getting absolutely melted down on Trace.
Now let's behave ourselves here. There's not a world where this ever gets won. There's
oh my days.
It's surely not. Okay. I was like, there's in this kind of round, never gonna happen. But it now gives us a bit of time to think about what happens from here. It's again a round where Trace, are they going to be able to convert that third round after losing the pistol? We haven't seen it so far. Or will JDG start to gain a little bit of momentum, a little bit of confidence, and pull themselves back into this game?
It would certainly be a show and a half if they did. There hasn't been a single bomb plant, or I believe maybe one frag going the way of Trace. So JDG looking very solid. The economy not looking at all fantastic for Trace if they cannot make a very convincing show. The Yoru TP out. Very aggressive defense from JDG, but this is the power of a Yoru. Teleport out. You have a lot of that information, and you have to rely on your one remaining member in KK Lin, who has been showing up phenomenally, but has to do just a little bit more to try and slow this down as the rotate comes through.
It's okay, because Sonic the Hedgehog's here on C already. Neon sprinting through. Stu has already found their way here, but Trace are playing the perfect crossfire.
Oh my days, and they are executing it to perfection. Emphasis on execute as all members of JDG fall. Zion noticing a very deafening silence from the C site.
The only player that had an upgraded rifle now gonna have to really make use of that if there's any hope to win this round. A 1 versus 4 isn't impossible, and a 1 versus 3 makes it just a slight bit easier, but with only 45 health to work with, it's so difficult to isolate these fights.
Oh, the magnet's been heard, so they know they're actually happy to leave it, just rotate away. Zion looks to be not wanting to see if, okay, just trying to take the fight and will appropriately get punished. That is a firing squad you're swinging into. I appreciate the optimism, but it will get crushed.
I guess just would rather take the orb than saving the rifle. They know they're going to be onto a bye next round anyway. But it finally happened. Trace was able to win a third round. A round that was pretty much should have been guaranteed for them before. They managed to do it now. And JDG not going to be able to gain that momentum. 11 on the scoreboard for Trace. JDG going to be feeling a little bit worried now.
Better late than never for Trace, and JDG opting for the operator here. Stu sitting here ready to cook his heart out. The smoke though basically immediately shutting that down. Sova dart comes through, doesn't get a scan, believe is broken by KK Lin as the shots come through, and we see the patience again. You had mentioned that sort of discipline that Trace have, and we've seen it time and time again showcased yet another time as the default comes through, and everything is just waiting for this initial collapse.
So many question marks now over towards C. They don't want to risk re-peaking that, so 3 members on this side of the map. They're happy to leave B as a passive hold in terms of the Killjoy utility. They know they have a molly to stall. On the side of Trace, moving these resources towards A, and if they're not spotted here, it could be so good for them.
It doesn't look like they were. You said F, and now we see the gate crash getting set down for Trace's attack. The dimensional drift coming through to get all the information that's possible. I was about to say, does Kai look up to get the angle, but it's the paranoia played off of beautifully. J-Kuro tries to drop down to get the positioning, but instead falls to Kai. KK Lin doing his best, but the frag still very easily going towards Trace.
And we spoke about this before. As soon as they get onto site, it's near impossible for this JDG comp to retake. There's so much deadlock utility. The Omen smoke's coming through as well. You just can't play this one. It has to be a save, and JDG needs a miracle if they are going to come back in this game.
8 rounds back to back just to get to overtime is a tough prospect and a tough nut to crack. At the very least, they are going to save this operator for the next round. But as you said, Miracle is exactly what they need. If the side of Trace can now just play a war of attrition. Of course, they would rather just end it now, get it 13-4, you know, pack up, have a bit of a rest, but they can afford to easily lose 2, 3, 4 rounds, just burn JDG out of all of their ultimates, out of all of their economy, and then take the win. They have all the time in the world to work with.
And I think the difficulty is that it might just be a little bit of a playstyle and a compositional difference. We've spoken about this comp for JDG, but the thing that they did so well on the past 2 maps was their retakes. Their retakes were so good, but Trace has picked the comp where as soon as they get onto site, retake is near impossible because they have so much utility to stop you from getting back onto site that you can't play for these 5v5 retakes like we saw JDG do before.
Hit the nail on the head. Couldn't agree any more. At the moment, there's plenty of utility that right now Trace are able to burn enough utility to get on the site and then have, as you said, just enough to still make the post plant a nightmare. JDG, on the other hand, like they've got the Viper walls and stuff all set up, but Trace have been doing, honestly, a phenomenal job of just completely ignoring it.
This shotgun could be devastating. They know it's there now. Only 3 bullets left. Make that 2. KK Lin would have to get 2 kills at the very least to make this one worth it.
That's quite a lot of utility burned. Both sides. Viper wall, Viper orb. We've seen the shock darts. There's a lot used. Killjoy alarm bot does give the information. Stu is holding it, but actually, if you look towards Trace, they may be considering a re-pivot back towards B.
That shotgun's still there, though. That judge ready to pass judgment on anybody that decides to come into this site.
Unless the decision-making, 20 seconds, the Sova dart's ready. It's going to be a push onto from Trace onto this B site. The flash is absolutely perfect. The sonar scan is great. The paranoia being barely missed by KK Lin, but the shots are finding their mark, and it looks to be the end for JDG.
Shu and Baby Blue, the 2 left alive, would have to pull off a miracle. They would have to prove themselves to be the magicians that they can be. But with an operator and no health on Baby Blue, this is pretty much impossible.
And here we go, the smokes as well being danced around by Martin. The crossfires here only needs 1 bullet from Kai. The double swing, it's not necessary. Martin is happy to clean it up, and a 13-4 showing from Trace. A phenomenal attempt from JDG, and honestly, a showing we were not expecting, but Trace just showing how dominant they are on these maps.
And it looks sketchy. Lotus, you know, 13-4 over to JDG. We thought maybe another 3-side map they would know how to play around, but it was just a different level that Trace brought to that 3rd map. They played so well around their comp, they played so well around what JDG wanted to do, and it seemed like they were just that 1 step ahead.
I would honestly be curious, because as you said, the composition that Trace had picked just countered JDG so well. I would honestly love to hear if that was like a comp that they were planning to run, or if it was like a last-minute adaptation because, okay, these post plants are ridiculous. We want to just shut them down.
But we spoke about before about how JDG doesn't normally run this comp. They normally run the Yoru ISO.
Oh, yes,
so
of course, yeah.
It's JDG changing it up and trying to play towards something different, and it really backfired for them.
Yeah, it really did. It did something on Lotus, but it wasn't enough to take them through it to the end, and Trace happily punishing them for it. A great attempt, must be said, but we all kind of looked at Trace and, you know, they were kind of the favorites, and they seemed to very much deservedly so.
And as we watch through these highlights, you get to see some of the plays that happened on this map so far, and some of the shots that were hit, some to great effectiveness. Really winning out some rounds, and I don't know who is going to be our MVP for that match. I feel like there were quite a few key performing members for this Trace squad.
I may be tempted, honestly. Martin seemed to be the one that was doing it. We got this 3K here. It seemed that there was quite a bit of... Definitely not the Martin show like it was, you know, we'd previously seen it. Feng also was a solid contender for it. Just kept showing up whenever it was super necessary. I'm leaning towards Martin.
Yeah, Martin, always a stable pick. I mean, we saw how well they did in that first map, Icebox. If you haven't watched it, you weren't here for it, go back and watch it, because this player had some insane plays on the Killjoy. And just a reminder for anyone watching, Martin had not played main league Valorant for 488 days. This is not a player that has been like top of the league. This is someone that is returning to like first team level Valorant. It's just crazy how well they did.
15-month break. Maybe that was all they needed. Maybe the break did them favors. Maybe we're concerned about rust, but maybe it was just to completely relax and bring themselves back in as we hear the team comms now, as we discuss exactly how they were going through it. Just the level of patience with this judge as well, of all things. A phenomenal round to listen to.
From what I remember, it was a bit of a chaotic one as well, so we'll see how Trace communicates and manages their way through this site.
They did a lot. There's a lot of commitment and then actual patience, a lot of respect for the judge. The pivot, the fake pivot to C into the re-pivot to B. Just a lot of sort of indecision, which is why, again, so interesting to see, hear the tone of the players, how they're operating, how they're working, and that pushback there is exactly why you can hear them even say, let's go back.
Remember, this was a dangerous position, but managed to make it work.
Patience is just enough. Patience was just enough. They do manage to push back the Viper here. The judge does get picked up, not as much value as you'd like, but it's enough time killed. We'll get to see the rotates and the space tagging.
So calm. So calm with their comms as they win this round.
I like that you get the first 3 picks and then the rest of it's just kind of come on. You get, you know, it's no longer just super, it's just okay, you know, reassure each other, you've got it, you've done the hard part, just stay consistent, and that's exactly what they did.
And it's just surprising to see on a round like this that, yeah, there you go. Big celebration from the team, but it's surprising to see on a round like that where they're dealing with multiple judges, multiple jump scares essentially from the angles that they have to peek, and they're just still so calm. Yep, we've got sight. Yep, we're holding these angles. Let's push through. Let's find this kill. And we were asking about MVPs before. It's not quite Martin. It is going to be Kai.
Still well deserved. I mean, Kai was doing absolute wonders on the Yoru. Not too much in the way of like in crazy explosive plays or anything, just very fundamental, very, you know, solid, happy to play with the team, not trying to do any like cheeky gate crash or extra dimensional shotgun shenanigans, just clean, simple flashes and clean, simple support for the team.
And I mean, much similar to how Martin was in that first Icebox match, it felt like Kai was always finding those high impact frags. There were a couple of rounds that looked a bit sketchy where Trace might have been behind, but Kai was always in the right position to trade out their teammates to make it work. And this is a good sign for Trace, right? If they're able to have multiple members that are consistently performing across multiple maps, it's a good sign going forwards into the split.
It absolutely is. Now going through just to kind of discuss, no aces this time. JDG managing 2 in the previous map, but not something we've seen there. The first blood's very much leaning towards Trace. No surprises there. 1 flawless, and then the or no team aces actually as well, but regular aces count as well. And then of course the spike plant transitions of course going the way of Trace. Always seems to.
I mean, Trace just really good team. They're good, great setups, and especially with the comp that they ran on this map, they ran those post plans to perfection. But we saw the difference between those first 2 maps and this one. In those first 2 maps, JDG got most of those first bloods. They had an advantage to work with. As soon as Trace was able to get those first bloods for themselves, they were just a dominant force that JDG could not stop.
No, they really couldn't. And we'd seen quite a lot of, you know, with the 3Ks and such that we'd seen mirrored in both teams. Almost again, Trace working for that with the 13-4 from JDG, and then Trace going, we can do that too. We can do that exactly the same.
It's that same merit that you said earlier. Anything you can do, we can do better. And these teams were kind of matched in some rounds that I wasn't expected. Despite the scoreline being 2-1, it was a very one-sided map for map 1 and 3 that went towards Trace, but JDG held their own and dominated on Lotus, so that definitely gives them some hope going forwards.
They have a foundation. This is not a was not a clean sweep. This was not a okay, you've got nothing. There's definitely something there. There is going to need to be a lot of work put in, of course, but you don't walk away from this going, oh dear, we can't think of anything. But we're going to be jumping to the interview, so we'll hopefully be shushing up and letting BDOS take that over from there.
欢迎再次回来，也是作为首发跟队友一起并肩作战，重新回来的感觉怎么样？这个心路历程跟我们大家分享一下。
很开心，然后我自己也为重返 VCT 联赛努力了很久，然后很珍惜这次机会。
是的。 看到了你今天对于这个舞台的渴望，也是成为了队伍当中很强的一个火力点。在今天图一的时候，其实你在第11回合的那一波少尉的发挥非常的关键，给我们展现了你的一个经验的理解。还记得当时那一波很关键的4杀的一些思路吗？有没有什么少尉的心得跟我们大家分享一下？
就是队友正面压力大的时候，就这边最多只有1个人，就跟他大胆的1对1，打赢了就有机会。就是思路和钢枪并行吧。而且今天对于对手 JDG， 我相信你也是非常的了解的，也有很多你的是老队友。对于他们今天在图2给到了你们很多的压力，但是在图3你们迅速的调整过来了，是在中间进行了哪一些方面的调整呢？就是图2就是死六发挥太好了，然后我们被打乱了阵脚，然后就。 后来就冷静下来，就按训态的打就好了。看到你们今天在图3的时候打出了自己应有的操作，我非常想知道今天在整体结束之后，你们队员有怎么样互相评价一下吗？因为你今天的发挥真的是回归之后很亮眼，也是获得了很多人的认可。你们有说些什么吗？就谢谢大家支持吧，我会继续努力。 我也是感受到了，今天其实来到了场上之后，还是有一点点小小的紧张，也相信是重新回到这个舞台的第一步。然后包括现在也有很多粉丝一直在支持你，想问一下你对于本次第2赛段的一个个人的目标会是什么样的呢？肯定是想去巴黎，想去打冠军赛。 好，也希望你们能够最终完成这个目标，也相信在接下来 T1战队一定能够越来越好的。那我们的赛后采访到这里就告一段落了，让我们把时间交还给解说老师。
A little bit of a technical delay, unfortunately, so the full translation didn't come through. But we did get a couple things we are kind of being fed through, and the big one is, I'm happy to hear Martin was really put in a lot of work while he wasn't on the stage, because it would have been scary if he said he wasn't.
Yeah, literally just like, yeah, I just came back, you know, haven't actually touched my mouse and keyboard for like 3 months, but
I was in the neighborhood and I seen this was on, and yeah, here I am.
I saw they needed a player, so you know, why not? I'd come in. But yeah, that definitely must have been putting work behind the scenes, because the performance that they put on just doesn't come from sitting back and doing nothing, essentially. But it's great to see that they came back, showcased how good they can be, and are really looking to be a key anchor point for this Trace squad going forwards.
Yeah, he really does, and I'm sure they are absolutely delighted to have him back. Meanwhile, the side of JDG, again, they've got a foundation to work with here. They do seem to be quite a bit more composed. We have talked about how long this roster has worked together, you know, and have been together. So evidently, as we've said, that's up to the roster to decide what they want to do with it, whether they want to try and keep it going, or maybe, as you said, maybe follow in their league brothers and sisters steps and maybe revamp a little bit.
I mean, this might just be the last dance for them, right? It might be one of those where the management has given them one last split to try prove that they can make something happen, and if nothing works in this split, this is when they look to revamp, look to reorganize the team from the inside out. But I do like the fact that they are at least giving them that extra chance. Yes, they replace one player, that might change the team up just a little bit, and we did see that there is promise there. They are improving, but that improvement rate just needs to be a little bit quicker if they want to make it to not only playoffs, but at least making a deep run.
And that's exactly, and if anything, teams like FPX, teams like Wolves, you know, they need to be showing that right now. And we see, Trace, Kai very much deserving that top spot, and we get to see the rest of the schedule. So for anyone very quickly, the Valorant VCT CN is taking a week off, so we will actually be back on the date shown. So that is the 16th of July. So we hope you won't miss us too badly while we're gone, but there is quite a lot of very, very exciting matchups to come once we get back.
Yeah, I'm excited. I am hyped, and make sure that you're going to be there too. I mean, the best thing that you can do in terms of supporting the region and supporting our production as well is just keep watching. Make sure if you can sit through those ad breaks that come through. I know it might be a bit annoying sometimes, but it does a world of good supporting, making that production better for us. And if you have any bit of spare money lying around, instead of buying yourself a Starbucks, why not donate or subscribe to the channel?
If you hate ads as much as I do, you can do 2 birds with 1 stone. You can do both. That's the nice part. if you hate adverts and you want to support, that is a nice little twofer there. It's very efficient, I must say.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier. You don't have to try run an ad blocker or click off and come back on. Just subscribe, and then you can just sit here the whole time.
And you can witness to everything. But again, and there is like the donor links as well. Of course, if you are feeling particularly generous. But I think really that is everything here. Again, we'll be seeing you guys on the 17th or 16th of July. Sorry, for the games coming through. It is going to be a phenomenal time. Snow, is there any last sort of send-off words for everyone before we take our big week-long break?
I am going to spend it wishing I was here with you, Dante.
I'm gonna blush. I'm gonna change my lighting very quickly so you can't see how my red's my face getting. Oh no, he's in my head. He's already done it. The Riz is too strong. But Snow, completely likewise to you. It's been an absolute blast having you with me on the cast. Of course, very big shout out to the production as always, Magnum, Fran, everything you all do. An absolute an absolute wonder. And yeah, back on the 16th with a brand new set of games. We can't wait to see you then. And until then, stay safe and have a good one. We'll see you soon.